Hotep, Hotep, Hotep. If any of y'all can do me a favor and just let me know that I can be heard. Just want to always check out my microphone, make sure I'm not talking to myself. But if you can hear me, say again, ETM Hotep, which is welcome and peace. And you're tuned in to the Sesh Medew Netcher YouTube channel. And okay, appreciate that. Infinite Minds says clear. Yeah, so you tune into the Sesh Medew Netcher YouTube channel. And in case you did not know and you don't see my name big as day on the screen, this is your brother Wujau. And first of all, this is my first time going live in a long time. And I've been, taking a break from social media just altogether. I haven't even been on Facebook for a few months straight. Haven't even checked Facebook or anything like that. YouTube, occasionally I check Instagram and things like that, but I've taken a break. It wasn't intentional at first, but then didn't have really time to engage on social media, so I kind of took a break from it. And so this is my first time actually doing anything live on social media in a while, and I haven't paid attention until maybe last week or so. So I just wanted to go live now and actually say Happy New Year's to everyone, and hopefully everyone has enjoyed the holidays, spend family time, whether you celebrate the meaning behind the holidays or not. We are all affected by these holidays, and we get a chance to spend time with family at the very, very least. We could be totally anti the holidays, but it gives us a chance to see family, spend time with family and whatnot. So hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves and all of that good stuff and in good health. So again, Happy New Year's 2022. And I've seen a couple of memes out there about 2022, like the way we say it, 2022, like also. So it's going to be a repeat of 2020, with the pandemic, the vaccine versus the virus, and mask mandates, and people anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers versus vaxxers. All of that is still going on. So, but now I do want to say this. Now, by me taking a back seat from social media and not even paying attention to videos and live streams, so now, in the wording of the Matrix, I plugged myself back in over the past week or maybe 2 weeks now, just try to catch up and see what the conversations have been about, what the talk is about and things. And I have to say that, I've been on Facebook since about the end of 2009, 2010. So I've been on Facebook for quite a while, and I engage in conversations, that any interest that topics that interest me, I would engage in them and things. And so I've had my share of going back and forth, explaining this and all of that good stuff. But to take a break from it and to come back, you really get a chance to see how crazy it really is. I always saw it as being, bad and we could do better, but taking a break, coming back, man, it's really, really bad. In terms of just overall general. I mean, it'd take me a long time just to explain my thoughts on that. Just looking at the conversations, repeated conversations, crazy things. So anyway, just wanted to kind of go live and just kick it for a bit. And if any of y'all wanna come and chime in and have a conversation, I'm gonna post a link to come on in here and get on the panel with me and have a chat. And I want to introduce panel member Emikeraku Kinshai.
Hotep. So I can be heard. Yeah, so Hotep about E, and yeah, Happy New Year. Definitely looking forward to 2021, trading into it a little bit more carefully and, just extra watchful. But yeah, I did actually also take a break and, just, you know, took that time, with the pandemic going on, you gotta squeeze the lemons and get some lemonade out of it. And so I use that time to just restructure. And I'm hopefully I'm actually looking forward to doing the same thing. Just take it slow and get heads deep and get back into the studies and things of that nature. I started a bit during that time, that break, and yeah, hoping to do more of the same. And just having really different kind of conversation when it comes to Kemet, and basically that's because that's what I study, for the most part, languages, and so that's what I would like to get more into, and hopefully see a little bit more elevated conversations around it, and also be a student, and listen to other conversations on other topics that might interest me that I might not take time to study. But it's been kind of hard, finding those kind of discussions where I can actually sit and learn something. What I've seen so far has been, a lot of noise. And but I'm really hoping, and to get to find, if you know of any channels, whatever, whoever's watching, like share channels, books of a different top where where you've seen like productive conversations, because I'd actually like to listen to some other things that are more outside of my topic, but of conversations that I can actually tolerate to listen to. But yeah, I definitely did take a break, and I'm happy about that. And yeah, you know, I'm ready to get back into it. 2022, get back into it on a different level, though. Yeah, that's it.
Well, all right. That's excellent, excellent. So listen, I put the link in, the panel link on to come in here into the chat. So feel free to hit the link if you want to kick it for a little bit. Um, like I said, coming live. This is my first live for this year, obviously, but it's been first live for quite a while. And I titled this show "Zero Tolerance: Voice of Reasoning." And so, me personally, I've walked into 2022. You know how people make New Year's resolutions and things, but I've walked into 2022 with a lot less tolerance for the foolishness, a lot less tolerance for the same old, the backwards thinking, the non-critical thinking, and just the pseudo bad character, all of the baggage that I've spoken out many times against, and I just have a lot less tolerance than before. Still have patience, but I don't tolerate that, especially from repeat offenders, whoever they may be. I'm not talking about any particular person or whatever, whoever. And so that's what I titled it. And I think one of the things I do want to speak about, because something I saw recently, like I said, I'm plugging myself in, trying to catch up on the conversations. So I kind of peruse the YouTube streets and see who's been live recently, and try to catch up and I guess scrub through videos and things. And one of the topics I saw on the Pseudo Killers channel, there was a topic with Asari Motep, and I forget the exact topic, but it was Asari Motep, something like Asari Motep challenges the Pseudo Killers on African cosmology, something to that effect. Somebody can probably paste it or correct me. And yeah, so that title, obviously that's gonna catch my eye, because the Pseudo Killers, you have Unk and Sheffrin and the crew, and then Asar, and it says Asar challenges so and so, so and so. I'm like, okay, what are they talking about? So I tuned in, clicked it, kind of try to scan through it a bit. And from what I heard though, it got very crazy very quickly to me, and so that's one of the things I just want to quickly speak about. Now the video is long, but the topic, now my understanding is that topic came out of a previous conversation between the brother Sean and the pseudo killers, I believe. See, I'm out of the loop, so forgive me if I get a little things a little bit twisted up. But in terms of what I heard and from the video, this is the thing. And if any of y'all in the chat, if you want to come in and chime in and everything, because I want to deal with that topic, the discussion that they had. All right. And I can do it in under 5 minutes. The entire conversation could have been over with in less than 5 minutes, 2 minutes. And so here's the thing. This is how fast the conversation should have gone. The question was something along the lines of, did the Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang? And there's arguments back and forth saying no, they couldn't have. And there's a lot of logic, pushed into the conversation. How could the Africans understand the Big Bang when they didn't even know about North America, South America? They didn't even know they were on a continent, etc. Things like that. And so, how fast the conversation could have been. I see we had Brother Zane, and maybe you want to introduce yourself. Make sure your mic is all right, because Zane has. See if you got a better mic this year. 20. Are you coming to 22 with 2022 with a better mic?
Hotel. You hear me?
Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, same. New Year, same phone, man. So give my mic a chance.
I hear an echo.
Yeah, I don't know what's the case with that, because you had an echo earlier too.
Oh, it's echoing?
Yes, for both of us.
All right, I want to make sure I fix that.
I only hear when Zen is talking. So Zen, you want to set up YouTube, Dr. to listen. Try that. Oh, you muted yourself.
All right, so I'm not sure if
Oh, okay. I see comments on YouTube.
Oh, so it's happening when you talk as well. All right, so we got to figure this out now. We can't have this going on. All right, how's that?
Check.
How's that?
I don't hear echo no more. Yeah, the echo's gone.
Yep, it's gone. Yeah, that's good.
All right, see, that's the zero tolerance, the voice of reasoning, right there at your service.
But now I'm gonna need to ask if I know I just hear you on one side of my headphones, so hopefully people watching on YouTube are not hearing mono stuff. So, but it's good as long as there's no echo at this point.
All right, it's probably one side. Got to figure this out. So yeah, I don't want to forget the topic now. So again, the link to come on the panel is in the chat. So feel free to join in while I figure this thing out very quickly. Hopefully I can do that.
Yeah, and Zen can tell us what he was telling us prior.
Yeah, I think with the SR and the pseudo killers debate, they was talking about cosmology and the Big Bang. So I mean, I could not really listen to the whole. Like, I mean, I listened to like maybe 20 minutes of it, but for the most part, they was trying to say that they could not predict or can explain the Big Bang theory through cosmology. That's what the pseudo killers would say, and I believe Osar was just trying to let them know that, you know, that creation stories before they had an observation of like it was a precursor to astrology in a sense.
Okay. So you hear me through both ears now? Anyone? Check, testing. 1, 2, and 3. Somebody said it was all good
Yeah, I can hear you.
on both sides. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep on
Yes.
talking. All right. So that was my understanding from listening to the conversation. But see, the conversation didn't have to go beyond 2 to 5 minutes, because here's where putting together taking time to put together very good and concrete questions in the first place before the discussion begins. And so, if the question is or was, did ancient Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang? The simple and short answer is no. Then that's the end of the discussion. It's done. Because if someone were to ask me that, I would just say no. And here's the reason why. It's just some basic logic. The Big Bang, when we say Big Bang, we're truncating the word theory off of it, because it's really the Big Bang theory. And so the Big Bang theory was not even proposed until the 1900s, early 1900s, I believe somewhere around 1920, by a Catholic priest and so on. And then it developed from there. All right, the Big Bang theory. So that piece of information alone will tell anyone to not even ask a question about ancient Africans understanding a modern a modern proposal.
Modern theory.
That makes no sense. How can someone prior to being born or prior to being alive in 1920 understand something that was proposed from 1920 forward? So it gets real silly very quickly if that information is understood. You see, so the conversation is dead in the water from the get-go. If the question is, if that was the question, did Africans or ancient Africans understand the Big Bang theory? The answer is no. That's it. It's done. And this is what I mean by if we're to make any progress in education and expanding the knowledge base that we have as a community, whatever we want to call it, we have to be able to move forward and ask well structured questions, and not just questions just to have conversations to pass time and entertain each other, you know. And so that's how I saw the entire conversation with that question. I think the question was just misunderstood or ill-formed, because ancient Africans didn't understand, could not have understood a modern proposed theory. Now, if you were to ask it differently and say, did ancient African cosmology, or does ancient African cosmology have any similarities or parallels to the modern proposal of the Big Bang theory? See, that's a different question. That deserves a conversation, because then you have to put in the work. Why? Because you have to study African cosmology and you have to study the Big Bang Theory to even pull out any similarities,
Yeah.
if any exist. You see? So
And so,
it's
like,
go ahead.
excuse me, like, wouldn't even now, would since it's a Big Bang theory, the fact that it's a theory don't make it actually a fact, right?
No, theories are never facts. Theories are never elevated to facts. And this is something that people have to understand. A theory is synonymous with explanation. If we want to simplify everything, remember we're going into 2022 with zero tolerance. Forget the goofy stuff. Forget the pseudo stuff and all that kind of thing. We're gonna keep things very simple and very plain. So I'm gonna repeat myself. Did ancient Africans understand the Big Bang Theory? The answer is no. Done. See, that conversation is done. That's how we do it over here. It's done. Now, let's frame a new question. Did ancient Africans with their cosmologies, within their cosmologies, are there anything in there similar or parallel to the modern proposal of the Big Bang Theory? See, that's a different question. And that calls for a discussion because then people who are learned in African cosmology and people who are learned in the Big Bang Theory can cross and compare notes and see if there are any similarities. Then knowledge is gained. See, now everybody can learn from each other, you know, and that's how it should be done. That's how the question should have been formed from the get go, in my opinion. But with what you were saying, a theory is an explanation of well substantiated facts. A theory in and of itself is not facts, it's an explanation. So, the Big Bang Theory is an explanation of how the universe began, basically. It's an explanation. And so, theories can change based on available facts because the explanation has to change. The more facts you have or the lack thereof, your explanation is going to reflect the data that's available to you. And so 2 years from now, new data, new equipment, new electronics will allow us to explore and probe more and find out more. Now we have to develop new explanations. Sometimes we may not. Sometimes we do. And so science is always seeking the reality of any given thing. And so some people don't understand that. They say science is changing. Science always changes. Well, that's the nature of science. As knowledge grows, science grows. Science is knowledge. Science comes from the word to know. Seeking and things. Science is the domain of evidence. But so, I'm just saying, that's the short and skinny of it. It's a very quick conversation. Did ancient African have an understanding of the Big Bang Theory? No. They weren't alive to understand the proposal.
So basically, you're saying that really the thing is that anyone before the time of the proposal was, if anyone was aware of the Big Bang Theory, obviously the answer would be no, because before that time of the proposal, it wasn't there. So it would be like really redundant to ask about even way, forget the 1800s or the 1700s, but take you way back to prehistorical times. That's like being redundant. I get it. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's very simple. That and see it gives room for growth, like for education, for edification on both sides. And it kind of eliminates the sides, like some person or group against this person or that group. If you ask the right questions the right way, and that's what we have to start getting into. So hopefully in 2022, this is what people will start to do. And so, I try to be an example and learn from others, and then people can take cues from how things are done. Um, you know, Hopefully, that would be the case. But that's it's just as simple as that. So that's logically, kind of crazy to even ask a question about an ancient African understanding of a modern proposal with the Big Bang Theory. So here's another logic issue that I had with the conversation. Um, the notion that people can't talk about something without knowing something else as a prerequisite. So, for example, the ancient Egyptians could not talk about um, space or things in the cosmos because they didn't even have a concept of a continent. They didn't know about North America. They didn't know about South America. Their world was limited to East Africa. That's the logic. So, because of that, they can't understand what goes on in the cosmos or to dwell and conceptualize how things began and have explanations about those kinds of things in their time because they didn't even understand that there was a North American continent, etc.
That's what
So
I was wondering too. But they also
that's
said
another.
that they didn't even have the tools to observe the cosmos.
See, that's faulty reasoning. Um, Again, it's faulty logic and faulty reasoning as well, because the majority of people who talk about anything outside of themselves don't even know everything about themselves. So here's the logic. Here's that logic applied to an individual. What it says is that I can't, or a person cannot, have an understanding or to probe for an understanding of things out there in the cosmos when I don't even understand things on Earth. I don't even know that I'm on a continent. I don't even know that there's another continent called North America or South America that we call it that today. But I don't even know about those continents. I don't even know that I'm sitting on a continent that we now call Africa. Therefore, because of that, I can't even understand the cosmos. Now, if we take that logic and apply it to an individual, that means that because I don't understand what the details of all of my organs, my cells, my systems, the digestive system, respiratory system, endocrine system, nervous system, et cetera, and every organ, what it does, when it does, how it does, why it does what it does, because I don't know that, I shouldn't be trying to understand anything outside of me. You see how silly that would get? And that's faulty logic and faulty reasoning. And again, it spills over into another faulty statement or logic behind the statement um, about stars, right? The Like today, our knowledge of stars today, we know that stars are made up of different elements, like the sun. It's made up of mainly hydrogen and helium, and that conversion, it's a fusion reactor. It's a fusion furnace. Now the ancients did not have that detail. They didn't have the detail of hydrogen turning into helium and vice versa, and so on and so forth, to that detail. So, because they didn't have that detail, does that mean that they didn't know the star was a star? You see? And so it gets real silly if we apply that logic, you know, in a more consistent way. So it doesn't stand. If you all understand what I'm saying. So, like for example, the ancient Egyptians understood that the sun was a star, but they didn't know that the sun was made up of hydrogen converting to helium, like I said, and containing all these different elements and so on and so forth. But they understood that the sun was a star. So likewise, ancient people did not have the instrumentation that we have today. They didn't have the large hadron collider in CERN near Geneva that we have today. They weren't smashing atoms and trying to find out what atoms are even made up of, and so on and so forth. They didn't have all of those instrumentations, but that did not prevent them from having an understanding or using deductive reasoning and logic to come away with conclusions and explanations for their day and time. And so going back to my first statement, if the question was structured properly and was asked this way, um, are there any parallels within the various African cosmologies and modern theories of the Big Bang? Are there any similarities and parallels between the two? If we were to ask that way, then what I just said comes into play. Because we could take the explanations that people had in ancient times of them dwelling on the beginning of the universe, where all things came from, and so on and so forth. We could take their explanations from that day and time and compare them to our explanations in this day and time, and see if there are any parallels. See what they got correct, see where they were outright wrong with, or we'd be able to see what their limitations were. And that's how you advance the conversation. So I hope I'm understood, because I can't even hear myself. So I hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, no, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that makes sense. I mean, people can just, saying like what you just said and having people ignore the knowledge that, you know, every people, every culture has of, like the micro macro relationship of things, where it's like I don't have to know the constituents of what makes blood for me to understand, blood. So and because the same thing, if we say what if we have that kind of argument and we start applying it to ourselves and the knowledge that we have of everything around us, like that we use and we utilize, and we don't know all the finer details of those things, but we do understand, how those things work and the elements of them. That kind of argument holds really no water at all. But that comes in when people just don't take the time to really like understand stuff, like because sometimes you can know a lot of things, like you've read a lot of stuff, but the difference is between reading something and actually understanding something, like really like what makes that information, like where you can explain it and go deep into it and really understand it. And you can tell because there are some things that at this point people should not even be sitting and arguing about. Like you just killed that conversation in less than 5 minutes. So, and that's actually a clear indication that that whatever information that was being argued there, it sounds like people can actually spit out words and talk about this and talk about this source and that source. But when the rubber hits the road, those people really haven't understood what is being explained, or the information that is being put forth in those sources that they're actually reading from.
Yeah.
All
Also,
right.
I
So
wanted
again,
to. I was
I'm sorry.
my my I guess what I wonder is like, well, how could they explain how the doggone could identify Sirius B if they didn't observe stars?
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
I'm thinking.
I don't think the question was observing stars, because even in the conversation, everyone was on the same page with people being able to observe things with the naked eye. It's just that the observations that we could see in the night sky is, I think that was accepted on the whole panel. On the whole panel. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I think the whole panel was kind of conceded to that people, around the world, because there was no light pollution, or a whole lot less light pollution, or none at all around the world. If you just look up at night, you can observe a whole lot of things. So I think everybody pretty much conceded to that point. It's just that they could not, in any shape, form, or fashion, understand the Big Bang theory.
Oh, okay.
But that goes without saying, because the Big Bang theory, again, wasn't proposed until the early 1900s, 1920, 1921 or 31, around there, and then developed from there. So I'm saying the entire question and premise of that conversation was off to the wrong footing from the get go. And if you acquiesce to a faulty premise, you will always reach a faulty conclusion. And that was a classic example of the whole of that statement. That entire conversation was a witness to that statement. That's something I learned just in logic and debating classes. You never acquiesce to a faulty premise, because if you do, you will always reach a faulty conclusion. So you always have to correct the premise or the question from the start, and then go move forward from there. So that's that. Now I know another topic came up, about, now if we were to properly compare ancient cosmologies with modern theories, then we can have a nice discussion. We can do some comparative work and see. But I don't think many people are prepared to have that conversation, because a lot of people don't really study the African cosmologies to even have those kind of discussions. Because everybody writes off ancient cosmologies as spooky, as religious. They couldn't have understood this or stood that. They couldn't have done that. Therefore, because they couldn't have done that, therefore I don't need to pay attention to it, and so on and so forth. And so I think that's a problem. That's problematic, and we need to correct that for 2022. Now another thing that came up, and see, I'm just rambling at this point, because I'm trying to get my just my first live again, so I'm just gonna spit it out on this topic. Another topic that came up was specifically the ancient Egyptians, with I think the question was asked concerning Nu or Nun, and what was that? What is that in relations to? I think it was brought up in relation to the Big Bang, or whatever the case is, and even that was attempted to be dismissed without seeing the genius of the thinking in those ancient times of them coming up with the concept of Nu and what it meant to the people, and if it does parallel with anything that we propose today. That came up, and what I heard as pushbacks on all of that stuff was, to me, a problem with understanding figurative expressions. And I've done a whole show on figurative expressions before, and I think that probably have to do a few more, this year, until it gets burnt into people's minds about figurative expressions. We still use them today, but for some reason, we don't allow ancient people to use them, and so people take things literally. So, for example, when ancient Egyptians describe the source of all things, the thingy things in the universe, as some kind of fluid, watery substance, people take it literal just to discredit it. Say, oh, it's not water. It's not water, whatever. Not understanding that water is used as a metaphor because there's no other way to explain it. And what's interesting is that even modern scientists, physicists and quantum physicists, theoretical physicists, they use that same language, the same metaphor to describe the source of all matter, which is this field, this watery or fluid or liquid soup, this quantum
Yeah.
soup.
So I was gonna say that the modern term for that would probably be fluidity.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's not far fetched. But instead of acknowledging the fact that even modern scientists, with everything we have available, the data and the instruments and gadgets and things we have today, we still describe that same beginning stage, or that which all things come out of and come from or proceed from, as some kind of fluid. Now we don't mean it's literally water, because we know water is H2O. So obviously everything doesn't come from hydrogen and oxygen like that. But water is used as a metaphor. And here's why. And I explained this many times before. Water is a universal metaphor for the beginningness of all things. For one of the biggest reason is because the behavior and nature of water itself, literal water can take the shape of anything that contains it. So water takes on the shape of anything. If you put a teaspoon in water, it'll take the shape of the teaspoon, the curvature of the teaspoon. If you dip a cup in water, it will fill up the cup and take the shape and form of the cup. So water has this property that allows it to take the shape of anything. So when people like the ancient Egyptian population describe things coming out of this watery abyss, and this undifferentiated state coming into being as a differentiation, it comes into form. It transforms and come into form. And so what they're saying is that this new substance, watery substance, becomes each and everything in existence by taking on form and shape and having form and distinguishing and differentiating itself from something else and something else and so on and so on and so on. It creates a definition. It gets defined. And so you have this infinite and eternal undifferentiated substance that's metaphorized as water becoming something that does have form, that is differentiated, and so on. That explanation right there is an ancient explanation that matches perfectly with the modern explanation to this very day. So the question is, why isn't that acknowledged in these kinds of conversations? Anybody have an answer for me? Anybody?
Nah, not that I know of.
I got 25,000 people watching, and it's just us three on the panel. I thought I pinned the link.
I know they
Should be
need
pinned
they
at the
need to
top.
join in. 'Cause I know they watch the whole lot more. I
I
only
did not
tolerate
watch
like
this
20
conversation,
minutes.
so I'm getting a good summary right now. But
Let me say give a shout out and peace to everybody in the chat. Um, it's been a while, definitely, since I've been live and seen people. So just give a shout out. We have Teddy, brother Aaron, Infinite Minds. Everything is everything. I meant to ask you
Donnie and
everything. I meant to ask you everything is everything. I noticed that you post a spider all the time. What's the story behind that? Give us the 411 on that spider. Who else? Brother Donnie is in the building. Jedim Ankh, Hekara, or Hekare, Hotep. Buxy is in the house. Phi Lightentist is in the house. Hotep. Who else? Oh, look like we got a troll in here. Um, who else? Yahuru Drums, Hotep. Mongo Slade, EJG, aka Shango, Hotep. I'm just giving shout outs. Going down the list, going down the list, going down the list. John Wiki, Hotep. Kevin MC Chill. Man, so Kevin, I hopefully you're still there. I know you have a show coming up. I did see that on Instagram. Um, tomorrow, actually, right? January 7th, about the vaccines and everything. Definitely gonna tune into that. I gotta look at back at the details on that. Um, just giving shout outs, shout outs. Anusha, Hotep. See Donnie again. Omar Reed, Hotep. Sean Any Heret Kalfani. Now hold up. So Sean, listen, boy, I'm telling y'all, listen. Sean is the troublemaker. Sean is the one that started this whole conversation off, to my understanding. No, I don't know. I'm out of the loop. Like I said, I haven't even been on Facebook in about, I would say, 3 months straight. That's the longest that I haven't been on Facebook, like period. I haven't even opened Facebook to even look in any of the groups I'm in or anything. I haven't been on Facebook. I haven't watched YouTube videos or anything. So I'm definitely out of the loop. But when I plug back in, that's my understanding. You know, I saw the video again with Asar and the pseudo killers. And my understanding is that it started with Sean, a conversation Sean had, and I think it kind of developed from there. You know, so everybody blames Sean. You know how what's that show? Everybody blames Chris, or is that it? Everybody hates Chris or something.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah,
Chris.
yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So how long did the conversation go? Like, what did it go over multiple lives?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I just saw one. I just saw one live about it.
I
And you
I
killed it
know.
in
Let's
less than
Sean.
5 seconds.
Get
That's
Sean the
crazy.
link. Get Sean the link. He been missing you, man.
Sean,
Because
let me post it again. The link should be in the chat. I thought I pinned it up, but let me post it again.
Yeah, it is pinned on the top.
All right, so that's the link. So anybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome to come on to Sean, man. I don't want to stay too long. Like I said, this is my first live in a good long time. Definitely this year. And I see Sheffrin's in the house. Where'd Sheffrin go? I thought I saw him. Didn't I just see Sheffrin?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put this disclaimer. Come through, but if you come through, we don't want to drag that conversation again because it was killed in less than 5 minutes. But it would be good to actually hear, um, what else happened in 2021. Really, like some of the good stuff, like because we don't want to go in on just some of the negative stuff, but some of the good stuff that actually happened in 2021. That would be good to hear. Um, you know.
Yeah, I kind of missed my window to do like a year in review. I usually do a year in review in December, but I missed that window to do that. So I'm definitely not gonna do that tonight, like a year in review. But I think I still would like to, just from my perspective, and maybe get some other people's perspectives, because I missed out. Like I said, I've been out of the loop, so I'm not gonna try to talk about anything that I'm unaware of. But I am aware of this conversation now. This whole question, like I said, I think in my opinion, the question was not structured properly, and it was a setup. The question itself is a problem, because if you ask the question, did Africans or ancient Africans understand the Big Bang, that's really not a question to ask. Just on the simple fact, like I said, I'm repeating myself now, but just on the simple fact that the Big Bang theory, which is what people are talking about, wasn't even proposed until the 1900s. So ancient Africans cannot have an understanding of the Big Bang. So the answer is no. If I'm asked that question, I'm gonna tell somebody no right at the gate. And it's a 60 second conversation. Did the ancient Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang? Nope. Well, why you say that with Joe? Simple. Big Bang wasn't proposed till 1921 or 1931, whenever, and then it developed from there. It's from a Catholic priest, and then it developed from there as people monitored and discovered and had instrumentations from the cosmic background radiation. The CMB came into play. The Hubble telescope came into play later to kind of strengthen the concepts and ideas that they proposed in the early 1900s. So no ancient African had access to any of that. So the answer is no. But here's the better question. This is what the question should have been, because that question is 60 seconds done. The question for discussion should be, are there any African cosmologies and information within those that are similar to or parallel our modern understanding of the Big Bang theory? That is the better question. That deserves a conversation, because that is when you can have a conversation and compare. What did ancient Africans explain? How did they explain and their thoughts on where things began and what's going on in the world and the universe, et cetera, versus our knowledge today? And just compare. By doing that, we can see the limitations of ancient people. We could see fundamentals that they may have gotten right, and we could see the genius, because they didn't have any instruments that we have today, but yet they got some of the fundamental things correct. They laid some very good foundations. We would find all that stuff out, or not. But anyway, that would just be a better question.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to Sheffrin. I think because I think he's saying something about what I just said. I said about negative. He was asking how was that show negative. When I said negative, I'm just saying that we're talking about just illogical questioning. So it was not positive as in elevating conversation in that sense, because that conversation, as we've seen, was just illogical. It was a very simple question that could have just been answered in less than a few seconds, basically. So that's what I meant by negative. It wasn't anything constructive in that sense, as in it's a question that just answers itself, basically.
Yeah, positive, negative, not in good or bad. It's just that it wasn't a fruitful, framed up question at all. You know, and I'm just stopping shy of saying it's a stupid question. So again, I'm going to 2022 is no tolerance. That's just it. Done. See, what happens is if you ask a question a certain way and you get a very quick answer, 60 seconds, then everybody's gonna twiddle their thumbs. Nobody's gonna have anything to talk about. And the interest is to kind of hold the audience, have some good discussions. And if that's the goal and intent, then it's wiser to frame well structured questions. I think Sean is in the house. I thought he came in. Sean, if you there. Oh, we got pseudo killer assassin.
What?
That must be Sean right there.
Yeah, it's me.
So Sean, let's back up, man. As brief as you can, because I don't want to
Mhm.
revisit the conversation, but as brief as you can. Where, because my understanding, I don't know this, but my understanding is that the conversation kicked off with you first, and then Asar
Mhm.
ended up doing a
He came
show.
in late, like late, late.
Okay, all right, so what was the what's the core premise? What sparked it off?
All right, so I did a show on the first fire. If you are familiar with Dr. Fukia's work, Congo Cosmology, right? I read the Unmapping of the Universe, the teachings of the Congo on the Masi. So I read those teachings, and I already had it lined up. I had my sources, I had a video, I had the whole 9 yards. I had all these things in a row. So I read the mapping of the universe from the Congo teachings, and then I transitioned to the way the astronomers and the astrophysicists explain how the universe came to be and the formation of planets and things of that nature. And then I had some videos that actually would be, to show some of these astrophysicists talking about these things and bringing the conversation up. So in the unmapping of the universe, the teachings of the Congo, right? The Congolese word had to drop. Fukiao had to use he uses the Congolese word, but he's writing in English, so he uses the English equivalent, which would be the Big Bang, and then he maps the way that they see planets. Green planet would be like the Earth because life can exist here, right? Like an exoplanet. Life can exist here. Life continues to exist here. Mars, right? It would be a gray planet. It's going through its transformation. We don't know if life exists yet or anything like that, but it would be similar like a gray planet. Then a red planet would be a planet where there's no life. It's still going through its formations, and it would be that. So that's the teachings of the Congo. I transitioned into what the scientists are saying. Ong didn't watch the show. Initially, he said he was going to check it out. So when he said he was going to check it out and he never got back to me, he did a live show. So that was a show to that. He did a show on his channel. And then I did a second show, slowing it down, but Ben was on with me. And we went into other parts of Africa, explaining the cosmologies that the Yoruba have, Benin, Ghana. I think we went somewhere else, and just showing those different cosmologies throughout, pretty much just trying to show how his cosmology go out through Africa. Then Unc comes on, he argues you can't put them side by side. You can't use parallels or correlate. You can't do any of those things. I'm like, scientifically, that's inaccurate, because if you're trying to deal with the teachings of the Congo, then you have to align it, and you have to compare it, and you have to draw up on those parallels in order to, and then you use the tools that you have to hash out those differences. You just don't dismiss the teachings. So there was no claim ever made about they knew the Big Bang. That was Unc. That was never the claim. There was no claim made at all. The whole thing was about the teachings of the Congo. So, Unc would do a show, and then I did a response show. Then they did another show, and I believe they did another show. So I think they did like 3 shows or whatnot. And then Asar, he does a QA the other day, so I go on and ask Asar, because I know he's familiar with Fukia's work. I ask Asar a couple of questions, and then that's when Asar gets in. We have like a little 20-minute, 30-minute conversation about it, and then him and Unc talked about it, and whatever they agreed to come on and talk about it and discuss it, and then they get that. And then you end up here. But you kind of end up where we are today because I did a response to Unc's presentation.
Okay.
Directly his presentation. It never dealt with the initial onset of the Congo teachings.
Right. Well, like I said, I started off by giving my disclaimer. I've been out of the loop. I haven't been on Facebook in 3 months. Haven't watched YouTube videos. I just recently plugged back in. Like when Matrix came out, I literally plugged back in just like the Matrix. Uh, you know, I plugged back into everything, just trying to catch up, and that was the first thing that caught my attention was the conversation, and I caught it with Asar and Unk on the pseudo killers. So I caught that conversation, and so that's where I plugged into, and so my opinion about that, that's what I was given earlier, is that the question of whether or not the ancient African, the way I heard the discussion unfolding on that conversation, the question is just all ill formed, because to ask the question, did the ancient Africans or Africans understand the Big Bang? The shortened and very quick, swift answer is no, because the Big Bang as a theory wasn't proposed till 1900s, 1921 or 1931, I forget, and then it developed from there. So there's no way that an ancient African can have an understanding of something that was modernly proposed in the way that question is asked. But if we were to ask the question better and say, are there any parallels or similarities between various African cosmologies and our modern understanding of the Big Bang and the theory, then that would be very fruitful. That would be a fruitful conversation, because now we can compare. We can compare the two. And so that would lead to edification and stuff like that. But that's not what I heard. I think we got God Killer is in the house. So now we get to hear straight from the God Killer. All we need is a Asar to come up in here, and then it's going to be a repeat.
Nah, no, it ain't. I just came to give you how the whole conversation started. So the rest is up to everybody else. They can talk about it all they want to. I've done my piece.
So let me ask you. Well, I mean, there's no question there. And, ancient Africans.
Can I just make a statement? Can I make a statement, Wuja?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
This goes for Sahotep. This goes for Sean. They got until the moon make 2 cycles to retract all their statements.
We don't need 2 moons, man.
Got 2 moons. Fee, fi, fo, fum.
We give you 30
I smell
seconds.
The blood of the pseudo ones, and I'm coming. I'm gonna say it one more time. They got 2 moon cycles to retract that. That is in their own word. Matter of fact, look at Sean video. Sean video hashtag say Big Bang. In the title, he got Big Bang. In the book, it say Map in the Universe. I'm saying that no indigenous people, Iron Age people, map the universe. None of them. Not the Greeks, not the Minoans, not the Egyptians. None of them map the universe. I'm saying this,
I'm
map
going to switch to my laptop.
I'm out.
I'm going to switch to my laptop. So if you don't have Fukiao's work, you can see it for yourself.
Made that up.
I'm talking to Wujao.
Okay.
He hasn't seen what started the conversation.
You cut it on me though, Sean.
It's okay. You said we got 2 moons, and I'm saying we don't need 2 moons.
Hold on, let me finish my point. Don't dive in.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying Fukiao with the Bronze Age West African culture. I'm telling you that they couldn't map the universe. I'm telling you they was talking about their sky. I'm telling you they didn't know what the earth was made of, none of that. And I'm saying none of those people knew that. No, none of them knew it. They didn't even know they place on earth, and they sure as hell didn't even know where people came from. None of them knew that. It's not to the 1800s. People in the 1800s thought they came from the Bible or the indigenous story. You can never convince me that people that don't even know where they come from know they place in the cosmos universe. That's later on. And all that's based off of 400,000 years of Africans in Africa, then African astronomy, Greek astronomy. All that is built upon, and then they get to those levels. That's my point.
So, all right. So,
I'm done.
Okay, but the question though, why would you ask the question if ancient Africans understood the modern Big Bang theory? Like, why would that even be a question?
Because he said it in his video. He said this is the Foucault messed it up. Not Sean. Sean was reading Foucault book. Foucault played the game with the Big Bang. It meant he know goodness well whatever banging they was talking about, it wasn't the Big Bang. But he played the game. If you read the book, The Mapping of the Universe, first of all, they never mapped the universe, Wu Jia. Let's knock it off. They was simply talking about their world and their worldview,
So
which is
so
beautiful.
today, so
It's
today,
fine.
so today, are you saying that today we've mapped the entire universe today?
Of course not. That's why they ain't did it.
I
Of
know.
course not.
Okay, but people say that people have conversations about the universe. How can we
No, but
have
it wasn't.
conversations? I'm asking, how can
They,
we have conversations about the universe if we haven't mapped the whole universe to even have conversations about it?
that's a question to me.
Yeah.
Because we understand that there is a universe outside of our world. Because we understand evolution. We understand way more than we understand before you have that conversation. And matter of fact, your question is a great question. So the real question should be, how could they even have a conversation about the universe? They wasn't even out, they didn't even know nothing about the universe. They knew about their sky, Wuja. They knew about their earth, that their land they were standing on, Wuja. That's what they knew about. So you can have a conversation about anything you want. Don't mean you understand it. But now we do know what we know right now. We understand that. We clearly understand the dynamics of the universe right now. We understand the elements in it. We understand how they form. That's how we can have a conversation about the thing we can't see. We understand enough of it to know what we're looking at and what we're not.
Okay, so I know that in the conversation somewhere came up the concept of new. I know Asar mentioned it. So why do you think that they metaphorize the source of matter as something that's like water like, not water literally, but water like? Why do you think that they chose that metaphor? And
Because they lived on a river.
everybody else on the planet chooses the
Because
same
they lived
metaphor.
on a river. Because they lived on a river. And water was the source of life for them. And so it's easy to make that transition. That's not hard.
Well,
That makes sense, bro.
but they lived on land though. So why did they choose dirt? The
Because
Bible
they
uses
seen life. Because
the
they
Bible
seen
uses
life coming
dirt.
out the river. Because you seen life coming out the river. And you seen life coming from dirt.
That's what I'm saying. So why do the Egyptians and everybody on the planet choose water as the metaphor?
I don't know. Give us the metaphorical reason why they choose water.
Okay, so
Tell me why.
that's a good start. Okay, the reason why water is the most prolific metaphor for the beginning of matter is because of the nature and behavior of literal water, H2O water. And I said this earlier, water by its behavior and properties, it takes the shape of anything that contains it. So I gave the example of a teaspoon, the curvature of a teaspoon, the water will take the shape of the teaspoon. If you dip a cup in water, the cup will fill up and the water will take the shape of the cup. If you have a hourglass Coke bottle or a vase or whatever, the water will always take the shape of whatever the container is. And so ancient philosophy, when people thought about and conceptualized these things, the best metaphor that they had for the source of all material or matter was water. For that reason,
Oh, they was wrong
so
though, right?
now they were absolutely right.
Yeah. Okay. No. Ain't no water in the beginning of the universe. Woja.
No. Listen. Do you know what a metaphor is?
Oh, okay. We doing the metaphor. They my fault. You gotta let me know when you switching back and forth.
No.
I
I did.
got you.
No. I never switched. I said, why do you? My question to you was, why do you think that everybody on the planet uses water as the most prolific metaphor? So
But I
I
don't
would
even
say
know that
that.
statement to be true. But I'm gonna trust you almost until you dive in there with Sean and Assad. Then I can't trust you no more. But I know you got a unique way of doing what you're doing. So I want to hear you out. But if you dive over with them, I'm gonna put you on a you got until 2 moon cycles to retract it. If you do that, you ain't did it yet. You ain't did it yet, but the water, the grease is cooking though. I don't know if you're gonna dive over there with him. I think you're a little more
No, no,
sharper.
I
I
no,
think you're a little
I just
sharp.
want you. I just want you to get this understanding of what I just said. Do you see the reasoning behind using water as a metaphor?
I don't. I mean, yeah, I see reasons for using metaphors. Period. Explain what a metaphor is, though. Do that for the listening audience. I want to get it clear. That way, everybody clear. What's a metaphor?
Okay, well let's do it better. Let's get a an official meaning of a metaphor. So
Yeah.
nobody accuse me of making anything up. So let's pull it up. Okay, so here is the short and skinny dictionary definition.
All right.
It's one of the types of figure of speech in which a word or phrase is applied to an object or an action to which it is not literally applicable. So
Gotcha.
let me give you the most used example of a metaphor. I have butterflies in my stomach.
Yep.
That is probably the most popular metaphor ever in modern
Yep.
time.
Like that.
And so the flapping of butterflies is not literal. It's a stand-in for the phenomenon we call nervousness. So nervousness is the reality, and the butterflies is the metaphor. So water is the metaphor, and the reality. They had no other way of explaining it, so they use water as a metaphor, and so much so that we still do it today. Modern physicists, astrophysicists, including Neil deGrasse Tyson, Peter, whatever is it, Paul or Peter Negras or whatever. I'm saying the great, whatever his name is. Quantum physicists, quantum people deal with quantum mechanics, quantum physics. They all use water as a metaphor as well. They refer to it as fluid. They use the word soup, water, and things like that. So it's very, very consistent all throughout human history to use water as a metaphor for the beginning of all things. So do you have an issue with that? Still there?
I'm listening.
He reading the chat.
No, I ain't even reading the chat.
No, I
I'm
asked you a
fixing
question.
me some.
You not paying attention. See, I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
because you got the slow draw. You said Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, use the metaphor. Okay.
No.
Now we.
No. I said Neil deGrasse Tyson, modern
Mhm.
astrophysicists such as him. I
Mhm.
said quantum physicists, people who deal with quantum mechanics. They all use water, fluid, soup, or words to that effect when describing the beginning of all matter. And I was asking you,
I don't
do
know
you?
about. I don't know if I agree to that. I'm gonna say no. I don't agree to that. Prove me wrong.
Wait, you don't agree with that because of what? Like you just being
Because
funny,
I
or
just want to hear you. I want to hear you. Now the soup. I heard them. The cosmic soup. They do all that. But like you said, it's just a metaphor. It's not a scientific explanation of it at all.
no,
So
no, wait. These are scientists. These are people above your pay grade, and my pay grade. These are people who are in the field, and they use these metaphors. They don't not use them for just no reason. So is soup fluid, watery? Is it liquid or is it a solid? Like, do you eat soup with a fork or a spoon? Up, I think. Uh,
Yeah, he lost his power. You asked him the wrong question. He wasn't prepared to answer.
oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's back. I think he's coming back. He probably got disconnected. Yeah. Yeah, I think he dropped off.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
No, I was saying that you said it's not a scientific explanation. It absolutely
It's a
is.
metaphor to explain to the layman. Yeah.
Well, among themselves too. See, it's not layman's. Colleagues to colleague, they use the same metaphors.
All right, so speed it up. So get your point.
No, I mean
Yeah,
I
make your
meant
point. No, I
okay,
got you. So we
okay.
right there with the metaphors. Now I'm waiting for you to switch. I want to see you, but the metaphors they have, right? They'll have the
Yeah.
scientific data to back up what they're saying, right? And then they can get technical with you to show and prove that it was a metaphor. But you can't make a metaphor about something you don't understand. Then,
Well,
then
what?
that don't make no sense.
Well, wait a minute. Quantum physics, quantum mechanics is borderline pseudo in in
We
in
talking
that
about the Big
in
Bang
that
though.
in that
We
regard.
talking about the Big Bang though, Wuja.
I know,
You about to
but
switch the conversation to something else.
no. I'm actually not. I'm saying what I'm saying is this water metaphor. It's been used throughout millennia,
Oh, all
and
right, go
and I
ahead. I
and I
mean, you
and I
gotta
was
have a
asking you.
closing point though. I got you.
Okay,
I'm
but
listening.
okay, wait. I start off by asking you why do you think so, and your answer was because they live near a river.
Right.
And
Like, why wouldn't you pick out an essential thing to use it? Like, are you suggesting something else, Wuja? Let me hear the suggestion. What are you suggesting they were saying?
I
What do
already
you
gave it
think
to
they
you.
was thinking?
I I gave it to you. But see, I'll wait till you finish cooking because I don't want to repeat myself because
No,
I
I'm
already
with you. I'm
spoke.
just trying to figure out how does that fit in our conversation, though. That's what I need to hear.
Okay, because okay, here's
Make it work.
I'm gonna spell it out for you. All right, so
Yeah, come on, man.
okay, so what I was saying earlier was that for anybody to ask the question, did the ancient Africans understand the Big Bang theory? I'm saying that's a stupid question. To put it very blunt, it's a stupid question. And I'm saying the better question would be is are there any parallels or similarities with African cosmologies among the different African populations and modern science? That would be a better structured question, and then people can unfold the conversation and do comparisons. And one such comparison would be this historical, consistent metaphor of water being used for the beginning of all matter. That's the point.
Yeah, yeah, but that wasn't actually the question that was asked, though. There was a conversation on a video that tried to compare the Bantu cosmology with the Big Bang and how they understood how the Earth was formed and all that. That was it. So it never was a question. So out of that came, they didn't understand the Big Bang. That's exactly how it went. Based off of the hashtag Big Bang, based off the Big Bang in the damn title, based off the reading of the book, based off the mapping of the universe. None of these things occurred amongst the Bantu. That's the real. So the stupid question never got asked. Didn't ask them that. I already know they didn't understand it. So I wouldn't ask the question that I already know the answer to, bro.
Well, no, on the video I heard you were asking that question. You and everybody on the panel was asking that stupid question.
When? No, after everybody kept trying to do all this, you say, so you saying they understand the Big Bang? They didn't understand the Big Bang. That's how it went, Wuja. You got to follow the logic. You got to follow how we got
Well,
there. No
no,
one asked
okay,
anybody that question, Woo.
okay. I
You feel
didn't.
my
So,
point?
well, wait. I didn't see any. I only
Yeah,
watched
and
one.
then, and
Wait.
then,
Hold up. I only watched one video, and that was the video of you and Asar. That
yeah, but
video. Asar was on there.
of course. But the point I'm making is after you try to explain that they understood the Big Bang, then if a person says, so are you saying they understood the Big Bang? They didn't understand the Big Bang. That's how they went. If you never tried to explaining the Big Bang, then no one would have asked the question. It was folklore, it was mythology, it
Okay,
was
but
their
let me ask you
cultural
this.
view.
Okay, so
It
let me
was a
ask you this.
you never need to do that. No
Okay, so let
one
me
never needs to do that.
okay, so let me ask you this. If when when you I'm talking about you, when you have discussions about the Big Bang, are you only referring to the Big Bang theory or are you using Big Bang simply in a general sense to mean, the beginning of all things.
We're
Are
talking
you?
about the creation of the universe.
Yeah.
We have an accurate time. That's what I be talking about. We have an accurate. We know how old it is. We know it's in its fourth stage. We know all these things is what we know, and we can explain how we know what stage the universe is and how old it is. What they don't know is how it exactly started. There are pieces missing in the Big Bang.
Okay,
Like
but
and
my
no one's
question,
so that's okay.
but hold up, let me just because I want you to
You
answer
said
my
was I
what.
asking you? You asked me two things. I thought I explained the thing I'm talking about.
No, but I'm asking you. Um, right. So when you use Big Bang, you're talking about the Big Bang theory.
I mean, what else would I be talking about? We talking about the creation, like that's what we talking about.
Okay, that's what I wanna find out from you. What are you talking about? Because other people, when they say Big Bang is synonymous with creation, and not necessarily the Big Bang theory.
Hmm. All right.
You you you
So
you.
everybody get a reprieve. They gotta tap in right now and say that's what they was talking about.
No, no,
That's all
no,
they
no,
gotta do.
no. I'm
That's
not
all they
speaking
gotta do.
for.
Woo. Say, yo,
No, no,
we just was talking about. We want need to do that, and I'm gonna let it go. I'll
no.
let it go.
I'm not claiming to speak for anybody else. I'm just going through the
Oh, I'm gonna let them
going
have
through.
that.
I'm going through the
Yeah.
logic because let me ask you this way.
Where the
You
fuck is
you
my?
you and I can agree that the Bible does not attempt to talk about the Big Bang theory, right? Can we
And
can
no
we
other
agree?
creation story does.
Can we agree with
Let's
that?
add that in.
No.
I
I
like
want to
to
stick
add
with.
that
I
in.
want to. Okay, but
Nope, nope,
I'm
nope,
gonna stick
nope,
with the
nope,
Bible.
nope. I want to add all creation stories in.
Okay,
That's what I'm sticking my chest out all the way out there. I'm all the way
okay,
out there. Clip me. All the
okay,
Egyptians, nobody.
okay. But do you have to say that when the big? Okay, let me
Yeah,
ask you this.
yeah. So
When
people
was
don't
the
think
Big
I'm
Bang?
just.
Okay, when was the Big Bang theory first proposed?
Why you act? Don't. I don't want no more questions. Let's keep talking. Come on, yo. We
Okay,
know it was in the 1900s. Come on, yo.
okay. So I'm saying so it's unnecessary to say that the creation stories from everybody else is not talking about the Big Bang, and
Right. So
that's what I wanted. I saying you and I agree with that, right?
yes, we agree with
Okay,
that.
all right, cool. Now, does the Bible attempt to talk about creation though?
Yeah, life on Earth.
Okay, so now check. So this is what I'm making it clear that there are people and populations of people that attempt to talk about creation or the beginning of things, but they're not trying to explain the Big Bang theory. You follow what I'm saying? Oh, I think Unc fell off.
I thought he,
So
I thought he came back.
now he just fell off just now. Okay, so let me just make my point. My point with what I'm saying right now is that hopefully everyone can agree that the Bible makes no attempt to uh, show off its understanding of the Big Bang theory. Why? Because the Big Bang theory was not proposed until the early 1900s. Okay, the Bible, the books of the Bible were written way before the 1900s. Therefore, the Bible is not trying to show off its understanding of the Big Bang theory at all. It's not trying to do that at all. But yet,
Say it again.
the
You say the
the
Bible was not trying to what? Go ahead.
I said the Bible is in no shape or form trying to show off its knowledge of the Big Bang theory. The authors of the Bible are not trying to um, have any understanding of the Big Bang theory.
Of course
They
not.
they
They trying
they
to have
they they
understanding
can't
how the
they
world
can't
came into being. Correct.
right, and they call that creation.
Right.
That's
Correct.
so they
Thank you.
do
Thank you.
so they do attempt to talk about the beginning of things,
Yes.
but they're not talking about the Big Bang theory.
No, but they trying to talk about the creation of things, the planets
Okay,
and stars coming and the sun coming into being. So they
into
actually,
being
right, that's their early
and
attempt
everything,
looking at the
right?
stars.
Okay,
Yeah,
so now
and
check
so
this
I
out.
agree with you 100%. Go ahead.
Okay, so now the proposers of the Big Bang Theory are doing the exact same thing that the authors of the Bible are doing. The big difference is that the proposers of the Big Bang Theory are utilizing a whole lot more data and instrumentations to do it than the people who wrote the Bible. Can we agree with that?
They're actually using the foundation of hundreds of years of astronomy that we know starts in Africa. They're using all that data, all that. So they're using time spent on Earth, right? Different steps forward, different leap forwards, right? So getting to space was a leap forward. They're using all these things to you know what I'm saying, to bring things into play. So you're right. It'd be silly to think that people in the Bronze Age and the Iron Age and the Stone Age would even do that. So here's my point. I'm saying it's just as silly to mention the word Big Bang and then start talking about the creation of this and the universe and expansion. See, when you start saying expansion and all that, you're trying to act like they had the Big Bang Booja. And that's the game I don't really feel like playing. And it seems like everybody playing that. I don't think you'll play that. If we hadn't tried to play all that and did what you're doing right now, bro, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'm glad you popped your head back out because
No,
you make more sense than all these dudes on that. I'm just
but
telling you,
here,
bro.
but here's
Booja,
all right. So let me just say this. Let me say this. What I'm saying, what I'm leading to right this second is that the biblical, and I'm only using the Bible for right now. The
use the
authors,
band tune. Go straight there. I like you to use the band tune because I'm saying
okay,
everything you say about the Bible is the same thing about the band tune. Not
okay,
unless you want to slide into that
no,
category where you got 2 full moons before you get
okay,
got. That's on
okay.
you.
I will include the Bantu in a second, but I want to use the Bible for just this minute, just this second. So,
You being nice.
so
See, you being
no, no,
nice.
no, no.
I don't
Here's
got
the
time for the nice right now.
no.
You
Here's
being
the
nice,
thing.
Buja.
Wait, let me make a point. Let me make a point. So the authors of Better Shit or Genesis, they're attempting to explain the beginning of everything. They're attempting to do it. Okay. The modern proposals, the Catholic priest who first proposed the Big Bang in 1921, 1931, and the development there, he's attempting to do the same thing. So our modern scientists in the modern century are attempting to do the same thing that the ancient writers of the Bible are doing as well. Can we and I'm gonna stop right there for a second. Can we agree to that? Like the effort to try to explain those things is the same effort. That's the same motivation and effort. Can we agree to that? Can we
I
agree to
don't.
can we
I don't agree to that.
You don't agree to that?
No.
Okay. So repeat what I'm asking and then if you don't mind, you tell me why you don't agree.
There. You said that the modern what they're doing then with the church talking about more recent times, trying to give an explanation to the origin of things, is the same thing that the ancients did.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so you're saying that the ancients were not trying to give an explanation of the origin of things like how we are today.
No, not like how we are today.
Now I'm not saying using the same data. I'm talking about the same research question, the same pursuit. They're pursuing the same explanation to explain the same things.
Well, like when you look at ancient society, right? So the conversation too is B has like it digs into evolutionary psychology, right? So when you look at ancient times, right, and what you're talking about is a origin story. Okay, these are origin stories that in every culture have origin stories. That's different than not apply when you're mapping the stars for a purpose. So the purpose of origin stories aren't necessarily for them to be true. It's just create a it's to create an adhesive under an adhesive religion, for lack of a better terms, that binds the people together that they all connect to. So when you would have to show, right, that the ancient Egyptians were actually trying to get it right scientifically, like we're doing now, right? And the best way to show that would be to show an addition to the mythos, to the news story, and subtraction. So you can see, okay, they're learning and they're adjusting, and you can see the process of change over time. So if you can show that, then I would accept it, like they're trying to do what we did. Because when you start from our time, it's a whole process that's already been in play leading up to the church doing what they did.
Okay, so based on what you just said, you're indirectly saying the Big Bang Theory is not an origin story.
The Big Bang Theory is an origin story, right? But the origin story is not it's not a connection to bind tribal groups together in different societies. That's because now we're on a scientific journey. Once you pick up from the 1900s, you're in the modern science days. We're on a scientific journey. The origin stories from at that time, they were not on a scientific journey. They were on a
But how do
survival
you
journey.
how do you know that though?
Because it's evolutionary psychology. That's how we know. Now, like I said, or if I'm wrong, then show the progression, and then I'll concede that. But you have to
Okay.
show. You know what I'm saying? But the burden of proof is on you to show that that's what they were doing.
No. You said that. See, because in what you said, there were a couple of assumptions I wrote down. You're assuming a few things, and I just didn't stop you at each one of them. But you're assuming that the pursuit. Now, remember, I'm talking about the pursuit. So, and I use the Bible purposely just for now. The authors
Mm-hmm.
of Genesis, whoever they may be, they were trying to explain and document down the origin of things. The
Yeah. For
where
what
For the
everything
purpose?
creator.
where
For what
where every
purpose?
where everything. Well, I'm not them, so I don't know. I don't even know who wrote it, but
That's why you. That's
but
why it's important to understand
Yeah, I
tribes,
got it. Yeah, I
ancient
got your
wait.
tribes,
point.
and ancient humans.
But
It's a
wait.
different dynamic.
No.
Yeah, I
But
got your point,
regardless,
Sosa.
listen. Regardless of what they were trying to do, I think that's irrelevant to the
It's
fact that they made an attempt to explain where everything came from. Can we
no.
like forget the purpose? Did they or did they not try to explain where everything came from?
Yeah, but in a sense, that would be comparing equally giving mythology the same credence as a scientific journey, and you can't do that. That's fallacious.
Well, but I'm not making that claim. So let's not do that. Don't bring up claims that are not being made
I didn't say that
to
you
say,
made the claim. I said to do
yeah.
that would be just like. I didn't say that you making that claim. That's
Right.
what
So
I
I'm
said.
saying, right. But when you say things like to do that, and when I'm not doing that, then you're introducing something that you don't have to, because I'm
Okay.
not doing it. So let's not
When you
talk
say
about.
that, okay. So are you saying that the journey of the origin story, the journey of origin story in Stone Age time is the same as uh modern 1900 people in the 1900s trying to understand the cosmos through science? Are you saying that those things are similar?
I'm saying the pursuit is the same. It's just that the motivation for the different era of time, environments, and things like that will differ. The motivation is the same. When you have people that are trying to explain the origins or the beginnings of all things, no matter what time frame it is, they're trying to explain the origin or the beginning of all things. Now, the
Okay, so
reasons
what was the
why they're doing the
motivation?
reasons why they're doing it can change.
Yeah,
That's
but
that's
so
that's what's variable.
what was the motivation for ancient? because we're coming out of hunter gatherer into civilization. What was the motivation for them?
For the biblical authors,
We go back further than the biblical author. We go back to what we're coming into civilization. We're coming into the Neolithic period, right?
are you
Because
talking about
somebody's
before writing? You talking about before? I mean,
yeah,
I can only speak
yeah, because writing
from
comes
writing.
because yeah, because before they wrote it down, they had to think it, right? Writing it down comes out of oral tradition. So coming out of that oral tradition to where they are now, right? You're talking in the dawn of civilization. What was the purpose of creating an origin story?
It was I mean, anybody that's creating an origin story, they're trying to explain where everything began. And so if you're asking me what would be the reason for anybody attempting to do that, then I just want to make sure that that's your question to me. Are you asking me why would anybody do that at any particular time in
I'm
history?
yeah. I'm asking what was the purpose of creating origin story? Because the origin story is also wrapped in uh, their religious ideology, for lack of a better term. I don't want to get
Okay,
into
so let me
fall
add.
down
So
semantics.
I just want to make sure I understand your question properly, so I can give you a good answer.
All right.
So throughout human history, at some point in our human history, we began to see the need to organize our environment, the world, and we start to develop worldviews and organize it. Today, we call that ontology and taxonomy. And so people develop this notion to give an ontological breakdown of the world, just for the simple fact of organizing. So this is a progressive evolutionary process where people started to organize in larger and larger groups and develop systems of social and societal systems of organization. And so
Right.
that parallel with the need to develop ontological concepts and thoughts on the world around them. So
Yeah.
that is the reason, and we still do it to this very day.
Yeah. But the need and why they did it in ancient time is not why we do it now. Because
Yeah,
you're traveling from a society trying to galvanize or get a cohesive understanding, whether it's true or not, right? Because when you look at tribal practices and tribal customs or tribal origin story, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. That's why some people say we come from ants. Some people say we come from the trees. Some people say we come from birds. You see what I'm saying? Because the overall theme of it is not necessarily for it to be true, but just to necessarily develop
I
a
don't know
cohesive
how you would
understanding
know.
about it.
Now, see, I just don't know how you would know that. I think that's big of you to sit
That's
here and pretend that you do know that. But let me say this
that's the
though.
that's the understanding from an evolutionary psychology perspective when you
Okay,
look at
but
chart.
here's the thing. I want you to take note of what I'm saying. That it is a natural human progression in developing larger and more complex social systems for the human to have the need to develop ontological concepts and thoughts.
Yeah, I don't
So
disagree
that so that's
with that.
okay. So that's the answer that
I don't
to
I
the
don't
question
think
Yeah,
you
you
asked.
just proved his
You
point though,
question.
Woo. You just
No,
proved his point though. You just made the point. We can move on then.
yeah,
You
because I
just
don't
did it.
disagree with that.
no,
Yeah.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
you just
no,
did it, Woo.
But I'm
no, no,
saying is
no,
like
no. Wait,
but
wait
hold
1 second.
on, comparing
All
that
right.
venture at that time to the venture of modern science looking at the origin of story, it's a totally different because you can see the
But
steps,
see, I never.
you can
But
see
listen.
the
But
progression.
let me stop you. See, this is what I don't want to do. Like what you all have a habit of doing. I never made that claim. I'm actually the one that said that what is variable is the different time periods and the different environments and motivations. I'm the one that said that. So you're repeating back to me what I said. But I'm answering your question. See, you asked me a question, and I gave you an answer, and you agree with it. But then don't go back and repeat what I said prior to you asking me the question as if I didn't say it.
No,
So
because it leads to the
I'm the
question that
one.
you asked me. Okay, so let's just start. Let's just go from where we began this whole journey.
Right.
I
Okay.
disagree from that standpoint, and just go ahead and build your premise off that point. I told you I
Wait,
disagree with that concept of
of
it
what?
being the similarity, because I'm looking at, because I'm picking it up from a scientific journey based off a step, a process.
Okay, I don't
So
think you understand my question. All right, let me just repeat my question because I don't,
I
because,
repeated the question to you when you asked me. I think you I repeated it. You asked me to repeat it when you asked me initially, and I
no,
repeated it
but
back. So I understand.
because you, because here's the thing, you you agree with all of the pieces. I hear an echo right now. I think somebody's oh, so you're agreeing with the pieces, but then you're saying you disagree. So now it's a little fuzzy. So what I initially asked you was, I stuck to the Bible. I said the authors, whoever they may be, of the Bible, they're trying to explain the beginning of all things.
They, whoa, you left out the piece, Wolf.
Wait. I'm saying that's what the people in the biblical authors doing. They're trying to explain the beginning of all things, and I'm
No,
saying
they trying to
that.
explain the beginning of all things through their God. How they trying to explain how their God created all things. They're not trying to explain the beginning of all things, because then that would exclude their God. They act and so Sos is right when you really think about it. They're actually trying to explain how everything came into being by the power of Elohim. That's
No, no,
what's
no.
really going on.
But see,
I had to think about that, bro.
no, no,
They
no,
not
no.
they're
That's
not
not what.
thinking like
Wait,
we think. They're not thinking there's not a deity there.
no,
They
no, no.
they don't have
Listen,
that there. They're not ready for that yet.
No,
They can't. They're
it's
no.
whoever,
showing you
Kulu,
first.
Kulu, whoever. It's not. It ain't.
Wait,
They ain't that.
no. Listen. For don't introduce God in here,
No,
at all,
you
because
did
I
you
didn't. No,
introduced
no, no,
God,
no, no, no,
Wuja.
no. I did not.
You
I
did,
did not.
Wuja.
I did not
Wuja, you
mention the
did.
word
Rerun
God.
the tape,
Listen,
Wuja.
listen.
Can we speak one at a time, please?
Yeah,
Wait.
Wuja. If you
But
rewind the tape, listen.
no,
If you
no, no,
rewind the
no.
tape, let me say this, bro. If
I
you
said the
rewind the tape,
Bible.
watch that. Now watch this.
Okay.
If
All
you
right.
rewind the tape, as soon as you say Hebrew, you have introduced God. They do not separate it, bro.
That's
You
what
can't
you
say
claim.
Hebrew
Wait,
and
wait,
don't
wait.
think they talking about God.
That's according to you though. But don't
No,
don't
that's
don't put that on. No, no, no. Listen. Don't. That's your. You're doing that. Like you're stuck on that.
no.
I'm. What I'm saying. Listen. Let me make my point. Let me make a point. I'm
How am I
saying
stuck on that, Wuja? You can't say they were saying how the world came into being without saying that God was the one doing it.
I don't
They wasn't
care. I
trying to
don't
think.
care. Listen, I don't care who they say did it, how or what or whatever.
Wuja is
My
by
point. Listen,
default, bro.
no. Listen to my point though. This is something you got to get the point first. I'm simply saying that whoever the authors of Genesis were, they're making an attempt to explain the beginning of all things. Now, if they explain it by way of X, Y, and Z, so be it. But I'm trying to get to the point where you see that these folks, whoever they are, whoever they were trying to explain the beginning of all things. I'm not talking about if they got it right or wrong, up or down. I'm saying they're trying to explain the beginning of all things. And for
Okay,
some
hold
reason,
on.
you can't
All right,
you
hold on,
can't
Wolf.
agree to that.
Okay, I can't agree to that because now what you think about it is they was trying to explain the beginning all things by their God. That's different from trying to explain the beginning of all things through the cosmos without a
But see,
deity. That's two separate frame references. It's more
but
natural
I'm
to do
not
what they did.
I'm
Do
not
you get that
introducing a
point?
God. Yeah, but that's an irrelevant point. Like you're bringing up something that's irrelevant. I don't care if they're trying to explain it by way of a tractor trailer or God. I don't care.
It,
In the point that's irrelevant. I'm saying they're attempting to explain the beginning of all things. Can you at least agree with that? They're trying to explain the beginning of all things. Forget
by a
forget.
deity, Buja. You can't leave it out.
Wait,
I
You
think
can't
the
I'm
leave
point
that
that
out.
is being made is that regardless of the tools and the names that they're using, what is it that they're trying to explain? So instead of getting into the nitty gritty of the things that they use to explain that, is the point that they are explaining that, and that is what is being discussed. That, which is the creation story.
But that's why they couldn't figure it out because they tried to explain it through God.
But
That's
the
why they
question
couldn't
is
get
not
it.
whether it's right or wrong, it's the fact that they're trying to explain something. So the point is really focusing on what it is that is they're
Yeah,
trying
I
to
can't.
explain, not
Yeah,
if they got it right or if they got it wrong or what did they use to explain
I
it.
didn't say they
It's
got it
the
right or
explain.
wrong. I didn't
And I'm
say they
just
got it
saying
right
that
or
the
wrong.
point, just so that it doesn't get too, convoluted, is the fact that we all agree that they were trying to explain something, and we all understand what that thing was that they were trying to
No,
explain. That is what is being
No. I,
no,
I
no.
think Sosa explained it perfectly. Um, what they were trying to do was to explain the origin of their specific tribe or ethnic group. All of the stuff that came before that was just a colorful story. Um,
How do you know
if
that? How do you know that, Chevron?
because they had no way of testing whether uh their God could walk on the faces of the water.
Okay, so that's
All of that
again.
stuff is made up. Oh, hold on, Wuja. All of that stuff is made up. But the key point of the story was that they themselves can trace themselves back to the first human beings. So they
Okay,
were talking about themselves in particular. All of the stuff and how the work, and what stages the earth was, that life came forth on earth. That was just a color. That was just the colorful. That was the add on to the story to
okay,
bring it
so
all together.
I'm gonna all right. I'm a dummy
But
proof this question as much as I can. Were the biblical authors of Genesis trying to explain the origin or the beginning of all things?
Nope. They was trying to explain their God bringing everything into being. That. This brother Unc saying that.
Okay, so what
Simple as
is the
that.
difference? All right,
It's a
so
big difference. It's the
wait,
difference between. Hold on,
Let me
Wu.
get my question out.
Wait. It's the difference
You.
between
Let
superstition
me get my question out.
and. Go ahead. Go ahead, Wu.
Let me get my question out.
Go ahead.
So what's the difference between what I just asked you and the irrelevant answer you just gave me back
So first of all,
by
it wasn't
introducing God?
irrelevant. It wasn't actually irrelevant. It's your retarded thinking that would make it think it was irrelevant. And I said retarded because I know that's a shot you threw. So now we got the first shots thrown. You did it slick, and I just came right out and said it. So I'm gonna let you know right now. A person trying to figure out how atoms came into being or how anything was created, do they God? You're not going to be able to do it. You
But what
have
are
to
they
have
trying
the
to figure
ability
out?
to get outside of that Wujah.
Okay, but
I think
listen,
I
what
think
comes
What
first?
they did now. That's the difference, Wujah. So
Okay,
if you try to line it up
wait,
like
what
that,
comes
it's
first?
almost like you're trying to paint a slippery slope or something.
No,
But the
listen.
reality is they
What
was
came
trying
first?
to
No.
explain the world of how they God did it. That's why they couldn't never figure it out. That's why
Okay.
all the tribes couldn't do it.
Okay, but listen, what comes first? Them trying to explain the origin of things or them picking something as the thing or object that actually does the actual act of bringing things.
The superstition, the belief comes first. Absolutely. The
So
belief, the belief in something, the belief in something comes first, and then they try to explain all things to their belief. Like, why did that mountain explode? Well, God was mad. Well, why did this person die? Because God was this. And they try to sacrifice to change that. I'm just ancient man
okay,
thought through his God.
okay, so let's bring it back down to dummy proof again. So you disagree with me that the authors of the Bible were trying to explain the origin of things, the beginning of things.
No, I
You disagree with
disagree.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. They was trying to explain the the way their God made things. If you leave
So
off the word God, now you moving in a situation where you're dropping off superstition and you're dropping off belief. They was
okay,
in a state of
so
belief.
if okay, since you need superstition and belief in the conversation, then I'll let you deal with that. What I want to deal with is the fact that there are people, and I've been sticking with the Bible purposely
I don't know why. You should go to the band too. Have some heart.
this
You the band
entire
too.
time. No,
You the band
because
too.
the Bible is real simple, but I was wrong. It's not because you can't get around without telling me that these folks are not trying to explain. You're saying that these folks are not trying to explain the origin, the beginning of all things, but yet not that They're trying to explain God brought about the origin, the beginning of all things, and I'm trying to
Yeah, they
figure out
trying to explain how they God did it,
what
bro.
is the okay did what?
It's a big difference.
Wait, did what
It's the
though?
difference between science. Listen, it's the difference between a scientific question, right,
Okay,
and a
but did what?
religious jargon answer to it. That's
Yeah,
the
but
difference, Buja.
I'm not asking you either one. I'm asking you something very simple. But now I'm asking you, what is the difference? What did their God do? The biblical authors, what did their God do? Did their
They tell
God
you.
bring about
They tell
everything
you. They
into
tell you.
existence?
Yeah, they
Yes.
God did that. Just like Kepler, just like all the gods
So,
do that. The
oh
gods bring
no.
it into being.
Okay, but the Bible here, I'm sticking with the Bible. So you're saying that when I say Hebrew, I'm also saying God. So I'm sticking with you. So these Hebrew authors or biblical authors, they're talking about their God did something, about their God bringing everything into existence. Are you agreeing with that?
Say it again, Buja.
Do you agree that the authors of Genesis are explaining how their God brought everything into existence?
They
Yeah, I
was
said that.
lying. They was lying. Listen. The person who made up the story know that they made the story up,
No,
Bujan.
Right,
regardless.
chef,
Wait.
you're not even answering the question at this point.
No,
But no, I'm
wow.
saying regardless if they're
You hear what
lying
she just said?
or telling the truth. Wait, regardless if they're lying or telling the truth, I'm trying to establish the fact that whoever wrote that story, they're trying to explain how everything came into existence. So Unc doesn't want to leave it there. He wants to say God. So now I'm going to use God because for some reason an atheist always got to talk about God. But and that's definitely a shot. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. So do you agree that the biblical authors of Genesis are trying to explain how their God brought everything into existence? Do you at least agree with that?
That's what I said, Buja. They trying to explain how they God brought stuff into being. It say in the beginning, the first line. In
Okay.
the
All right.
beginning, God created. It don't say nothing
Yes.
else about. So the
Okay.
part to keep them off Keeta
All
is
right.
actually trying. The God is what kept you mystified.
Okay.
That's what
Okay. So
kept
check this
kept
out.
them from knowing.
Okay. So let me reiterate the two statements now, and I'm gonna incorporate yours. So the authors of the Bible, Genesis, they are talking about the origin of all things, but
Through their
there's
God.
but they're saying their God brought about all things into existence. So in
They're
fact,
trying to explain
in
their
fact they
world through
are
their God.
so in fact they are trying to explain the origin of all things. It's just
Through their
that
God.
yeah. So
You
now
don't leave it off, Buja. If you leave it off, you just change the whole dynamic of it. That's the point I'm trying to stress here.
okay. So
That's all I'm saying. You
all
might
right.
not
So
agree
now
with me
no no
putting
no no
emphasis and
no
stresses on that. But for me,
no.
that's very, very critical and crucial because it actually represents
It is
a shift in thinking, though, Wujai.
okay. It is
That's what I'm trying
very
to show you here.
what
And it's
okay.
not
That's
because I'm an atheist, and it's not because you Egyptiomania. It's not that. That's a shot.
okay. But
It's
it's
because it actually
very
represents a shift in thinking.
okay. It's very critical to you to include that because you're an atheist, though. Which is
No,
weird. Which
no,
is
we
which is
talk
weird. Okay, all right, but hold up. Let's all right now. Let's compare that to modern time,
all right, go ahead.
1900s forward, right? So you got a group of people in ancient times, somewhere in ancient times. They're trying to explain the origin of everything, but they're doing it. They're doing it by saying by attributing that to a god. Okay, now that's to satisfy the atheist in you. All right, so now in modern science, in modern science, our modern scientists are trying to do the same thing, but they're not doing it through a god. Would you agree with that?
Yes, they're doing it through the natural world. They're
Wait,
trying to
just
study
just
the natural world.
oh, so that was a yes. You agree?
Yes, I need a yes with an explanation.
No, no,
I'm
no.
not
Yeah,
just
that's
going yes or no. I'm on a yes with an explanation.
no,
Yes, by
okay,
understanding the natural world. I need that
okay.
explanation there.
No, that's great. All right, I appreciate that. So one group of people are trying to explain the origin of things, but they're using a god. And then a modern group of people are trying to explain the origin of things, but they're not using a god. Can we see that fundamental difference?
Yes,
Are
hold
we in
on.
agreement? Are we in
Yes, hold
agreement there?
on. Yes, and that's what Sosa was trying to actually show you, and then you follow back up with it, and then you agreed with Sosa and didn't even know you agreed with him, but I think somewhere you realize you agreed with him because that's all Sosa was really saying.
No,
Why
I've been
was they
saying the same
doing that?
thing. I've been saying the same thing consistently. So I didn't. I mean, I've if I agree with Sosa now, I've always agreed with Sosa then because I haven't said anything different the whole night. So
Yeah.
I'm saying
So wait. Sosa, you know what I'm talking about, right? Sosa, you remember that moment where Wu Jia made a good point, and he kind of he really agreed with you. You remember that, Sosa?
no, he asked me a question and I answered his question and I don't know if he understood my answer because we just quickly moved on. But I answered because he was going into the reasons for why a population does this or not, and I was saying, well, I'm not dealing with the reason why. I just want to know what is it that they're doing. Like we can answer why later, but I was saying, what are they doing? He wanted to get into why. He was saying that they were trying to create a cohesiveness among the people, blah blah blah, and I was saying, then when he asked me the question, I was saying that that's a natural progression of human complexity in society in the community where they start to gather in larger and larger groups. So that's a natural progression, and parallel to that, they have to devise ideas and concepts to organize the world, and so they develop ontological and taxonomic concepts for this purpose. And so that was the answer to that. So that's that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think there wasn't so much of a disagreement in that section because I think Bujara said it so many times since the beginning of this session that really what even the main point of him explaining why the conversation was unconstructive in the first place was that um, saying that a group of people at a different point of time actually understood a concept that or a theory that existed that came in, was put into place at a certain time, which is like in the 1900s, is illogical in itself. So the understanding that the tools that are being used and the data that are being used now to explain a concept is different, and that's why we can't say that those people that or even ask the question that did those people understand the Big Bang, because they didn't have those tools and those data that they had. Anybody actually before the 1900s, before the proposal of that theory, didn't we can't say that we can even ask like did they understand that concept. So the agreement is that as time progresses, every the cultures, they use the available tools and the data that they have to explain this particular concept, and as time goes by, obviously there's more data that comes into place, and now we are at a point where we explain it like this, and then 200 years from now there will be more there will be advanced tools and there will be more data, and the explanation of this particular concept will also change and might will be advanced. So that is something that we understand and that was said before. So that's why we can't really try to start bringing like they were lying or they didn't, the science of it, because that's not the point. The point was actually to understand the concept of it, and that's where people are actually losing track of it and then injecting these other things that everybody actually is in agreement of. Like we can't actually say the data that we have now, did those people understand it? Obviously it's they didn't.
Then a fair
I agree.
comparison, then a
I
fair
agree. I
comparison though.
agree.
Let me say this, in a fair comparison based on everything you just stated would be to compare them at that time to other cosmologies at that time. Because
Thank you.
then you can say they're doing the same thing. But if you then transpose that to 1920, then it's fallacious. That's why
Yeah,
I
but
said,
And that's
nobody's
exactly
doing
what
that.
they
We're actually
did.
saying not to do
No,
that.
No,
right,
okay,
not
but
y'all.
that's what they did.
then you can't compare 1920 to what they're doing in the damn Stone Age.
They
Wait,
blaming us for this though.
wait.
Y'all know this, right? Y'all
No,
know
no,
the
no.
pseudo killers are blamed. They keep calling the question stupid, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like the pseudo killers is asking a stupid question. They made the claim that like how we was on a call with Asar before we went live, and we asked him the question even before we hit the live button. Are you saying that the people in the Congo understood the Big Bang Theory? I asked him personally. Before we went live, we was on the before you hit the live button, right? We was in the back chat, and I asked them. I said, "Are you saying? Let's get this clear. Are you saying that the Bantu people, the Congo people, understood the Big Bang Theory?" And he said, "Yes, and I'm going to prove it." He said, "Give me 30, 25, 30 minutes and my slideshow, and I'm going to prove it." So to keep acting like the pseudo killers is the ones that got everything confused and don't know what they're arguing when they made the claim. That's crazy.
Okay, so Sheffrin, let me say this. I don't know, you weren't tuned in the beginning when I first started off. So I had gave a 5-minute disclaimer or reintroducing the fact that I've been out of loop. I specifically said that my understanding is that this comes from a conversation Sean started. I specifically said that. But I also said that the only video I watched, though, when I plugged back in, was the pseudo killers video with Asar on the show, and on that video, I heard you all asking that stupid question. So I'm fully transparent, disclose that. So whether you all are the originators of that silly question or not is beyond me. But I'm saying you all were. I heard you all asking.
That's why we was laughing.
Okay,
we was laughing.
But here's.
Well, how can y'all say that the Congo people understood the big? We thought it was hilarious too, and they set out to prove that they did. They brought out the books to do Fukiao and all of that other stuff, supporting the claim that the Bantu people had some type of understanding of the Big Bang Theory. That's what they said. They tried to prove it. Now is a stupid question, and it's put on the pseudo killers like we were asking a stupid question. We knew it was stupid. We laughed at it. We said, "Ain't no way possible."
Well, hold on, but check this out. So I saw the video and I saw Asar's presentation, and his presentation did not conclude with the notion that the ancient Bantu speakers and so on understood the modern Big Bang Theory.
So he did a horrible job then.
He did a horrible job.
No. Wait. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me tell you what
your queen just said though, Wuja. Your queen just said, right? And you agreed that you shouldn't even parallel it.
No.
Realize that.
No, that's not what I said.
You should parallel it. Are you saying that?
No, I'm gonna be very clear on what I would suggest the question should have been. I don't know who originated the question, but this is the question. What the question should have been. I said the question should have been: is there any information in African cosmologies that are similar to or parallel the modern understanding of the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, well, you just did it, and of course not.
That's
of course not, Wuja.
No. That's not an of course not. Have you done the work on?
How did you work on that, Wuja? See. I'm gonna tell you what you just did. You just did what they just did.
No. I don't think you understood what I just said.
Bro, okay. Let me make my point, bro.
Wait. Repeat what my statement. Repeat my. I want you to understand.
No, I'm
show me that you understand.
Say before I forget.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead.
Okay. The sister just said it's ludicrous to try to compare ancient cosmology to the Big Bang. They wouldn't have had no understanding of it. So if they wouldn't have had no understanding of it, then any parallel you thought they might have had was some straight out luck. Just a statement that seemed like it's stuck. That's the point.
Okay, now you're butchering it.
I might be butchering it, but everybody know what I'm saying with the butchering. They clearly get what I'm saying. Anytime you try to parallel something or mirror something, you're saying that it was some parts of that they got right. That's what you're saying. Now, if you're just saying you're making a word match game where I
That's what
say
word
bang and
means.
you
No,
say bang, then
no,
why even have a conversation?
That's what paralleling and mirroring means.
Right now, I
no,
got
no,
stupid.
no,
Now the
no,
question
no.
is stupid, and you just fed into a stupid concept, so you're just as stupid as everybody else who's not trying to do that.
Okay, all right. So now
That's
that
the
you
structure.
said, okay, so now that you said that, so I'm gonna repeat what I was saying. I said from the get go that, and and I didn't attempt to put the question in anybody's mouth. I don't know who originally asked the question. I'm saying the question is ill formed, and I'm outright calling it a stupid question. I'm saying the better question should have been, are there any similarities or parallels in any of the ancient African cosmologies to modern the modern theory of the Big Bang, or our understanding today of the beginning of the universe, to make it more general? That would be the better question, and then proceed to compare, do a comparison, because only then will you find out, did they have any of the core fundamentals correct, building blocks on the fundamental level without the instrumentation that we have today, so on and so forth. What were the limitations, and so on and so forth. Until you do that, then you're just as bad as any other pseudo, just coming to a conclusion without doing any work. It's like talking about a book you never read. You see what I'm saying? So I gave the example for example is here's an example. There is a very consistent metaphor used for the substance from which all things come from, and that consistent prolific metaphor has to do with water. Now, I'm saying it's a metaphor. It's not literal, because we know everything doesn't come from H2O, which is two parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. We know that everything doesn't come from that molecule, a water molecule, but water is used prolifically around the world for a very long time as a metaphor for the substance from which all things come from. That is something that nobody can deny. From
All
ancient
right.
times
When you look at
all the way until right now. I can pull up video after video of
all right, but listen. All right,
theoretical physicists.
You made it. I'm
but
not
listen,
listening.
Wajawa,
Not that.
Wajawa,
All right.
Nope. I'm not
Wajawa.
listening. Not
When a woman gets pregnant, right?
Right.
Before a child is born, her water breaks, right?
Yep.
So the water comes out, right? During
Yep.
childbirth, and the woman gives birth, there's a watery substance that they bear witness to, uh, well, this life emerging, right?
Yep.
So is it possible that that's where the comparison comes from?
That's possible, but it's definitely not probable given the evidence. If you do the work and study
Okay, well, give me the
study
evidence.
what.
Okay, well, give me the evidence. Give me the evidence.
Okay. So let me just give you the answer, and then we'll walk backwards. So
Okay,
what I said earlier is the reason why water is such a prolific used metaphor around the world in different indigenous populations
Hold
of
on.
people.
Give me a source for that, guy. You said it 10 times. I don't want
Yeah, you sound like you're in the
I'm
background.
saying you made the statement. Prove it.
Okay. So let me finish my statement. Let me finish making the statement, and then we'll walk backwards. As I said before, I was trying to listen to what Uncle was saying in the background. So
to. Yeah, I was
water,
saying.
water, water is used as a metaphor for the substance from which all things come from. This is widespread around the world, not everywhere,
Hmm.
but it's the
Yeah,
most prolific. Prolific means it's the preponderance. It's the most used one. And
got it.
the reason for that is because of the nature and properties of literal water. So water itself behaves and takes the shape and form of anything that contains it. And so looking at how matter comes into being, it's some substance that is unknown and unexplainable that comes into being where it can be known and it's tangible and it's material, but it's taking a shape and form. And so where this stuff comes from is metaphorized as water. All right.
Okay, and I'm asking.
Now, hold up. Now, you gave, because I'm going to compare that to what you said that a
No,
woman
no, no.
gives
But I
birth.
want to stay right there, though. I want to stay right there because
Okay.
you gave an
I don't want to jump.
explanation.
I don't want to jump too far.
I'm saying, is that you saying that, or can you show me that who like give me the evidence for that statement that you just made, other than you just saying it? Is what I'm asking.
That water has properties that take the shape of anything that contains it. Like, what part of
No,
my
no,
statement?
no. But that is the reason why ancient societies did that.
No. Wait. Let's slow it down because you slowed me down. So I'm saying, you need evidence for the fact that water takes the shape of everything it contains.
No, I don't need the evidence for that
Okay, why not?
because that's a fact. But you have to. But just
Wait, wait,
because
wait, wait,
that's
wait, 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 wait. I'm saying it though.
because
Like,
that's
see,
I
see.
just I'm trying to answer it to you because that's a fact. But because that's a fact,
Wait,
doesn't mean
wait.
that that's what they understood and that's how they came to other ancient societies came to know what they know. So I'm saying, show me like other
No,
scholars that and how they came to the conclusion that that is why they did it and that's how they choose. That's why they choose that. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for the evidence to support what you're saying.
I know, but what I'm getting at right now is that you're not asking me for evidence that water takes the shape of anything that it contains in, because you're saying that's a fact. But how do you know that's a fact? I mean, I'm
It
saying it.
doesn't.
Wait. I'm saying it to you
I'm,
right now.
but
I'm
saying,
saying it to
well,
you right
Joe,
now. But you're
what
you're
is
not
the what
asking me
is
for that evidence.
I'm asking you, what is the source of your information? That's what I'm
I know,
asking.
and I'm asking you the source of which part of information that water
The,
takes the
that
shape
this is
of any
because water
container.
takes on the shape of all these things that right, everything it comes in contact with. This is why um, it was prolific among ancient societies. I'm saying, who says that? Like, can you
Okay,
show me where so I can examine? Because I'm sure that they would give an explanation and I can examine it. That's what I'm asking.
okay. So I will give you something that you can read that will explain it from an Egyptian perspective on the concept of nu, and why nu was the word for water, and why they represented it in vessels, containers of bowls, and they call them nu bowls. So I'm gonna forward you some literature
Right.
that you can
And
read on
why
that.
and then
Okay,
why would
wait. So when I do that, I want you to come back after reading, not before. Come back after
no, no,
reading
no.
that,
I'm still
and then we could
because
then we could pick up. And then we could pick up.
we can because the second part of that question is that I gave you an example of how when the water breaks, right? And
Yep.
these societies see the watery substance and they see life emerge from
Yep.
this liquid stuff. You said that that is possible, but not probable. So I'm saying,
Right.
how did you come to that conclusion?
Okay,
That is not
because
probable.
because of the simple fact that the emphasis was not on the birth and the water breaking, from women giving birth to human beings. Trees are not like, only mammals, and mammal-like creatures are born that way. There are thousands upon thousands of creatures and other things available,
I
in
understand.
the Nile Valley and its delta culture, that people experienced and saw, that had nothing to do with that type of style of coming into being.
I
So
understood.
wait,
Understood.
wait,
But I'm
wait,
saying,
wait, 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 wait a minute, because you asked me a question. I mean, if you want the answer, because some of these answers are too long for me to explain it. That's why I'm gonna give you a book. I'm gonna give you a book about the new thing
yeah,
on
but
that.
don't just do it with the new. You said it's prolific. So
Yeah, yeah.
show me it prolifically in other societies done the same way. That's what I'm asking.
You,
Okay,
Right? You
you
so
can't
can't
I'm
just
hear me,
I'm gonna
show
I'm
me
Muja.
gonna
Hey,
I'm
one.
gonna
Muja, you
start.
really can't hear me, Muja.
No, I don't think anybody could hear you until just now.
I'm just saying you in the middle of trickhamship right now, yo. You tricking.
No, wait, don't interrupt. Just one second though.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, because we asked you. The question is
Okay.
prolific in all cultures.
No,
You
I did
said
not
that.
say all. I didn't say all cultures. I said
What
around
you
the
It's
said?
world.
prolific among
Around the world,
probably.
prolific.
I actually said not all cultures. And see,
It's
that's what I
prolific.
don't want you. I don't want. At
What,
least
you
But
don't
we
said
know
say
it's
it's
the
not all
prolific.
opposite.
coaches?
Wait.
Wait,
At
okay,
least,
hold on. I
at
didn't know
least,
you said it was.
wait.
I
At
apologize.
least, at least don't say the opposite of what I'm saying and then attribute it to me.
So you saying it's not prolific in all coaches?
No,
It's
Dang.
prolific. It's prolific globally. That's what
I
you're saying.
said around the world, water is a prolific metaphor for that substance, lack of any other word, for the origin where things come out of and where the things come from.
Right. And the
And you
reason
ain't hear
they
what
Okay.
Sosa
and the
said?
reason
You
they
ain't hear what
did it
Sosa said?
and the reason they did it is because those societies realized that water transforms into everything it comes in contact with.
I want to get back to the slur that we was asking stupid questions.
Yeah, that's real.
No,
I mean, because
no.
I'm
Okay.
agitated that the stupid question got put on us.
No. I
Instead of the stupid analogy,
no,
instead of the stupid comparison, instead of the
wait.
stupid mirroring.
Wait,
See, that's stupid to me.
okay, let me
John.
take 10 seconds to satisfy Sheffrin. So
Yeah,
to repeat myself, I don't know who originally came up with the question. The question in and of itself is stupid. I heard you all repeating the question, asking the question several times on the thing. Now, you're saying that the question did not originate with the pseudo killers or anybody on the panel of the pseudo killers. Fine. So hopefully that's satisfactory to you and we can move on. But the question
You escaped the
No,
question.
the question in and of
it
itself.
rolls out of our question. It rolls out of our question. Are y'all saying that the people of the Congo had an understanding of the Big Bang Theory? That's where it rolls out. And
Wait,
they
wait.
answered in the affirmative.
Wait, so who
They
asked that
answered
question?
that.
Who
Go ahead.
who asked that question?
I think Uncle had asked him. Sean did the show on
So you are saying that the question originated from a pseudo killer.
no, the question only arose because they made the claim.
Yeah, the question was the steel manning of the argument, bro. Come on, you know what we're saying. They made the claim, so we have to clarify to establish what exactly are you saying. Like, I think that's clear.
No, I'm saying Sheffrin, you wanted to come back to your agitation about the question. So now you're telling me that Unc is the originator of the question.
Nah,
See, I don't know that. I didn't know that until you just said it.
So if somebody if the question is stupid, wouldn't it even be stupider for the person that made the claim that the goddamn Congo people had a working concept of the Big Bang Theory? Wouldn't that be the ultimate stupid? For us to even have to come and ask that question? If the question is stupid, what is that saying about the motherfucker? Excuse me, I don't want to cuss on you, Chad. About the person or the people that made the claim in the first place. But now they're trying to act like they didn't make the claim and we just confused. This is nuts.
No. Listen. I said I've been consistent. I've been very consistent.
Nut bag in the holidays.
No, listen. I've been very consistent. I even said that whole wherever the question originated or whatever can be over with in 30 and
so
30
do you think
seconds.
I ran to them? Wait, do you think I actually ran to them? But
they
think about that one time. Really? So I ran to them and said, yo, you really think out of nowhere I just said that?
No,
okay, let me show you. The game film is a mom. Game film ain't no joke though. Let me show you something.
I don't listen. I don't think that you came out the clear blue sky and
out the clear blue sky.
Well, first of all,
not understanding nothing.
Listen, 2 minutes ago, I didn't even know you were the one that asked the question. Bro.
See, you keep saying that.
He didn't ask the question. He asked for clarity to the claim that was being made.
You keep doing it, yo.
Like, that is great.
Okay,
it's like it's on purpose now, yo. I know you got to go with the whole Egyptian mania, I know you got to do all that, bro. But I'm saying
I don't know what Egyptian mania has to. I don't even know what Egyptian mania has to do with people asking stupid questions. So here's the thing.
I hit you with the Egyptian mania because you hit with the stupid question. Do Unc mean, man?
Say it again.
Does the symbol of the Ankh?
Does a man standing up? As a man standing up.
Man standing up.
By itself, Wuja. No other nothing by itself.
All right,
Do
wait,
it
wait,
mean
wait,
that?
wait, wait. Hold on. Y'all done totally changed.
Yeah, I want to get off that. Now I want to get to
Hey,
it.
hey, listen. Before we change the subject, right? I just wanted to make sure that I went back to the video beginning and actually listened to what was said a couple of times and just write it down word for word so there is no misunderstanding and so people can actually see and hear. But obviously at this point, but later on they can rewind but actually see and hear what is being said and why there really isn't. It's just arguments that is like a misfiring and not hearing what somebody is saying and actually seeing that you're not really saying anything different but agreeing. But the disagreements come from jumping out of the topic and going to other things that are not being discussed, which obviously then creates the misunderstanding. So this is what I have from the beginning.
With you.
So this is okay, good. So
but
this
I
is
got
how
the screenshot though, and I got the video that say Big Bang
okay.
Theory. See, I got
No, wait,
the
no.
card. Go ahead, sis.
No, it's all good.
I'm gonna play my spades. I don't know if you
All
know
right.
I got the Joker. I'm great.
Hold on. Okay, so let me get my word out. So this is what we say. A couple of times, but this is on one of the timestamps. When Wujawa started, it was like he said, okay, if the question itself was not well constructed, and the question is, did Africans or Asian Africans understand the Big Bang Theory? And he said, if that question was asked to him, it's pure and simple. I would say, no, that's it, we're done. And he said, a better, well-structured question would be, does ancient Africans or does ancient African cosmology have any similarities or parallels to modern proposal of the Big Bang Theory? And he said that would be a better discussion, a question for a good discussion, because to even actually get into that conversation, you have to understand and you have to study African cosmology and the Big Bang Theory to even pull out similarities if they exist. So at this point, that question that everybody's trying to argue about hasn't even been answered, because to understand it, you actually have to understand and study two different things which are actually being compared or paralleled to see if they actually are parallel. But at this point, that hasn't been done. But the other question that everybody keeps arguing about, the answer is no. Over. Everybody go home.
I agree with you. See, I know I agree with you, sis. I agree with you. We can move on.
Yeah, she's quoting me. But I just want to understand. She quoted what I said earlier.
Yeah, but I don't agree with you.
And that was the whole point.
She was clear.
To me,
can I share my screen though?
Wait, are you about to share it about the Unk? You asking me about the Unk?
No, we're gonna move to the Unk next, but I'm gonna share the screen about why all the damn confusion. Who started it? Can I do that, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
2 seconds to get to skin this cat right here.
Share. Go ahead.
Do you see it? Ladies and gentlemen, can we see what's going on here? Do y'all see the screen?
Give me a second. I'm about to put up there. There you go.
Yes.
Do you see the hashtag? What, sis? Can you read the hashtag for me? It's in blue.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, good. Big Bang Theory, and then hashtag Africa and hashtag Congo.
Now, what's the title say?
The first fire in the universe, the Big Bang, Congo style.
So at this point, we're saying, Big Bang Congo style. Hold on. At this point, there's some confusion happening. Like, why you got the Big Bang Theory? I'm thinking they're gonna talk about the Big Bang Theory, right?
Okay, so wait. Let me just say this. So now, I just want to ask you a question. Have you read Foucault's work?
I read 120 pages of the nonsense. Yes, I did, because I knew y'all was gonna ask, so I read it. And you talk about mapping the universe. They never mapped. They never did that, bro. I can pull up the pages. I read now. I read 120 pages.
Wait. Instead of assuming. Wait. Let me, man. You like you got assumptions of why I'm asking you what I'm asking you. I'm saying the reason why I asked you.
I did.
Okay, yeah, that's all. Okay, great. So
20 pages of it. I refuse to read anymore.
Okay, 120. How many pages in total?
I don't know, but I got out. It started going into all kind of stuff.
Okay.
Start talking about the being a man.
Have you read it,
Wuja?
Yeah.
Have you read it, Wuja? Have you read it?
Yes. See how
Okay,
simple
so
that is? Yes, but
okay,
no,
so
here's
well,
my
It's
follow.
a
Here's
hundred.
so
It's a
it,
hundred
it
wait,
hold
wait,
percent
on,
wait,
correct.
and
wait.
what
Here's
you
my
read, hold
follow up.
on,
Wait,
before you
wait a
follow up,
minute.
I just want to know before you follow up. In his work,
150
did he
pages.
did he did he say that? Did he say? I haven't read it. I'm asking. Did he say the Congo map the universe? Did he make the claim?
Wait a minute. Before we get there, I wanna because I don't want
Oh,
to jump to the mapping in the universe. I want to talk about the Big Bang because I want the reason why I
That's what
asked
we're
did he
if
talking about.
compare
if
it
at
in that
wait
book?
wait a
Did he
minute.
compare it though, Wuja?
Good
Since you read
good
it,
gracious. Wait, I'm
come on,
asking you.
Wuja. We can get straight to it. Don't ask me nothing. Did the man compare that in the book?
I'm
Did he start
asking
talking about
you.
how the Big Bang theory and how the Congo had some relevance in that? Did he compare the two, bro, in the book? Because it really ain't Sean. It's the book. If you read it,
Okay.
then you would know. Go ahead,
Okay.
answer
Yeah.
that. Then
I
we.
I read the book, but see, I wasn't confused when I read the book
That's
at
not the
all.
point. Was he
But wait,
comparing the Big Bang? Stay there, bro.
no, no,
Oh, we
no. So
confused.
so right, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not the one. I'm not confused. Like when I read his book, I know that Fukuyama is not saying that the Bantu speakers and all these folks that he's talking about in the Congo, in Kikongo, etc., is talking about the Big Bang theory that came much later. I have the wherewithal to know that. So
Also,
I'm
pull
I'm
it
not
up.
I'm
Now I'm
I'm
tired
I'm
of the madness.
I'm
Did he
Pull
say
it
they
I'm
up.
mapped the
I'm
universe?
I'm not
Pull it up.
confused about
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so
Did
let's
he say
un.
He
that
got
they
a
mapped
whole
the
chat.
universe,
Let me
Wujawu?
unshare my
Yes.
screen.
I'm
Sosa, he
asking
got a whole
Wujawu.
chapter
Did he
called
say that?
mapping.
Did he say that
It's
they
called
mapped the
mapping the
universe?
He
universe.
Yes,
He
exactly
got.
what Sheffrin said. There's a whole chapter about mapping the universe.
Do you agree that they mapped the universe?
Not
Yeah,
not
y'all
the
see my
universe.
screen? Do y'all see my
They
screen? Hey, do you see my
Yeah,
screen?
I want to hear. What was your
yeah,
answer,
yeah,
Wujawu?
you had
What was your answer?
you're showing the title that we just said, that Sheffrin
What was
just
your
said, and
No.
you're
So
What was
wait a
your
showing
answer,
minute.
Wujawu?
So
mapping the
hold on for
universe.
whoa. So you trying to tell me when you read right here for the Bantu people, the Congo, I can't even see it.
In particular,
That's
uh
in particular Congo. Now that's in particular
the
what
con
the universe.
the
So what they
Congo
mean
in
by in
particular,
particular right here? What do you mean? What do you mean?
the universe as we see and know it. You got to blow it up. I can't even
I
see
can't
the
see
screen.
it. It's too little on it. I can't see the word.
Yeah, you about to get in trouble. That's what's
No,
about to
no,
happen. Now you can't see it all of a sudden. I can see it. I can see
no,
it.
no.
It
I'm I'm
says
I'm,
no.
I'm
Hold on. He said, universe as we see and know it is the result of a primitive event that occurred, right? Is that in the what? In around it. And he gives some words.
just zoom in on it so everybody can see it. Like
How do
the
you
words
zoom
are
in
too
on it? I
small.
can't zoom in on it. It's on a
It,
YouTube video.
different
I
little
can't.
thing. I can't even see. It's real
Can't make
small
it
on
no
the screen
bigger.
'cause
Yeah, I can't
the-
make it no bigger. Let's
it's a
go here.
different app to Zoom, so it's showing up different.
Is a result of the
It,
primitive event that occurred in and around it.
keep going.
Um,
It's the word dongo, kiite, whatever that
well
is.
known. Yeah, see, I can't.
Well
It's
known as Luku Wulamba, Nzambi, God cooked dough. So that's the cookie god. That's the cookie god, the Oreo cookie god. Watch this.
but
It
hold up. Let me
says
just get to the
the
answer to Sosa. Let
magnetic
me answer your because
matters.
I don't want y'all
Hold
to
on.
go
The
too far.
magnetic, look, wait a minute. The Big Bang. Okay, the Big Bang. So he's saying that the well-known as Luku Walamba Nazambi, God cooked dough, the
That
magnetic. And
is,
when Sean read
he
it,
said
he
that
you
is.
ain't he hid the word God. He's like, oh, God. He mumbled it. He did that. He didn't even say it. He didn't want to say it. He didn't want to say it.
No, it's right
The
there.
magnetic, look,
That
the
is
magnetic materials, the Big Bang. So what
the
Big Bang
mag
is talking about?
the magmatic
Magnetic
materials.
matters, the Big Bang. Okay.
Right. They
Now
use
you mapping the
magmatic.
universe. Hold on.
All right.
Deception. If you got a word say mapping the universe, and then down here you say the Big Bang, all logical thinking people, and this is from his work. I don't know why he cited his own work in his work, but it says it is the result of what? An expanding fire process that leaves behind, through a cooling process. Satellites and planets, it is the process of the cosmic expanding fire. Digongo di Maple. I don't know what all it is. It says,
All right.
according
So
to the
wait,
Congo
wait, 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 wait,
teachings.
wait. Don't go so fast, man. Let's deal with that first paragraph. So
Yeah,
the
let's deal with
title,
that. What is he
right?
talking about?
Right.
Where
So
they at?
okay. So the title of that section is mapping the universe.
Well, hold
So
on. What universe we talking about? Well,
okay. Let me answer Sosa's
I want to
question.
do the slow thing like you do. Map what
Exactly.
universe? We
All
slowing it
right.
down
Okay.
because I know
Exactly.
you're gonna be honest because
Yes.
you got the it's
Right.
the Egyptian and you
No.
got
No.
the spirit of how you call it
I'm
the
very
best
consistent.
character.
Yeah. I'm
You have
just
the
very
best
consistent,
character.
man. I'm
So
very
now we're
consistent.
gonna test your character. Now you can already
Now
find out what kind of character
we in
you got.
2022. I don't have any time.
2022. Don't mess it up. So
All
what
right.
mapping of the universe means what to us reading this book? Right now,
Okay.
what universe?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's what the author means. But let me just answer
Okay, what
Sosa's
is
question related
what's
to
the other
this.
mean?
So the Bantu and people in the Congo, they did not map the universe in the way that we map the universe and what we know about the universe and our mapping today. They didn't have the cosmic, the CMB. They didn't have the Hubble telescope. They didn't compare the comparisons and contrasting of the red shift of the spreading out of different galaxies and
Keep
so on and so
going.
forth.
Got it.
Keep
So
going.
so so
No, don't
so
stop there,
let me
Wuja.
wait.
Wuja,
So
don't
let me
stop.
wait. No, let me
Nope.
Let
make
me let him
listen. Let me make this
Nope.
very clear.
Nope. You
So
left out
no,
some things that's important for the audience.
good gracious, boy.
Yeah, bro. I
Man.
ain't gonna let you stop right there, Wuja. Keep going. What else did they
No,
didn't do? What else couldn't they see? They couldn't see nothing but the sky they was looking at. That's
no,
it. They couldn't get out the
listen,
Milky Way, bro. I
listen.
just wanted to add it in there. Go ahead.
Okay, I understand that,
You
but I'm
agree? No,
trying
do
to
you
answer.
agree?
Well, I don't. Wait a minute. I'm saying that that these people in the Congo did not have the Hubble telescope, and I'm sure everybody agrees
You
with me
know
on
it,
that.
man. Come on, man.
They did not have the cosmic, the CMB.
Not even.
They didn't have access to that,
Not
and they
even.
did not know about the makeup of the atoms as we know today by way of the Large Hadron Collider, and so on and so forth. So they did not have access to any of that data or that equipment to know what we know today. So in mapping the universe as a title of this section, that is not talking about the universe the way that we have it mapped. All right, so now I'm done. I just
No,
want to
it's
be
not
clear
even
on that.
talking
Okay,
about
so
the
when he
universe.
says map a universe, what does he mean?
Yeah, what are you
You have
talking
to,
about, bro?
okay, but I'm
I'm
saying
asking you read it?
wait, yes, listen, I'm gonna answer that question. What he
Okay.
means, what he means
Mhm.
by that is
Mhm.
what he says after that. Like everything he says after that is what he means by that. So
Yeah.
when you write a
Sustain.
book, when you write a book or you
Come on,
create a
bro.
title of a chapter and whatever the case is, obviously the chapter title is going to be whatever it is, but then what comes after it is going to expound and give you the meaning of whatever
Yeah,
the
but he gave
author
an explanation of how. But he gave an explanation of what comparing the parallels of why they map the universe, right?
I think
He's
I think
showing
Yeah,
this.
that.
but we can agree that whatever mapping that he's talking about is not talking about the mapping that we
We
have
agree.
available today.
Thank you. We agree.
Yeah, we
Say we
agree. We're
move
trying to
forward.
figure out what
Okay, great.
what he means. Like,
Yeah,
Okay,
and
okay.
this
So
is
have you read it?
and this is where it comes in with what is being
Hey,
said that you actually have to study it. So you have to study this particular book. You have to study other books concerning African cosmology. Then you have to study Big Bang Theory. Then you have to start drawing out the similarities if you find. But we can't actually sit on a live video trying to figure out what is in the book without actually taking the time outside of the video to go and do the research, read the books, and then come back and discuss the
got
similarities
it.
if something has been found, or actually say we didn't find anything. We don't know that yet, so we can't actually start doing that now.
Yeah,
yeah, well, you know, the
part of
black
the
woman
problem was
always do
that.
save you. Good job, sis. You
But
saved
part of the
Wuja. Y'all
problem
almost
was
tried to
that
dive in.
Asar was saying that.
No, that's just simple research methodology. Like
But
we
just
should
hold
know
on.
that
Just
already.
hold
Yeah,
on. Part of the
thank you. I
problem was
appreciate
that Asar was saying that what we see is for basically for children. In order to have an understanding, you would have to be an initiate.
So what does he mean by that? So
So,
keep going,
so we
Steve.
can't. So even if we, even looking at cosmology, the African cosmology, we still wouldn't understand what they're saying because we were not an initiate, and what we're seeing is for children.
Wait. Hey, Sosa. So if this
Wait.
for
Hold up.
children, I wonder, hold on, let me say something. See, that's the statement that everybody missed. But see, I don't miss it. Sosa don't miss it. Sheffin don't miss it. Concrete Koi don't miss that. Vance don't miss. We ain't missing that. That's an important statement because he's basically saying it's more to it than that. They have a better understanding of what you showing me right here because this is for the kids.
That's not no. That's listen. See, I can tell this is not a shot. So I'm gonna preface my
Are you
statement
kidding
by
me right
saying
now?
it's
If you
not a
say
shot.
that's for
Wait,
children, yo, that's not meaning that.
no,
It's not literally
I'm
meaning
repeating what
no.
children.
I'm
Listen,
repeating what
listen.
Asar said now. Like
I
I'm not.
know.
Oh
I
wow.
listen. I know you're repeating what Asar said, and I watched the video where he said it. All right.
That don't
So
make
wait.
sense what I'm saying though, Uja.
No,
Seriously,
listen.
saying that statement don't make sense.
Good
Before
gracious,
you go
man.
to the long haul.
I'm
Seriously.
not going. I'm not going to the long haul. I'm about to explain it. I'm about to explain. It doesn't mean what you just now said it means. In order to get an understanding, it's just like right now, what physicists do today. Physicists have to explain things in a certain like you have to become a student of physics in order to understand the field of physics, like the whole
Yeah.
field of physics. Do we agree with that?
We
Mm,
agree. You about to say the same thing I just said, just 20 minutes longer. But go ahead.
No.
Watch.
Okay. I'm saying it doesn't mean that becoming a student of physics, you have that physics itself has a better understanding than it does. It just means that you have a better understanding of what physics knows about physics. So what initiates say, like when you get authors who are also initiates in different knowledge systems, like what's his name, Endowing My
Fukiao is
Children,
an
what's his
initiative.
name? Yeah, Credo.
Fukiao is an initiative in three systems. But go ahead, Uja.
Yes. Fukiao is one, Credo Mutuai, and many others. And when you
Right.
read their books and they talk about how you have to become initiate to have an understanding, they do not mean that once you become initiate, you'll know more than the body of knowledge that they already have. What they're saying is that you have to become an initiate to get an understanding of what they have. Not
I know. So
not
that means
that's
it has to be a
not
I
better.
don't understand. That's not
not
no
that
different than what I was.
not
That's
not
no
that
different than what I said.
not that you'll have a greater understanding than what they have.
I didn't.
You'll just have an understanding
That's not the
of it.
statement. That's not what I said. Though.
No,
I
I'm
was
saying,
saying
but
that
that's
it's
what
kind of
that's what it
like
was meant.
what I'm saying is kind of like in masonry,
I said
right?
that we got.
Kind
I
of
could
like
have
in
sworn.
masonry, right? In order to understand and truly get some of the principles, you may have to be an initiate, right? Because some of
Yes,
the things surface level you would not understand unless you're an initiate.
right.
That's what I meant.
Okay, but that's not to say that becoming an initiate, you'll know more than what the people who are
I
initiating
never
you
But why are
will
we
know.
playing this game, though?
I
Uja?
never said
Hold
that.
on, hold on. Let me step up right now, Uja. You and I both know when you initiated, what that means is you're privy to more information than the regular person. Yo, we're not gonna sit here and do this right now. You and me both know that you have the more information that is available to you, which would help you understand a subject matter. Like it's just more to it. So if we talking about the map of the universe, he might not even be talking about the map of the universe. Might be talking about something else. The inside
No,
information, like it's the inside information. I'm wrong with that.
no.
You trying to tell me I'm wrong?
As an initiate myself, and as a person who has been all throughout Freemasonry, you become initiate in order to understand the lessons better, because you
Okay,
submerge
I said
yourself in
that.
the environment. But it doesn't
I
mean
said that,
that
bro.
you wait a minute. It doesn't mean that you know something outside of it or something better or spectacular. It's just that now you're in a position to learn and understand what the lessons actually are. And so all these African initiates, that's what they're saying. That's what
Okay,
Fukiao
okay,
says.
so
That's
okay. So
We
what
don't.
what more could we
Credo
know
Mutua
about how
says.
wrong they got the universe mapping at this point? What more
No,
information could we get that would bring us to a better understanding of the mapping of the universe
no,
in the Big Bang? That we're not even talking about the Big Bang, Mujah. So
all
now
right.
we ain't talking. He say Big Bang, but he don't mean the Big Bang. He say the
Okay, let me
universe, but he don't mean the universe. It's
no.
confusion, Mujah, and
No,
it's not fair.
it's
It's not
listen,
fair,
it's
Mujah.
okay,
It's
let me
not right.
let me dummy proof it
It's not
then.
right.
It's here
No,
here's the
yo,
equivalent.
you need to
No,
talk.
here no here here's the equivalent. If if I speak to the next man in a language that
Primitive.
you don't understand, you're not going to understand what I'm saying. Like if I talk to Sosa in Kiswahili and you don't know Kiswahili, then you're not going to understand what I'm saying to him and vice versa. So it's not until you take the time out to learn Kiswahili in order to at least understand what we're saying. And so, but it doesn't mean that what I'm saying is right or wrong or anything like that. It's just the fact that in order for you to understand what it is that I'm actually saying in the first place, you have to go through the putting in the work to study Kiswahili. Well, guess what? In the African initiatory schools, in order to understand what their lessons are and what they're actually trying to teach, you have to become initiated. That's what that's saying. It doesn't mean that what they're saying is right, wrong, or greater, or some mystical blueprint of the universe, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's what it's saying.
So listen,
What
so
I'm
a more
tell you
simple.
is, Sosa, if you move to the next page, I didn't even know Wuja was gonna fall into it like this. This guy is literally talking about the universe in this book. No matter what you say, Wuja, it's clear. He's talking about the Big Bang. He's talking about green planets like our own planet can be thought of as older. He's talking about older planet, and also he's talking about our solar system. It's all there. He says the expanding creative fire energy that departed from the first event or the Big Bang. Okay, so when you say solar system, our solar system, expanding universe, and all that, bro, he's talking about the Big Bang, bro. Like, why are we doing this right now? What's the joke? It's so bananas at this point. I can't believe you did that. On the next page,
Wait. You said you can't believe. Wait, you said hold up, but you said you can't believe I did. But say that. Did what?
I cannot believe that you actually and the great sister, this man in the helm, she's writing down words and all that right now. So sis, could you go back to that point when he was saying that Fukiao wasn't talking about our universe, but yeah, he's talking about our solar system.
Wait. That's not. Listen, that's not what I said.
No, I can actually say.
Listen, I can rewind in real time and play the audio. See, that's what. See, the little nuances that you get wrong can go.
No.
Take it
But
off
you-
track.
I'm gonna ask you again. Hold on.
Do it.
Okay, well, he does that because I was actually paying attention. I can actually say what he said, and when he rewinds it, what I'm saying, what he said is, you will know what the author means because you have to read what the author is saying. When he talks about the universe, he'll have to explain it in the book where he's reading.
Okay, got you. So then we agree,
And I said-
based off
and
what
I
we
s-
reading, that he's talking about the Big Bang in the universe. Can we all agree?
No, he got to rewind what he said.
Yeah, I said specifically that what he's not talking about. And when I was going through that list of what he's not talking about, you wanted me to keep going.
Yeah, telescope, all that stuff,
No.
So wait a minute. So you can't wait, but you can't have it both ways. Wait. No. Listen.
I thought you said he was not talking about the Big Bang.
No, listen. But I don't know how you could think that when you try to edge me on by continually to say what he's not talking about. You said
No.
Don't stop there, Wujao. Don't stop there.
What I was saying is more things to add to how we know how we know they didn't understand the Big Bang. That was the thing, bro. So now you made a critical statement.
No, but I'm saying but you said you can't believe I did that, but something I did not do. I did not do. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you're right. Now you got a chance, Wujao.
Let me just say this. Let me
say this, Sosa. Let me shut up, Sosa. Wujao, I'm gonna ask you again. Is
Okay.
this book talking about Bantu cosmology and the relationship to the Big Bang? The Big Bang, the theory of Big Bang. Is this book talking about that in this section, Wujao? I'm gonna ask you one more time, Wujao. Is it or isn't it? Seriously.
Okay. Yes. What Fukiao is doing in this.
Yes.
No. Listen.
Let him answer. So
Yeah. Let me answer my question because you gave no an explanation. So let me get a yes with an explanation. So, okay. So in this section of his book, he is attempting to do exactly what I said should have been the question in the first place, regardless of who asked it. What he's attempting to do is to probe the African cosmology, in particular, as he says in the first sentence, the Congo cosmology. He's attempting to probe it and walk through it and compare it to the modern understanding of the Big Bang. So what comes out in the wash, as you read through it, he's doing a comparison. He's doing the comparisons and trying to point out any parallels, any similarities, or what would be parallels or similarities. If you read it, you'll see that he's dealing on the conceptual level. Obviously, they didn't have any tools and instrumentations that we have today. They didn't have the Hadron Collider. They didn't have the Hubble thing, like I said. They didn't have access to the CMB or any of that kind of stuff. So without that stuff, what are these Congo Bantu speakers? What are they talking about?
Not a damn thing. It's their mythology and folklore.
Well,
That's
how
the
do you know
point.
that? But
Thing is like
Because that's all it could be.
how are they
Wuja.
running, how are they
It
running
could be no
parallel without tools though? Like because the Big Bang Theory, was constructed off the tools that we have, right?
no,
So
the
I'm
Big
How
Bang
did they
Theory.
come
Wait,
up
wait,
with it?
wait, wait,
Where
wait,
did,
wait, wait.
where
Listen,
did they
listen.
get that shit from?
Okay, listen. The Big Bang. Let's stay in the present right now. The Big Bang Theory, when it was first proposed, they did not have the tools. Do you
right.
understand that?
No, I
I
don't
get it,
understand that.
but
Yes.
there's
Yes. Wait.
Oh,
Wait.
I
Wait. Wait.
don't
Wait.
get it.
Yes.
yes,
Yes or
right,
no?
They had
yes, right.
complex math. They
I
had
want no.
math.
I want everybody to agree. So
We're gonna say
I
I'm
agree.
saying
Sosa agrees.
I'm saying yes, right? But
Okay,
we
so
but
Sosa agrees. I want to
but
hear
Don't
from
agree.
Sheffrin. Sheffrin, hold up. Sheffrin, can I get you in there? Sheffrin.
You said they didn't have tools.
No, I'm saying when the
Ridiculous.
Big Bang was first proposed, they did not have the tools that we're talking
In the
about. They did
19
not
in
have
the
they did not have the
1900s?
C they did not have the CMB, they did not have the Hubble, and they didn't have all the other stuff. Yes or no?
No, they didn't have those things that you just mentioned.
Okay. And your turn.
They had plenty of goddamn. They had plenty of tools that
No,
would
I'm not
push in
talking
that
about what
direction.
they had. I'm talking about
Wait,
what they didn't have.
hold on. Oh,
Oh my
okay.
gosh, boy.
What they didn't have. That's a great. Okay, well, you want to talk about what they no. Ask the question again, yo. I'm going to show you how you tripping this. Ask the
No,
question again.
why do you think everybody got to, like, you must be
That's
paranoid
what
or
you
something,
doing. I'm
man?
not paranoid. I know how you roll. Watch
No,
how you
I'm
do your
not.
question.
I'm,
Ask your
I'm,
question again, Mujah.
I'm not. It's not a got you thing.
No, ask your
I'm
question
trying to
again,
have an
Mujah.
agreement. Like
Yeah, but I can't agree to something that's not thoroughly complete because
no,
you
it's
named stuff that
good
that
gracious.
came later on. But the point is there were tools that led them to
No,
that.
for
Is what I'm
okay,
saying, bro.
okay. There were tools.
That's my
Okay,
point. So let's say it's true.
but you're making a different point. I want to let's satisfy this point first. And this point is the fact that the original proposers of the Big Bang Theory, in particular the Catholic priest guy, he did not have the tools that we have today, that are used to prove and confirm the Big Bang and give us this confidence and all this other kind of stuff. He had none of it.
yeah, telescope.
He had a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Mujah, it's bananas for you to play this game.
Okay. Yeah. Oh,
Like he had
yeah.
a lot of stuff that would push him to that thing.
He had
You
a
know, he didn't have
$5 telescope. I got you. Okay, he had a $5
Nah, it's not
telescope, but
the
he
truth.
didn't.
No,
He didn't have.
more
He
than that.
said a
He,
$5 telescope.
yeah. He.
$5 back then is like 500. How you talking about?
Yeah. That's why I said it. But
Yeah.
no. But my point. My point though is that coming back to this book, you're saying that they could not like it's no need for Fukuyama to even try to compare anything because they had no tools, so they were just into the spooky and it's just a waste of time. It's just a waste.
I never asked you that. That was my question. I said how are they gaining insight on some of the things that they
I
claim
didn't
to
ask
have insight of
I get to
without
ask you
without
answer the question though.
without
Okay,
because
well,
this-
what I can tell you what a lot of people prior to tools do, they use deductive reasoning. It's basically a logic. It's a math issue. They use math to come to inferences and conclusions
that the
prior
earth
to having
was
pri-
that the
prior
earth
to
went
having.
through a cooling a hot and cooling process.
Stop.
What you mean? I mean, why? I mean, that's you just came out the blue with that. The Earth,
That's what he
the
says.
cooling
That's
process.
what he's. That's what the claim. That's what he says right in the cosmology of the key Congo people, right?
Yep.
So the Earth went
O-
through a hot and a cooling process.
Okay. So, how is it that they can't deduce that? Like not having instrumentation, like the
I'm asking
thermometer
you. I'm
sticking.
asking. I don't know.
Stick.
I'm asking.
Okay, and I gave you the answer before. I said what people do without tools, they use math or they use logic, which is the domain, which is what math is. Math is the domain of logic. Science is the domain of evidence. So they did not have the evidence or the tools, but they used the math, the logic. And this is what
Who?
everybody
What man?
does,
Okay, what man they had?
even to this day. Well, they don't have a name for the math, like
It's
how
not
we
a
name
tool.
how we name math, calculus and geometry and stuff like that. They didn't have
So
names
you
for
so you saying they had
math.
calculus and geometry and all that
It
back
had
then?
something similar to what you're
No,
saying.
That's what you
no, no,
saying?
no, no.
Let's
What
put
I
it on the
am
record.
what I am
Okay.
saying is that they use logic. Okay,
Oh, okay. All
logic
right. Okay. I can say that. Okay.
logic is math. Math and logic are the same.
That's
Mathematics
okay. That's how you explain it.
is the
Gotcha.
domain of logic.
You got that.
Okay.
No, you actually said it prior to the CMB, prior to the Hubble and stuff. What did my man use? What did the Catholic priest
I
use?
understand. Oh,
So
they
so
use
it sounds
magnetes a
like
lot
you
of it
saying
too.
what hold
They
on.
use
So it sounds like
arsenal.
you saying what Assad and them is saying.
Right. You see, you wouldn't wait to
Wait,
go
wait,
for
wait.
20 minutes to talk about the comparison, bro.
Are
No,
we
no,
25
having the
minutes.
same argument again?
Yep. Yep.
I'm
no,
done,
no,
yo. Like,
no. Listen to what I'm saying. All right,
Uja, you just for 20
I'm a
minutes
big
tried to convince us they had logic that could help them think about the Big Bang, yo.
no,
Right?
no, no, no. Sosa asked me the question, and I said what people do in absence of having tools to prove
Mm-hmm.
and confirm, which is the domain of science, evidence.
Okay. Okay.
When you do not have tangible or empirical evidence, you lean
Mm-hmm.
heavily on the side of logic, which is math.
Okay.
Okay, we got two domains, math and logic. I mean, math and science. Science is the domain of evidence. Math is the domain of logic. You got
Right, right.
informal
But
and
there's
formal
some
logic.
areas, but but
Okay.
but there's some form of logic you're gonna need a mathematical equation, right? Just like when you had Isaac Newton, when he came up to this, he had to come up with a math, right? He had to come up with calculus, right?
Okay, that's what we call it. That's what we know it to be and everything like that. Yes, indeed.
So what is similar? What did they have similar to
I
that?
don't. Okay, I do not. That's why I said what I said before. They didn't name their math like how we give math a name, a type of math names.
But they did have the math, you see.
They
And the
they
logic.
they definitely use math, which is to say they've used logic. So, for
Um,
example,
Yeah.
I can
what I'm
give you. I
asking,
can't listen. Wait,
It's
I
a
can
trick
no,
give you
game.
an example. No, wait a minute. I can give you an example when it comes to ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt had a logic concept called Tep Hesep. All right, Tep Hesep is a concept that they had that was heavily relied upon the the logical step and procedural steps of deduction, deductive reasoning. All right, so I named one. Now, in terms of the Congo, I don't know the name of any particular.
yeah, yeah. I don't want to jump at the Egypt because when I get to Egypt, I'm still want to get the. Like, I still want to know like where when if they were trying to be somewhat scientific in thought at the origin practices of it, right? Where are the steps?
When
Where
you
are the
say when you
points?
say when you say scientific in thought, do you have a
I'm
problem with
talking about in terms.
being logical in thought? Like, is it okay for you for people to be
Okay,
logical in thought
logical in thought, right? So
and be absence of the scientific evidence at the time?
right, okay, logical in thought, right? But
Okay,
even people that are logical in thought, you follow them right through time, right? Other ideas coming in place, right? And they right that which they make adaptation to the logic. So within the cosmology, where do you see the changes and the correction and the deductions or the additions as ancient Egypt grow in time, 100 years 200 years? Where do you see the story transform to account for a better understanding and new logic and more observation?
Okay, in ancient Egypt, you have different explanations for the same or similar things, and one corrects the other or expounds on another.
Give an
So,
example. Give an example
okay,
from
so,
the noon. From the noon, show me how. Show me the adaptation from the original noon creation story.
okay, well, noon would be a bad example because with noon it was very very consistent. There were really
It
no
never
changes
changed.
with
Right.
noon. There was really no change with noon.
Okay. So
And
noon's
and but
dead.
what
So which?
but no 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 no. But let me just say this: none was so consistent with them that it just still stands to this very day with physicists and quantum physicists using the same exact concept.
I'm just gonna say, okay, they nailed that one, got it
Wait,
right.
wait,
So
wait. But I want you. I want you to marinate on that for a bit because you
I
the
don't.
one
I
brought up
mean,
new just now.
I don't
Okay.
like. I don't. I allow it, but it's so vague. That's why I don't really. I'm not gonna really contest that. That's what I said. So
Wait, but
show me.
wait. But what? Hold on. No, 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 no. It's not vague. Like,
Okay,
see,
I
I
don't
could
want to
tell. Like
listen.
you. All right,
Keep
listen. No,
noon.
no.
You got it.
Okay,
I
but
don't
hold on.
want to get bogged down there. You got noon.
Okay, but listen.
No, no, I don't want
I
to
need
get
you
there.
to
I agree.
I
You
just need to
won.
under you. But hold
You
on, hold on.
won
I
that. I
just
don't want
want.
to get stuck there, bro. That's not my point. You won that. You
Okay,
said it didn't change. It's consistent.
okay. I
Show me
know,
the other
but
cosmology that started one way, and you see
okay,
it develop, and addition and subtraction were made to adjust
okay,
with knowledge.
but but all right. What has to be said in all these conversations is strengths and weaknesses, right? I can tell that you lack in like studies about African cosmologies. Now, and I don't mean that in no negative way, shape, form, or fashion. It like,
I
but
don't
like
take it in a negative way.
if I compare me and my um study versus you and your study in terms of African cosmology, I have a lot more than you do. And I could just tell that just by the conversation we're having and
Yeah.
conversation we had
Well,
before.
Jabo, I'm gonna save you time. Of course you do. Now let's get to the.
Okay, okay. So when you ask me questions, I want you to remember that though, because I'm trying to.
Okay, so
I'm coming from the perspective. But I'm coming from
uh,
trying to cram something in I know you don't study. So when
okay. You don't have to cram it.
when you brought up new, you the one that brought it up. By the way, because you asked me the question
Yeah, and
about
that's why I said.
showing
That's why I said you
progression.
said it's consistent. So that doesn't fit the example that I'm looking for. So I said let's move to another example. I don't want to get bogged down there because that's not my. I don't want to. If it's
Okay.
consistent, then that doesn't fit the criteria what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's
So
why I
I'm
said it's a
asking
bad example. Okay, go ahead.
exactly. So let's get off the bad example and then give me a better example so I can see where you're coming from, bro.
Okay, so what I was saying when you brought up new was that in Egypt you have different what today's people will call different creation stories. This is
Hmm.
what people label them today. These different creation stories. And some of these stories seem to contradict each other or go in a different direction from each other. But they actually do what you were asking me to show you. They're building upon different ideas and concepts of different groups of intellectuals at that particular time. So the way they organize the information and the way they document it and discuss it, you'll see if you compare them and line them up side by side, they appear to have
Can you give an
contradictions
example? Can you give an example of a mythos? Can you give an
What is
okay,
he
example?
talking about? What is he talking
okay,
about? What you talking about, real quick?
He's saying that within the
boy.
mythos, through time,
Uh,
that you
uh,
can see the development, like in logic, that they were adjusting, like how you see the development, like in the modern science, you see the development. There are additions and subtractions because they're trying to work through the logic to come to we say I say a scientific conclusion because we're the modern format, but they're trying to get it right and they're taking out things and adding to it. So I'm asking for give me a mythos
trying
that does
to
that.
trying to get what right? The mythology.
Yeah, through what
Try,
through their mythos, where you can see like
Now
they're
if
making
now
corrections.
now
yeah,
they
but you know,
okay,
Wu
just
Dao
let's
thinks
just
that they didn't believe in a God though, so you know that throws all that out the window.
Okay, but
I
listen,
just want the
listen,
story.
listen, listen. But listen. Okay, just as a note that, like I said, they call them cosmologies. They didn't call it their stuff mythos and stuff that you're
I'm just
attributing
using, for
to it.
lack of a better term. I don't want
No,
to get
I
bogged
know.
down on semantics. Yeah, that's
No, I
what.
know. I know. I know. But just for
Yeah.
the
So
listening audience, I'm just
what
trying to.
particular story? Like set a root. Like I saw a
Okay.
set. Like give
You
me
No,
mean like
no.
the Greeks
specific.
did it? You mean like the Greeks
Okay.
did it? The Greeks
No,
had
no.
logic and all that. They had different stories.
No,
Yeah,
no,
the
no.
same way,
So,
right, Wuja? Correct.
man, I'm gonna give them some examples. So,
I know, but
one,
I'm saying like the Greek stories. They had the same type of logic and stuff in it. I'm
nah, I
just
don't.
saying.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not. That's not my specialty. So I'm not gonna go over there.
Oh man, so
I'm in
they had
Egypt.
something different then, huh?
I don't know. I can't. I'm not gonna see.
Mm.
I don't speak about books I ain't read.
The
So here's
Iliad
the
and the
thing.
Odyssey.
Yeah, I did read those, but I'm not. That's not
So
my
you know they
area.
had logic and all that in it, right? And some
I
cosmology, all
acknowledge
that.
my weaknesses. I'm not going to talk about the Greeks stuff. Let's talk about Egypt. That's what you asked me about. So here's the thing. So in Egypt, you have a story about the famous eight, the Kimenu or Kaminu, which is the number eight, and um,
Which relates to
particularly,
what though? What did they relate to? I think we read. I think that's what Reggie was talking about, the Akakat and all the whole thing he was doing, right? The Ogdod or whatnot.
yeah, that's what the Greeks call it, the Ogdod.
So what's that relationship to the eight? What
It's
does the eight represent?
it means eight. So these are eight principles that are given a name of deities, and the stories surrounding those eight differ in the stories dealing with Atum, and differ with the stories dealing with Ra,
Let me hold on for a
and
minute,
so
Yeah, but
on.
Wuja.
what is the
Hey
eight?
Sean. Hey
What was the
Sean, pull up though, Sean. Hold on, Sean, pull up.
yeah? Say
Pull up,
who's the
Sean, because
what
you're
is the
talking a
eight?
Okay,
whole lot of nonsense in it.
okay, all
You
right. So
chatty
Yeah,
patty
what
right
is the
now,
eight
Sean.
yeah,
a
Hold on
representation
for a
you
of?
minute,
could type in
Sean
the chat.
chatty patty.
Wait,
Hold
but you
on.
can type it in the
He
chat.
chatty but he chatty
Type.
patty though.
I know, but he's
Now,
typing in.
now you got one moon cycle, Sean, to show you
He's
how
I don't know
ridiculous
what's
you are.
going on. I'm not
Talking
even in
about
the
the
chat, so I
Bantu
don't know what's
teachings.
going on.
Yeah, I know what's
okay.
going on. Let's get to it, Wujah. Did the damn
Okay,
Egyptians understand the Big Bang, Wujah? Yes or no? Forget all
okay.
this. Let's get straight
Wait,
to it.
no, no,
Now
no,
I'm gonna
no.
ask you stupid
I'm gonna
questions.
come.
So
I'm
give
gonna
me the
come.
stupid answer.
I'm
Was
gonna
they
come.
close to it? What was they doing? I don't even feel like doing all this. It's a bunch of nonsense. Hey sis, I appreciate you having me on though, sis. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I gotta get off it, man. It's mess with you, man. Yeah, Sean, I got you though, Sean. I got
Okay,
you, yo.
so
You done.
Yeah, it
I'm
was
all
gonna
right,
fun.
unban you with the cookie guard monster. I got you, yo.
all right. So hold
Cookie
up.
guard, I got you.
So wait, Sosa. So back to what we were saying. So you wanted an example of what I was saying. What remember go back to what I was saying. I was saying that in Egypt, you'll see what modern scholars will call various creation stories, plural, and they will and when you read them, they will give the appearance of contradicting each other and so on and so forth. But these are elaborations or explanations on the intellectual understanding of that day that differ from group and different time. All right.
Right. So I'm trying to
So you asked
understand.
me. So you act right. So I'm just doing a quick review because Unc went on. So now we're down to I named as an example the
The eight.
Camino, the eight, right? And
Yeah.
that story that surrounds them in Memphis or Mennefer or Memphite story is different than the Heliopolis story of Heliopolis or Enu story where you have Atum and those set of so-called deities and gods and the stories that surround it. And
Yeah, but I'm
so,
trying to figure out
okay,
what are the eight, right? What are they a representation of? The eight, but are they a representation of something that's in the universe? Like, is it a is it cosmological? Like, I'm trying to figure out what does the eight represent?
well, not the knowledge that we have today of the universe,
Yo,
but
that's so
the
what you say,
process,
Shavis? What you say though, Shavis? You said what, yo?
I'm
huh?
gonna to fight with the chat,
Nah,
so
what
like,
you
I
say
don't
though,
know.
Shavis? You
Wait,
said
wait,
what? Sean said
Unc,
what, yo? I
mute.
read that though, yo.
Listen,
You was saying
wait,
what?
Unc.
I'm gonna to fight with
You
the
could
chat.
type,
Yeah, all
yeah,
right, because I'm saying,
type in
nah,
the
yo,
chat,
some things funny, some things
type.
not though, yo.
Hey,
Nah, I don't
but
gotta
Unc,
type nothing, yo. I can read. That's the public reading
I
right there.
know, but you're
Yeah, but
interrupting the
everything ain't funny though. But
conversation.
everything ain't funny, yo.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
everything
that's
ain't funny. Yeah,
listen,
but everything ain't funny. I ain't never been a funny dude for real. I ain't
Unc,
never been a
you're
funny dude.
being, but hold up, but you're being
No.
disruptive. You could
Okay,
type to
well, I'm
them.
getting off. Let me get off here then. I don't
Okay,
got to type to that.
respond. Yeah, respond
Yeah, because
in
we
the
know how to
chat.
keep it all 100. right?
No.
And niggas is just mad, excuse the wording. They just mad because they did exactly what that book was trying to do, and everybody copping out. Ain't no heart in that situation. And I don't appreciate that. None of them got
Okay.
heart. And I don't appreciate that. Lack of
All right.
heart. I don't
Okay,
appreciate
but
that. And I'm out.
all right.
No heart at all. Backpedaling,
But
backing
listen,
down the
but you got to
street, going
understand, but you
back in the
got,
house. You're
but you,
right. You're
you
right,
got to
brother.
step outside of
I agree.
what you're dealing with,
Totally
because
agree.
you're interrupting the conversation.
I apologize, but what is the conversation about right now? To prove
See,
what?
you don't know because you too busy watching.
Okay, my fault.
He,
So what are y'all trying to prove right
he
now?
trying to give me an example of the
Man,
principles, so I'm
and I
trying to,
can't,
because
even do that.
he's saying
All
they
right,
make corrections. So I'm trying to figure out what these
all
principles
right.
are and what are the
Let me
corrections
shut
that
up
they
and
made
interrupt you,
based
sir.
on
And they,
logic.
but hold up, for the record, they're not necessarily corrections. They sometimes they're further elaborations
All
or
right, Danny,
elaborating
Damo.
on different aspects of
No, I want, yeah, I kind of
what they're
wanted
trying to
like,
explain.
yeah, I kind of want like corrections, like, because like you're not gonna get it right. Like certain things you're not gonna get it right. You're gonna take things out. You know what I mean? To allow for more of an understanding. So you may say, well, we once understood it to be this, so we're gonna take this out and put that in, take that out, put this. See what I'm saying? We'll elaborate here.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
kind of what
yeah.
I was
No,
asking
no,
for.
I know what you're asking for, but in a limited time, and that's why I said what I said earlier. If I can give you some literature so you can on your free time to try to probe it out. But I'm just giving you just things. So like when Akhenaten came on, and he replaced Amun with Aten. Do you see that as a replacement trying to correct something, or do you just see it as some spooky stuff?
I see it as another person coming through with an ideology, but I don't see it as like Galileo going against the Catholic Church or some shit like that. No, I don't see it in that form.
Well, that's weird because that example is actually closer to what happened because Akhenaten shut down the priesthoods and stuff like that.
Yeah, but Galileo was based his understanding was
No, I'm not.
based
I'm not.
on
I'm not. I'm not.
evidence.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
so
saying they're exactly the same, but I'm just saying the fact that you mentioned Galileo, who went against the clergy, Akhenaten can be said and is said to be the same to do the same thing, shut
but
down
but
priesthoods and
why?
stuff.
I'm talking about why he went against the clergy is totally different. Unless you're saying it's the same. You're saying
No, no, no,
Akhenaten's reason for going against the clergy in Egypt was the same as Galileo going against the Catholic Church.
no, not in the particulars. No, no,
Uh,
I'm being general with the idea because you brought up Galileo. I'm just saying that was weird because that's kind of more of a parallel than any other example you could have thought of. But my point though is that it comes down to you just not seeing it because like you asked like every question you asked me was more on the why and not what happened but why. And when you get into why, like why somebody did something, like we're not living in Akhenaten, just for that example, or whatever, or even the biblical character I was talking about earlier. We're not living to know exactly why. We can only deduce based on a whole bunch of other parameters and things. So what I'm saying though, to get back to the various different elaborations and or corrections and stuff like that, look at the various different creation stories. They're calling them creation stories. So these are stories that relates to how things come into being. And so there's not just one. There's
but
several.
you
Just
said there
like
were different. There's different gnomes, right? So different, in a sense, different cultures around. So I mean,
no,
that's kind of
no, no. It's not a different culture. No, no. Can't get you squeeze that one by. No, it's not
well,
different cultures.
the upper and the lower, the upper and the lower are a representation of the same groups of people.
They were all Egyptians. So why not?
That's, I
What's the
mean, we're all Americans, but that's
yeah?
not what you know what I'm saying.
No, they
Within
were all
America, there's a makeup of different groups of people, even though we're all Americans. There's still different groups of people.
yeah. But we had one government that
I
we
mean, we
pledge
got one
allegiance to.
government in America.
We pledge. Yeah, I'm saying that's
Yeah,
why I said what I said.
but
We
within
we
that system, though, there's
we are
still
we are one. Wait, are you saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson's physics is different than somebody else's physics?
no, because we're talking about back in the day. So right, you have other societies covered in with other God concepts, right?
No, well, no, because see, you're asking me questions with like 70 pounds of assumptions stacked on his back. So I'm trying to eliminate that. I'm saying that you're assuming based on how you're asking me is that it's like different societies, different. I'm saying nah, they were all Egyptians. Um, they scribes, they wrote the same thing. Like I can go from lower Kemet to upper Kemet, and you'll see the same style of glyphs. The people who actually were responsible for documentation and recording these different
Yeah, but I was
things
trying to get
and
something a
stuff like
little. I
that.
think
So
I was trying to get something. You kind of give me an answer. But it's kind of. I was trying to frame it better because you're not really giving me what I was looking for. So I think
okay,
we'll
so
just move
okay,
on.
okay, so
We'll just move on
so
from that.
ask me in a different way,
I I I I don't
because
think I can. I don't think I can. I
I don't
don't
think I
think I
could
can.
successfully. I don't think I can successfully answer your question to your
Yeah, I
satisfactory
don't think I can frame it. No,
without you
frame it better
without
than
you
that.
without you
Because you.
taking up the study.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I can frame it no better because I think it's like showing me different creation stories for me would not be evidence like because I'm looking for it in terms of how the science came about. You see different
Yeah, but as I
iterations of
said,
it and growth,
but
but I wouldn't.
but
So when you do different creations, but like I get what you're saying, where you're going with that, but I don't. I won't put that on equal footing.
with what modern science?
No, yeah, because we're talking. I'm talking about how when you follow from Greece to now, you see certain people getting a little bit right, getting some parts of it right, and another guy coming saying, "Okay, you got this right, but you got that wrong," and you see
Okay, let me ask you.
it
Okay, hold up,
building
stop right
and
there.
building until you get to where you
I'm
are
glad
right now.
I'm glad you brought that up. Which is more known in your mind? Which is more known and more studied? The Greeks articulation of all these things we're talking about, or the Egyptian articulation of the things we're talking about?
It was supposed to be the Greeks. I would guess the Greeks.
Okay, so when you just now said that, when you brought up the Greeks and said that, okay, like the Greeks and how people can build from there and say, okay, this was right, this was wrong, this right, this wrong. They don't do that so much with Egypt because of the very fact of what I just said and what you agreed to. Egypt is not studied in that light, like
Okay,
Greek
I get it. Well,
philosophy with
that's yeah.
Aristotle,
Then that's
Socrates,
the answer, and I accept that.
And Galileo and stuff. But when you do, and there are people who do, no, I'm saying when it occurs, people don't know how to embrace it because they're comparing it to like how people deal with the Greeks. So, for example, a person like Foucault, a person like um, Obenga, and these other scholars in Africa that are initiated, that are from that environment and the whole nine, when they start to talk about these things, all of a sudden they are bat crazy and into spookism and stuff like that, and they're not giving it the same respect or whatever as if when people talk about walking from the Greeks coming forward in today's time, and to me that's unfair because I can break down to you. Now you don't want to start deal with Noon, but Noon I keep bringing up Noon
No, the reason I
for the
want to deal with
purpose.
Noon because you said it was consistent throughout, and that wouldn't fit the criteria that I was looking for. That's why I moved on from
Okay,
Noon.
okay, yeah, exactly. But in Egypt, okay, so in Egypt they have a concept of this immaterial. Okay, so let me ask you this: Do you believe that energy is a thing? Because I don't mean to insult if you don't, but there's so many people I ran into that think energy is some kind of thing as opposed to a measurement.
No, I mean we went through we went down the energy road. Like I said, I get what you're gonna go with the Noon in the energy. Like we just went through this whole thing with Rob on, so I already know where you're going with it.
Oh, you went through some with Robin? Okay, well I didn't know that, but I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
okay. Well, the Egyptians had the concept about energy not being an entity, it being a property of matter and so on and so forth, and how
Mm.
all things that come into being material, which is
Comes out
matter.
of Noon. Yeah.
No, but it's actually energy and matter, manifest at the same time because energy is a property of matter. Without matter, you have no energy,
Mhm.
and so on and so forth. The way they articulate it is what you would call a myth. Like you would call their articulation of that a myth.
Right. So what about if I say, um, in the beginning there was the word was with God, and the word was God. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I could then say, well, that run parallel with the Big Bang, because in the Big Bang there was, the nothingness is always something. So when it said the word was with God and God was the word and the word was with God, then that's them saying that in the beginning there was always something, and out of that something life emerged from. Can I make that parallel?
So you're saying in the beginning was the word,
Hmm.
and the
And the
word
word was with God, and the word was with God,
the word
and the
was
word
God.
was God.
And you're saying that means that it's talking about the origin of all things.
I'm not saying that that's
Cause
what it
it's
means. I'm saying, could I run that? You think I could run that parallel with, uh,
what, the Big Bang Theory?
yeah, the
I mean, not
nothingness? Just not no. They're not gonna have the whole Big Bang theory. That's no, we can't do that. I'm talking about just parallel.
I mean, it says in the beginning, so they're attributing something to in the beginning. So they're creating a starting point.
Right. So
And
that
they got
runs
the water
parallel.
in there. They got the water in there too.
Where
The primeval,
in Jump,
primordial, the primordial joint. Yeah.
I'm
in
going to
Jump,
bed, man.
in
That's
Jump.
crazy.
All right, so look before y'all get out of here, let's deal with
Uh,
this unk with the man thing. What was that about?
yeah, what's up with that? What is it? Do unk mean man standing by itself?
Yeah. Ankh is a man standing up. That's what it is.
Yeah, is that what it mean? It mean man.
Um,
Simple. When you see
wait,
the symbol standing
okay,
by
I'll make
itself,
sure I understand the question. Are you saying
when you
does the
see the
word?
unk, when you see the unk,
Uh huh.
all right, hold on, let me do it like this. It's better. Share the screen. See that? Do that mean man?
Wait, you sharing the screen?
No,
Oh,
I ain't sharing my screen. Look on the
your
camera.
necklace,
Do
your
that mean
necklace.
man, yo? That's all I want to know.
Nah, nobody can answer that because there's several words unk. So it depends on which one, man. You
This
can't.
one, this to match up with this one.
No, that's what I'm
This symbol
saying.
right
That
here.
that okay, that symbol represents a series of consonants, but it multiple words. There's a unk that means a oath. There's a unk that means a pair of shoes. There's a unk that means prisoner. There's a unk that means a document. There's a unk that means life. There's a unk that means a person, a man. If that's what you're asking me, there is a word for unk for a man, a human being. There's a lot of words for unk. I
So
mean,
if you
there's a lot of words that today we would pronounce the same. Today we call them homophones.
okay, so if I say the Egyptian symbol, this if I say the Egyptian Ankh symbol means man, then you can say the same thing.
I could say there is a word unk. Oh, the symbol itself means man. Nah, the
Yeah,
symbol
the
is a
Egyptian
is a
symbol
rope.
means
No, the
is a
symbol
rope.
itself is a rope. The unk itself is a rope. You have a metal one that's in the likeness of an unk, but the actual unk was a rope, and it comes from the shinu is also a rope. These are things that were tied, but the word unk, there is no such thing as the word unk. There are several
Symbol.
words.
Hold on, I'm gonna
There are
find it. I'm gonna
several
find it.
words. There are several words
Mhm.
that today we would spell alike and sound alike. They call them homographs if they're spelled alike, and homophones if they sound alike.
Okay.
But they mean different things. So homograph and homophone, people need to become familiar with that. Then that solves the whole unk is man question. There is no single word unk.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna read this to you.
Just
I'll
like
get there.
the English word two, in terms of sound, is three separate English words that sound the
Okay,
same.
let me read this to you.
TOO and TWO. Okay, go
All
ahead.
right, let me read it to you. The Egyptian Ankh symbol itself is nothing else but a symbol of a man standing vertical. Is that right?
Okay, repeat that because it sounds like he's talking about the symbol itself.
Yeah,
What the symbol? What
they say
inspired the
the
symbol?
Egyptian Ankh symbol itself is nothing else but a symbol of a man standing vertically.
Okay, so what that sounds like to me, whoever wrote that is saying that what inspired the symbol of the Ankh was a man. Like every glyph takes its inspiration from something in the environment of the Egyptians, whether it's
Okay.
the flora, fauna, or man-made objects. So what that sounds like it's saying is that the Ankh was inspired by its design was inspired by a man, upright man.
And you
So
knew
so
about,
read
and
it.
I'm saying,
So
is that
so
there?
read so read it one more time. I'm gonna make sure that that's what I'm
Yeah, that's
getting.
what to say. You got the book, Wuja. You said you read it. It's in the book. It's in the Bantoon book
I know, but I'm saying read that statement you just said.
on page 28. Won't you? You don't got the book? I'm gonna get the tab.
Not in
Let me
front.
read the tab.
I don't have it in front of me.
I said the Egyptian Ankh symbol itself is nothing else but a symbol of a man standing. They say in Ganga, standing vertically inside the V of his community life as a priest and leader. Yeah, man, come on, man.
Okay, wait. See, now that you said the whole thing, then but I can tell you this: the Ankh
Mm-hmm.
symbol itself is not a man.
What is it?
Okay,
What is it?
It's a rope.
it's a rope.
It's a
All
rope.
right, I'm cool with that.
It's a
I'm
tiny
good.
rope.
I'm good with
Okay.
that.
Asar would disagree.
Yeah,
No,
argue me down.
Asar doesn't disagree because in Asar's paper he says the same thing. So
I know. I got the paper. I was using that next. That was my next one. When the moon make the second rotation, I'm reading all that. Yeah, of course. I got the paper. You know I do. Yeah, when
no,
the
but he
moon
said
comes.
he said no. He said Asar said
Didn't
the same thing.
Asar
You're
say
saying
that
Asar.
the Uncle Self?
Yeah,
He said
arguing
it
me
was.
down. He went up and went through the Walter Bush and messed
Said
it
that
up.
she
He did
said it
all that.
was.
No,
Yeah,
but listen,
He
but
said the
but here,
Uncle
here's
Self is a man standing vertically.
no
He
here here's the
demonstrated.
no here's the thing. You have the meaning of words, and then you have what inspired the symbol that's used to write out the words. Those are two totally different things. The meaning of the word Ankh, there's no such thing because there's several words. So there is a word Ankh that means man. There is a word Ankh that means document. There is a word Ankh that means life. That's what most people are familiar with. There's a word Ankh that means prisoner because it means rope. It's the bound the when person's hands are tied behind their back. They call them Ankh because they're bounded.
Mhm.
So the symbol. Are you saying so? The symbol. Oh, I'm asking. The symbol comes out of.
Inspired by a rope.
It was inspired by a rope, or was inspired by a
A
man standing
standing
vertically?
man between the V. And he already gave me that answer.
No, I said right. So I'm saying the symbol does not was not the scribes were not looking at a man standing up and then being
Thank you.
inspired to create the Ankh symbol.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate that. That was a
That
good
that
answer.
that that wasn't the that's not what the Ankh represents.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought I was going crazy there for a minute there. I'm saying we saying so we back to
But
sanity now,
look,
right?
but hold up. Let me just tell
No,
you an
hold
easy.
up. We was already good. Like, why you go touch it up? It was just good. Which I was like, we settled
No, I'm
in.
not. No,
You
I'm not
gotta touch
I'm
making.
it
just,
I'm
up.
not.
I'm
I'm
I'm just picking on you, bro. Like, go ahead,
okay.
go ahead.
No. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you out help you all out for the future.
Okay,
Whenever
hurry
there's
up.
a whenever somebody brings up Egyptian symbols and the literal inspiration for what the symbols are, the first place you should go to, not the only place, but the first place you go to is the Gardner sign list. Just bust
Okay.
open a Gardner sign list, and all of the signs are grouped into categories and they give what they are.
Mm,
Like
mm,
they'll say this symbol is a door bolt. It was
yeah.
inspired by a door bolt. This symbol was inspired by the ox's heart. This symbol is the tongue of so and so. So just start there, and then that will kind of shave down a lot of unnecessary
Right, but so do you think that Fukuyama
craziness.
got that right in his explanation, or you
Nope.
think he got that wrong?
Well, based on what Unc read just now, because I don't have the book in front of me, but based on what Unc read just now, Fukiao is talking about the meaning in Ganga because that's their word, cognate for Ankh, and it's referring to. It's not inspired by a man, but it's referring to someone who is upright and does certain things in the community, and so on and so forth. So Fukiao is right because that's all throughout Africa in that sense. But if he's saying that the symbol itself, that the way that symbol looks, if that's supposed to resemble a man
That's what
standing
he
up in
said.
in, in
That's
this
what he
in this and
said.
that. Well,
He
nah,
said
but
the
if you
Egyptian,
read,
he wasn't talking about the Congo. He dove
if
right
you
into.
no, no, he said in Gaga.
I just
No, he
wanted to
said.
say that for the most part, I think this was mentioned by Asa on some other one of his actually a couple of his videos, because I think he's done most of the work with reading different books written by African authors that are actually translated in English. And one of the things that people need to keep in mind is that some things actually, when you understand translation, some things are kind of hard to translate them from the source language to the target, which is and we've seen that with even words that people translate as energy, as spirit. But you when you're reading these books, that's why it's good to actually delve into that particular subject, and also the language itself, from the person who's actually writing what has been translated in English, because some things actually get lost in translation. And when you're translating these kind of things, because there are some concepts that are actually hard to just transfer to other languages in that sense, and some nuances get lost. So when you're reading these things, you have to keep also these kind of things in mind. So it's not just going to be a quick read and you see the word universe and you're like, "Duh, look at that, like that's what he meant." Or see this, he's argue with maybe the word energy, like they said this is energy, because there are some things that will be actually hard to actually really translate from that particular language, but you will adjust once you get into that particular field, and you're doing that work of trying to figure out what does this person mean about their particular culture and their cosmology, and going through the language itself. And that's why also Asai does what he does with the with linguistics and whatnot. But that's what we need to keep in mind. I just wanted to add that, so that we don't get too bogged down in the English words that we are reading.
Judy crazy. so okay, so hold on. Let me. All right, just give me 2 minutes. I just wanna reiterate what I said, and why I even went live is one, I've taken a 3 month hiatus from Facebook and everything, like straight up cold turkey. Um, and I plugged back in, and like the first thing that caught my eye was that conversation, and I didn't catch it all. So I admittedly say I only caught the video where Asar gave a presentation, and then it was basically a conversation with Asar and the panel, the pseudo killers panel, basically. And I saw most of it. It was like a 5 hour long video, I think, altogether. But I saw most of it, and so that piqued my interest because because when you study African, like I look for people who are qualified to actually do the comparisons, to see like people do with the Greeks. People will take the Greek literature and Greek documentation, and they will compare that to modern everything, and they'll be like, "Oh man, the Greeks were right with this, but they were wrong with that." Like out of 10 things, they right about four, they wrong about six, and so on and so forth. And people do that respectfully and more on a scholarly level. But when it comes to African cosmologies, I don't see the same effort. I don't see the same. Uh oh,
That's not true,
what
yeah.
happened? Oh, okay. Hold up. I don't see the same
Why you say that, Buddha?
respect. Okay,
Okay,
Respect
because
and rigor.
how is that not
yeah, I don't.
true?
Okay, because one, there's way more books on comparing um, early Greek philosophy and stuff with modern everything. There's just way more books. Like statistically, there's way more books.
Then
And not only
Egyptian
not
philosophy?
yes, definitely. Not Egyptology in itself. I'm talking about
What you
the
talking about?
study. I'm talking about the study of comparing Greek philosophy when it comes to
Hmm?
logic, nous, um, Aristotle, Platonian,
Hmm?
Neoplatonian, all those kind of things is done more in a scholarly area and with rigor, way more than African cosmologies is done and things like that. African philosophy and cosmologies and stuff like that. It's
You
just
saying that Egypt?
yeah, not Egypt in itself. There's a lot of literature about Egypt. Egyptology, I mean, Egypt is famous. Egypt is
Right.
commercialized and
That's what I'm
everything.
saying. I ain't know they was getting not thinking it was no Egyptian philosophy. That's known.
No, no, I'm
That's
not saying the existence. I'm saying study. I'm talking about scholarly works comparing African philosophy and cosmologies to everything modern versus Greek philosophy and cosmologies and with modern things. There's way more rigor and scholarly stuff with the Greek comparisons than there are with African cosmologies.
I ain't never
Hands
seen
down.
nobody try to put the Iliad with the Big Bang. Y'all ain't never seen that.
No, I'm saying okay. Let's take for example what was mentioned on your show, the Greek concept of the atom. You have seen that, right?
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, I seen that.
Okay, did okay. So what I'm saying is that because the educational system
Hmm.
and the scholarly what's considered scholastic and scholarly is dominated by European institutions. We can agree with that, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, Harvard, all these major institutions of education are dominated by European institutions. Can we agree with that?
Yeah, with African books in them, written
Okay,
by
I'm not saying.
African scholars from the continent on the
Yeah,
subject, which they
I'm not.
should do.
I'm not saying that they're absent of African scholarly written books. What I'm saying is that
I mean, on the subject you talking about. I'm talking about the
these
subject you talking
insti- these institutions are dominated and curriculums are patterned after the rigor and study of the comparisons between Greek philosophy and things with modern subject matter. Can we agree to that?
about. Well, Conan, what subject you talking about? What subject you talking about? Then give me a good book on it. I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
I love it.
S-
Give me the
Okay, when
Greek
you okay,
matching
when
up
you
Big
okay,
Bang.
when you think of science, just a
Mm-hmm.
general science, not a
Mm-hmm.
particular science, just science in general. Do
Mm-hmm.
you do and you think of the educational system
Mm-hmm.
and the textbooks that are used in college and high school and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are they flooded with, do you think Africa or do you think Greece?
I think we're in European civilization, so it's gonna be us that it's gonna have to be dedicated scholars, real scholars. It's gonna put
No,
the textbooks
I'm
in.
not what should happen. I'm saying what is right now. I'm asking you about
In
what things
America, you talking
stand
about in
what thing
America, right? In
yeah
America,
in Europe
in our
and in
school
America.
system. I
Yep,
don't know about Europe.
in our
I've never been to Europe,
okay in our
so
okay
I couldn't speak.
let's keep it to United States in the
Let's
United
keep the
States
United
educational
States.
system. In the United States educational system,
Mm-hmm.
do you agree that the curriculums, the textbooks, and even the way in which things are taught is dominated by European institutions, which is heavily lean towards comparative work, scholarly work, rigorous work with Greeks, more
Depending on what
so
subjects
than
you I
Africa.
can agree.
More so,
I can
more
agree.
so, most
I can agree.
subjects,
I can
not
agree.
all, but most. You can agree, right?
Hey, we're in America. We wouldn't, why would it be any other way? And when you get to
Okay,
college, you can get a broader study. The libraries are much better,
okay.
and you
So
can
so
get
you're
into
so
Egyptian
you
philosophy, West African and these
yeah. Once
serious
you
libraries. They got that.
yes,
And
once
these
you get out of
museums
once
got libraries. They got that.
yeah
I'm just
once
for
you
the record though. Well,
I know, and once you get out of college, obviously the sky's the limit. You could do whatever you want. But my point though, which you agree to, is I'm going backward to my point. What I'm saying is that my statement and claim is that more rigor and more information is available with people doing the comparative work of Greek stuff with modern sciences and subject matter, more so than African cosmologies and philosophy. Hands down.
yeah, but I see them have everything sectioned off. When I go into a library, they got Greek mythology, they got science section, and you don't find the Greek mythology in the science section. You got the religious section, right?
Yeah, but
You
see,
got
you keep saying Greek mythology though, and
I
I'm
don't see
saying
them placing that. I know the
no, but
transition between philosophy, science come out of philosophy. Am I correct?
yeah,
I think that's what you was
you
talking about earlier.
but see, I'm not saying that they mix. Uh, they create these categories and separate mythology from philosophy from science.
Yeah, yeah, you
But
got West
that's
African cosmology too. I can go right the Barnes and Nobles. You go to Barnes and Nobles, they got.
no. Listen, you're talking apples and oranges. I'm not talking about the existence of books in bookstores. I'm talking about the curriculum, the actual required curriculum, the prerequisites to go
In
from
high school.
grade K
But
through
why would
12
you
and college. Listen, K through 12 and college. This is what
but
we
why
know.
would you
Listen, I am a
why
math
would
and
it be any other
science.
way? I get your point, but I'm trying to figure out why would you wouldn't the continent of Africa supposed to do that?
No, no,
Right?
no.
Like
But
Russia
my
wouldn't do
point.
that. That wouldn't make sense, right? I get your
Okay,
point.
okay.
I'm
So
trying to
back
figure out, but
to
why would they do it?
I'm not even getting into why would they do it. I'm saying
Yes, of
that's what.
course it is.
Okay,
Yes, of course. What's going on?
so
Where you at?
because this is how it is,
Okay.
I'm saying Africa gets the short end of the stick because when we bring up African philosophies and cosmologies and everything like that, it's not looked at as the same as people do with the equivalent on the Greek side of things because
I don't agree with that statement,
we
bro.
are
I
we are
don't agree with that.
okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't agree with that. Like no one's standing around talking about the Greeks had a big bang. They get the same beat up. And that was my whole point. I said all indigenous cultures. I named all of them: the Assyrians, the Sumerians, the Greeks, the Runes, all of them. Britannicas. I named all of them, bro. The Romans. I didn't leave none out. Everybody else just wanted to dive in on that. I didn't leave nobody out. I said all ancient cultures. That's what I said once we got into it.
No,
Who's that?
I know, but
Right. So
here's
I
the
didn't. So
no, no.
y'all interjection, Africa. I'm saying it was on par. I never said Africa wasn't
No,
during
what I'm
certain time
saying
periods on par with the rest of the world.
no, what I'm saying is that when people make the attempt, okay, Fukuyama is making an attempt to do what I said in the beginning. That's the worthwhile question. It's a stupid question to ask if anybody born prior to 1921 if they had an understanding of something that was proposed after 1921. That's just crazy. Um, so I said the better pursuit of a research question would be: are there any parallels or similarities to ancient or African cosmologies and the likes with modern understanding of science on creation or whatever subjects? But we're talking about the Big Bang Theory and how the universe began. Because the Big Bang is synonymous with creation, right?
Mhm.
The Big Bang Theory is a 3 word phrase or title
It's a
for
third.
creation.
I don't know if it's a third, but it's a third.
Will you agree to say that it's a creation theory?
create. No, I'm gonna call it what it's supposed to be. Creation is for the religious, and the theory is for the science. I'm not gonna mix
No,
that. I just
no, I'm
refuse.
saying, no, I'm saying, is it a creation theory?
No, it's a Big Bang theory. That's something you were saying, John. You can't get me in saying you're saying.
Wait,
I
wait.
don't understand that.
Okay, so you
Don't,
don't like the
don't.
word creation? No, no, I'm
Yeah,
just trying to figure out why
yeah,
you don't like the word
because
creation.
because creation denotes something that happened. We know things is a constant. There's no just the creation. It all came in. Everything
Okay,
has to
no, no, no.
evolve
You
and
you're not you
transform.
okay, okay,
That's
you don't
all
have to
I'm
sell
saying.
me. Okay, you have to sell me. All right.
Okay, okay.
Do
That's
you
what I would say.
are you okay, are you okay with if I say origin theory?
The origin of the universe, that's the Big Bang. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
are you comfortable with saying the Big Bang theory is aka origin theory? It's an origin theory.
No, it's just called the Big Bang. Is talking about the origins of the universe.
Right, but
Yeah, I'm
it
not gonna mix with the religion there. What I got. As soon as you do that, you put it in the religious thing, the origin stories. It's the origin.
okay, I understand because see,
Oh,
as a atheist, I know you're very careful not to you have this defense about
no. It's
anything
no, not at all.
religious
No, 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 no more
or
than
that's
no more
or
than we
that
can
might
talk about
smell.
Africa and you're running Egypt. That's not necessarily so. I'm simply saying when I'm understanding things through the lenses of science, then I need to understand through the lenses of science. When I'm understanding things through the beautiful African creation mythos or an African creation philosophical viewpoint, that's a beautiful thing. I don't even want to mix it up with science. I think it's ridiculous to even try to parallel it. I think it's stupid. Like you think this is a stupid question. Well, I think that was stupid. I even
Okay,
think it even
so
more. Hold on. I
I'm
think it
trying to
even
understand
more stupid. Let me
where
finish
your
my
limits
point.
are. All
Let
right.
me finish. I'm showing. I think it even more stupid that Fukuyama write a book mentioning the Big Bang and mention. I don't think it didn't need that.
I don't
I
think you've
think the
read it.
Bantu cosmology,
I
and I
don't
think you're wrong.
I don't think
And
you've
I
read
can get
it
into when he talks about the different
and understood
characters.
it.
And I'm saying
I can
I understood 120 pages to realize I can keep reading that.
I don't believe you. So
So
maybe one
talk
day
about
if
the
you had
first
spare time.
120. Let's talk about
Wait.
the first 120 pages. Well, that's had a
Okay,
discussion
okay,
about.
all right. Okay,
So he
so
breaks
do
into
it.
a
We're gonna
section
do a
and
show.
talks about the
We're
different
gonna do a
character
show.
traits.
Okay,
Now, I'm not
we're
doing
gonna.
all that. I want to do it right now. I don't want you to brush
No,
up.
I don't.
Let's get into it
No, I
right
don't.
now. The first
No, I don't.
120 pages, what I said I read.
I don't.
Let's
I
talk
don't.
about it.
I know, but that's equally
Oh,
stupid.
man.
I told you I don't have
That's
the book
equally
in front of
stupid.
me right now.
Okay, well, you
I
shouldn't
don't
need the
have.
book in front of you, right? You should at least
I don't.
understand the brief synopsis, what he was talking about. When he
No,
go
no, but that's
into the
the.
different
No,
moral
no, we're
characters,
not
which
gonna.
I thought was an excellent
No,
portion of the book.
we're not gonna microwave it. I'm saying I don't believe you understood what you read. If you read what you said you read,
Oh,
because
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't.
yeah. I never, yeah, yeah, you're right. I didn't understand. It was slap stupid for me. You're right.
Yeah, I
Except
don't
when he
believe you
talked about
understood.
the building of character and how the Bantu people built character and how different when they talk about the ancestors, they talk about the two worlds and your character, the way you should act on this world.
So
I thought
so
that
your
was a beautiful
opinion.
thing.
Okay, but I just
So
want you to understand
my opinion was
your
my
opinion
opinion
about
was
him being stupid or right about a thing on
no, no,
something
no,
you
no,
don't
no, no, no.
understand
My opinion was no, no, no. My
it's
opinion
just
was this the slap stupid part was when he tried to play the Big Bang card, and everybody around it tried to act like that wasn't what he was trying to do. So much so that you and the sister said it was a stupid question. Well, the question wouldn't have been asked if he hadn't tried to do it. So now we realize that he actually did try to do what everybody act like he didn't try to do. And Sean actually read what the dude tried to do, but act like that's not what he was trying to do. And if that sounds confusing, then you just ain't paying attention. So it never was a stupid question to ask in the first place that Fukuyama didn't put you in the position to have to ask in the first place, Wuja. So like I said, Bantu cosmology and the way they construct their character and their communities is a beautiful, great thing that African Americans can look at and take from. But the
okay. But
very fact
listen,
that you put it up against slow moving, stale science, right, is horrible. It never
okay,
needed that.
but
I'm
I
just
get it.
saying. It's
Okay,
almost like Ujah. Let me say this, Ujah. I've been quiet for a while. Let me say this. It's almost like most of us aren't even comfortable with the achievements that Africans made. We're not comfortable with 400,000 years of achievement before anybody even popped up on Earth besides us. We're not comfortable with the achievements in astronomy. We're not comfortable and the way we understood and mandated moral character and the way we live. We're not even comfortable with the way they mastered their world. We're not even comfortable when they invent their cosmology out of their imagination and talk about their world. No, you know what we gotta do? We gotta apply it to the whole world and make a big crazy argument over it and then slide out of it through the back door when they get called on it. No, I don't appreciate that. That absolutely has nothing to do with the Greeks and how many Greek texts we read in America. That has nothing to do with none of that. And it's all a smoke screen to get away from the original point, Wujai. What was the original point? That Fukuyama tried to demonstrate that the Bantu people
I don't think
creation
you should
story
bring it
had
that
something to
up.
do with the quote unquote Big
I
Bang.
don't
Shouldn't bring
I
what
don't
up?
I
I
don't
think
believe
I
you
should.
I don't believe you understand what you read in Fukuyama's book, and you actually said a little while ago that you didn't. So
No, I
I don't
said what
take
I was
I don't
being
take
facetious. I was being
yeah.
facetious. I
Okay,
was
but
being
I
funny.
don't no. Okay, well, I'm
So
not being
I'm trying
funny.
to tell you,
I
I'm
don't
trying to tell
believe
you,
you
I can read,
understood.
but
I don't
that's
believe you
fine.
understood
So watch this. That's
Fukuyama's
fine.
book.
Right. So then he shouldn't have wrote it. Then.
Now we
Don't
could
write the
walk
book and
through
can't
it.
nobody understand.
We could walk we could no, that's not on the onus of the author now every time. Come on now. But my point
Hey,
though
Wujai,
is
Wujai,
but
Wujai.
hold up. I'm saying
You get start from page
maybe
one.
one day when you
I'll do
have
the game with I'll have time to start from page one in
yeah,
this particular conversation.
and we
And
can
we
go
and because you kind of flop, just for the
no,
record. You
no,
flip
no.
flop. Yeah. He actually
I'm
said that
I'm the
you hold
most
on.
consistent. I'm the most
No, you're not.
consistent
No, you're the
person.
most. No, you're not.
Listen,
Oh,
we
let's
could
see.
run this tape back, and I have not changed an
Okay, let me
iota
show you what you did. All right, let
of
me
my
show you what you
stances
did.
or
Watch
anything.
this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you what you did on this tape. We can clip you up like the mob. They clip you. We can clip you.
Okay,
You
okay.
said that
What did I do?
Fukuyama wasn't
Yep.
talking about the Big Bang when he wrote that
Nope. That's not.
cosmology.
Nope. I said I
What is that?
specifically said. Hold up.
What is
I
that?
specifically named things that he was not talking about, and when I did so, you edged me on to
No,
keep naming some things.
nope. Okay, we got the clip on that. Okay,
Wait.
let's see.
So you have convenient amnesia now.
No, that's absolutely what happened because you named some things. I wanted to name other tools, and then Sosa came in. That's not the part I'm talking about. Uja. I'm talking about when I asked a specific question about Bantu mapping the universe. I
Yep.
said, in this, he's talking about the Big Bang. You was like, nah.
I
I read the
said.
book. He wasn't talking about the Big Bang. He was talking about
But
Big World. What you said?
listen. We can rewind what I said.
Let's do that.
I
Because you could be
specifically
right.
said.
You could be right.
I specifically no. Listen. I'm repeating myself now. Now I'm paraphrasing myself. I was talking about the fact that nobody in the Congo that Fukuyama is even attempting to talk about was talking about the modern day Big Bang theory. I named some things. I named some things in the Big Bang theory and stuff like that. But now, the chapter that you pulled up and you're talking about, which I don't think you understood if you read it, it's called Mapping the Universe or something like that, right? Mapping the Universe. Isn't that the title
Yeah, but don't
of that
finish
of
what
that
you're
of that
saying because
of
you're
that
supposed to
section?
be proving that you didn't say he wasn't talking about the Big Bang in that chapter. Because you did say what you just said. You did exactly say that nobody in the band would understand. You said they would think that they would
Yeah,
understand the Big Bang, right?
exactly.
But the question, okay. But my next point was that wait a minute, but he's actually talking about the Big Bang then. Because yeah, see what you like, he's not talking about the Big Bang though. He said that, Ujah. And then I get to the second page, and he's actually talking about our universe, right? Which is the same as the universe. And that's why you're saying I didn't understand what I read.
No, I don't think that you understood what you read because when I say things um
This is the most
like
crazy
you
thing ever, yo.
no
How
no
do I
listen
get
listen
stupid?
no no
Wait,
no
how do I
wait
go
wait
from a scientific journal of clearly catching everybody up the way they misunderstand? But when it comes to certain people right now, I don't understand. That's damn
no
near insulting. It is no way you're going to tell me, Mujah, that I don't think that that man is not talking about when he says literally, he says our solar system and our planet. So he's talking about the planets in the universe. He's talking about the Milky Way galaxy. And when he says the universe, he's talking about the universe. Y'all come behind and
wait
act
hold up
like they know what we're talking about, Mujah.
Okay, let me ask you a fundamental question.
No,
Do you
Wuja,
do
come
you
on,
do you believe?
man.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. I'm saying,
Man.
do you
Wow.
believe? Do you
I
believe
quit.
it's even worthwhile? Let me get the question out. Do you believe it's worthwhile for anybody to compare African cosmologies to modern physics or modern sciences?
What?
Do you think it's worth it?
Yes, for fun.
Worthwhile.
Yes, and honesty. Yeah, don't start doing it and say, no, I ain't doing it. Yeah,
No,
but
I'm saying.
don't start doing it and say, I ain't doing it. So if I
No,
come to
wait,
you and
wait,
say, I
wait.
see you, hold on, Wuja. Yes, watch
I'm.
this. Yes. But when you start doing it, and I say, well, no, they didn't get that right, then let's just have that conversation. Don't back out and ask like that. That's not what you're doing. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying right now.
okay,
So if
okay.
it is
Now
worthwhile,
I
hold
want to
on.
understand.
So if it,
Mhm.
oh, so you get it. So if it is worthwhile to do it, then don't act like you're not doing it. See, that's different than
Okay, but
just had a conversation.
I don't want to if it's worthwhile. I'm asking you, like your
No, I'm
personal,
saying
your personal. I'm
my
asking
personal being, no more different
your.
than the Bible. No more different than the Bible and the Quran. It's the same. It's the same word match to me.
No, I'm
What
asking you.
what you
See,
can
you
find
don't
plenty of
understand my
people like to
question.
do
Wait,
it.
wait. No, I
You
don't.
said,
I
is it
don't think you
worthwhile
understand.
doing? That's not your
I'm
question.
saying,
You said, do I think it's worthwhile?
do you think it's worthwhile? Right? Do you think it's worthwhile to compare African cosmologies and philosophy to modern science?
No, I think it's fair. Nope. I think it's I think it's more.
So your answer is no, and
I like
now you're
the answer was no.
expounding.
No, if I answer. No, if I
Okay.
answer. No, I think you should compare African philosophy with Greek philosophy. I think you should compare African cosmology with Greek, Roman, Native American cosmology. That's what I think. And I think you should compare African science like astronomy with modern astronomy so we can see where it came from, how it worked. That's what I'm
Okay.
thinking. I'm thinking you should compare, hold on.
Okay.
I'm thinking you should compare science that occurred in certain places in Africa with science. I think you should compare math with math. That's just me, bro. I don't like to
Okay.
play the
I
Bible
got you.
game because it becomes a game when you
Okay,
do
I
that.
got you. Okay,
Yeah,
I
now
got you.
my
So
creation story is better than yours because it's closer to this.
okay, so now
Right.
now I'm clear. I'm gonna repeat so you can see that if I
We
understood
don't
you
gotta repeat
correctly.
it no more. You heard me. I
No,
don't
no,
gotta repeat no more.
no.
Not no, but
I want to
hell
make sure.
no.
I want to
No,
make sure. I
not
want.
no, but hell no.
Okay, I want to make
That's
sure
it.
that
You don't got
that.
you. Wuja, you heard me. You heard me. You asked me my opinion. You
Okay,
didn't
I
ask
got you.
me because we know plenty of people do it, Wuja, but they don't
No,
just
no,
back out of it.
no. You. I asked you, and you said no. It's not worthwhile. You don't
For
believe it's
me,
worthwhile to do that. Yeah,
for
yeah.
me. So don't
Uncle
show me
Keck,
30
Uncle Keck,
astrophysicists to
Uncle Keck,
do it, because that ain't
Uncle
making no
Keck.
sense.
All right, I got you. Okay,
Right.
okay.
That's the
So
game. I showed you 30 white people to do it. Now that makes some
no,
sense.
no. Well, that's the game. Everybody plays that game by citing sources and running that
Citing
like
sources. So now you go, let me get this straight. You asked me a personal
cited
question,
source. No, no,
right?
no,
And
no.
I told you
I'm
from
not.
whoa. You
No, no,
is.
no.
And
I'm
and you
not.
asked me a
I'm not.
question with my opinion on it. So if my
Yes,
opinion don't
and I
match
got
up
it.
with other people, Jai,
No,
then
I'm
it
not
is what it
interested.
is.
No, I'm
So
not
I'm saying
interested in
for
other people.
me,
Wait, wait, wait. Look,
I'd rather hear
you're
African
repeat.
philosophy
Wait, you're
close with
repeating
other
your.
philosophy.
Wait, you're repeating yourself when I was getting ready to do it just to show you that I understood you, and you didn't want me to. Now you're
But I
repeating
know you
yourself.
understand me, though, Wujah. You didn't ask a complex question, bro. You asked some simple things.
And
Of
I'm not
course you
asking.
understood me.
And I'm not asking 30 other people. I'm asking you, and you
I
gave me
know,
your
but you
answer.
so you saying you gotta re-ask me that again for what? For the setup
No,
question? What would be the
no.
purpose in asking me again, Wujah? After I
Listen,
gave you a clear answer.
I never said I'm going to ask you again. I said I
No,
was just going to.
it's a motive. What's the motive?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
gotta be a motive. You gotta have a motive to re-ask the same question after I gave you a clear
I'm
answer.
not going to ask you or re-ask you. Who said I was going to re-ask you anything?
You said let me ask you again.
No, I did not
Again
say
means
that.
the same thing I just.
I did not say that, man. Are you listening to the same conversation? I did not say I'm going to re-ask you anything. What I said was I had already asked you a question. You gave me an answer, and what I was going to do was repeat your answer back to you so that I can make sure I understood your answer.
And
And then,
like I said,
you said I don't need to do
you
that. You
know
said
it,
I don't need to do that.
right? You don't need to do that because you understand
And I
my
and I
answer.
s- and I
This is
said
not
okay.
rocket science answer.
And I said okay. And that was it.
No, you didn't say okay. We had to fight a little bit over whether you was gonna answer it again. Knock it off.
No,
It wasn't
no,
just the
you
okay, Wuja.
no, you brought up the fact that other people do it and don't cite
Wuja,
30
this was
white
after
people,
you.
30 white
Wuja,
people and stuff like that. I'm like, man, who brought that
Wuja.
up? I'm
I'm
not
gonna
asking
say
30
this.
people.
Watch this, Wuja. When you asked me the question and I answered it with an explanation, you didn't say okay. What you said was,
I'm going to
let me make
repeat the
sure.
answer. Yep.
Yeah, repeat your answer so that I'm sure. And I was like, nah,
But
you got
that's
it.
not I don't
You
have
don't
to
got to
ask
do
you
that,
nothing though.
Wuja.
I was just going to reiterate
Okay, well,
the your
reiterate, right? I said you don't have to do. You don't got to do that, Wuja.
right, and I said
Right.
okay.
That's what I was fighting for. You
And then I
didn't
said
dive and say
okay.
okay. You was like, no,
No,
I
I
want to
said
ask you that. I want to repeat it so that I'm sure. That's what you said. And I
you
said,
said I
Wuja,
don't
it's
have
not
to. You
rocket
said I don't
science.
have right, you said I don't have to. And when you kept saying I don't have to, I'm like,
Yeah, but I had
cool.
to keep saying it. The reason I had to keep saying it because you was pressing to do it.
No,
It
you thought
wasn't
I
like
was
you
going
just
to
said
ask you.
cool first
No,
time.
you thought I was going to ask you some more questions and what's the
No, I
motive and
actually
all
thought
this
you
and
was
that.
going. No, I thought you wanted to repeat my answer just to make sure that that was my answer. And I was saying, no, you don't gotta repeat that. We all clear. I said it's
Okay,
not rocket
no,
science. You don't have
no,
to do
no,
that.
no, nope. It's straight. So I got it. So I don't. So based on your answer, I really don't expect you to fancy that line of work or study and stuff like that. Like how you are right now. You don't really fancy it. So I understand now. I have a clear understanding now.
Yeah, but I don't mind people
So
doing it. But don't. But
so
listen. But I
but you're
don't
not
mind
interested
people
in that though.
doing it.
You're not
No, but
interested
I
in that.
don't mind. No, no. Here's the point. Here's the point, though.
You
Remember, I
don't think
said
it's
this.
worthwhile though.
No, 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 no.
You
Listen,
think?
I said,
Oh
no,
my
no, no. I said,
gosh, man!
no. What
You
I said
just
was,
you
no. I
said
said,
no.
no. I said, I don't think it's worthwhile, right?
Right.
Then I say, but when other people do it, it's okay as long as they don't back out of it when they get challenged
I
on
got
the
that. I
things they're
got.
trying to
Listen, you don't have to repeat
match.
that. I got that. You don't have to
Okay,
repeat
then.
that.
So why you
I
laughing
got
and
that.
joking then if you know what I was about to
No,
say then?
no. I'm laughing because you said no, and then you
I
sound
was
like you ready
saying
to
no
switch
to the
up.
thing. I wasn't gonna switch up. You ain't let me get there.
Okay,
See? Right.
but here's the thing. You because you feel that way, you don't mind other people to do it. You yourself think it's not worthwhile, but you know the fact that other people do it, and you don't. You said it's okay as long as they
Hey,
don't
John
back
Wiki,
out.
your mother a clown. How about
As
that?
long
You heard me
as long
clear. I said your mother a clown, John Wiki. From the chat, John Wiki mother's a clown. I just want to put that in the atmosphere to get that straight.
boy, man, you are
Just to get that
easily
straight.
triggered, boy. You are easily
I
triggered,
like
boy.
yeah, I ain't got no better to
Some
do. I'm having fun. When
somebody
the clown come
somebody
on, right, then it's
somebody
your mother's a clown. I like that.
somebody could push your buttons real easy, boy.
No, not
That's not
necessarily. I did it
that's
because
not
I felt like doing it. How about
no, I
that? I ain't
know.
even mad. Right.
That's
I
the
like that.
excuse. I get it. That's the I mean,
Now
cr-
I want you to think my buttons is pushed. I just want to get that off.
no, but I'm saying he pushed it though. But anyway, all right, so I got it. So you don't fancy it though. I mean, just in summary, you don't fancy that kind of stuff. But let me just I got this comment, Mika's comment on the screen. She said, "Well, Jao, you need to stop telling people their questions are stupid." So, here's the thing. So I don't know if Mika was tuned in before. The question of asking anyone or anybody, I'm not even putting a name to it. Anybody asking a question if this is just a basic matter of chronological logic, dealing with chronology. A person born and living prior to the discovery or proposal of a thing is not going to have an understanding of that thing if they were dead and gone prior to the thing even being proposed and discussed. So for somebody to ask that, it's a stupid question. Period.
It's like somebody bringing in the question that did Africans or ancient Africans understand aeroplanes? Obviously, like that's not a question you want to ask unless you're high, drunk, or whatever, because it's like no. So that's what is meant, like at this point. So that concept, that the plane, what a plane is, wasn't in existence during that time. So you can't ask if, unless you actually believe that those people probably had time machines and they came and they saw it and then they went back to their time and now they had an understanding of that thing that they saw in the future. So that's what is being said at this point.
Yeah.
Can I have a wait, hold on. Can I have a conversation with the great sister? Uja, please.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. Now hold on. Let me just say something for the video. Like I haven't been monitoring the chat, so if the chat been buck wild, I
Don't worry about
can't
it. I've
I
been
can't
handling it for you.
I
Don't
can't
worry about it.
because the whole chat has been blind to it most of the night.
Yeah, man, having fun. Everybody having fun. I want to talk
But
to Emma.
hold
Come
on,
on,
hold
man.
on.
Let me
Okay,
just get the question. Come on,
before
man.
you okay, you got a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, question. Sis, where you at? Okay.
Whole time.
Can you understand? Can you? I'm just saying, from just a human observation, can you see how questions could arise if a person said this culture had a big bang, and then you say, well, they didn't understand the modern big bang, right? And they say, no, I wasn't talking about the big bang, but everything around it says Big Bang Theory. Can you see how that could possibly be confusing and would force such a question? That's all I'm saying at this point.
Yeah, so if somebody said that, did these particular people have a big bang? The first thing that I would ask is, what do you mean by a big bang? At that point, then I would have to know what is it that they are actually using to describe or cloth as the word, as a phrase, big bang. Because big bang, if somebody said, did they have a big bang, and they could probably mean like, did they have water, or did they have a concept of them having a creation. So I know you don't like creation, so let's change that origin story. Then I would be like, well, yes, if by big bang you mean a concept of trying to explain the explanation for our origin or their origin, then I would say yes in that instance. But first I would have to know what they mean by a big bang. Now if they say that those people had telescopes and understood uh, Big Bang in the way that we understand Big Bang at this point, then I would say no. So I would have, there will be a few things that have to be in place for me to know how to respond appropriately.
Correct. And then they start running away from it like they wasn't trying to do it. Then that's when the whole confusion starts. And everybody looking at the second video thinking, hey, they wasn't really saying that, when in essence they was. And for real, it would be nothing really wrong with that. Let's have a conversation around that then. Let's parallel it. Let's see if it really parallels. Let's see if the parallels simply comes from a good guess or just comes from your imagination. That's different. You can look in all creation stories and find something that's equally similar. That's okay, but don't run away from it. That's all I'm saying. That's
Okay.
my whole point. Once you do it, don't run away from it and make it seem like we asking a dumb question. That's all I was saying, Emma Cat. I swear to goodness.
Okay, so let's we're gonna simplify things real simple. Did anybody prior to 1920s understand the Big Bang Theory? The answer is no. So when I say anybody, I'm talking about the entire planet Earth and all humans born before 1920, etc. Did they have an understanding of the Big Bang Theory? The answer is no, because the theory itself was not proposed until after 1920. All right, so let's get that out the way. So that's the easy. The 60 seconds, that conversation is done. Now, the new question, and where it deserves a conversation, an actual conversation by people who are willing to put in the work, is, are there any similarities and parallels between African cosmologies, the various African cosmologies, and modern day science on the topic of the origin of matter or things coming into existence, i.e., the universe, etc.? That's a question that's worthwhile to have a discussion. But the only people that's qualified to really advance that conversation are people who study both, because you can't study the Big Bang and then know nothing or very little about African cosmologies and then try to giving opinions about the comparisons, and that's what I see people doing. So that's what I see a flaw in the conversation as well as the ill-framed question itself.
Question.
So those things are going like for me, for example, I study modern science, being a computer scientist and stuff like that. I had to study physics and then logic and stuff. I have that background, and I study Egyptian cosmology and stuff like that. So I can have intellectual conversation and have no problems and feel very comfortable comparing the two and talking about the two with intelligence and whatnot, and not come up short. But there are people who don't know little or nothing about the African cosmologies will have a lot to say about that when that kind of conversation is had.
Okay.
And
hold on.
I don't think
Question.
that's fair
Question.
or should even be done.
Okay, question. How much do I got to know about African mystery system cosmology systems when someone tries to compare a car, the modern day car, to transportation that they had back in the day? I don't have to know nothing to know that they didn't understand certain metals and plastics wasn't even there yet, and the engine. I don't need to know nothing. Whatever comparison you're making, you might have got a part right through sheer luck and sheer imagination.
But you
But
may
I know
not.
you didn't come to that
But
conclusion. No, it's no a car, Uja, a jet plane. I know they wouldn't have known that.
no,
I don't have to study
you're
anything
saying,
about that. And
yeah,
that's
you're
the part
saying
that's frustrating, bro.
no, but you're
You
saying the
gotta
same
know
thing I
that,
just said.
Uja.
Hold up, wait, but I do, and
Right,
you're
but that's
and
what,
wait,
so then
no,
stop acting like I gotta know, read a million different cosmology
just
stories
say no. It's not a
to
million. Don't
say that they
exaggerate.
didn't
That's
understand it.
okay, but let's not
That's
exaggerate.
crazy,
You don't.
Wuja.
No. But I want you
It's the same
to
thing. The Big Bang is
no,
just as hard to know.
no. Listen,
Wuja, if you
here,
don't even know your place on the earth, how you know your place in the cosmos? You're not you don't even
listen,
have the wherewithal to ask the
Unc.
question, Wuja.
Listen,
Wuja,
You listen,
you playing right
Unc.
now,
No,
Wuja.
no, 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 no,
You
Unc.
don't
You
have
don't
the
listen, Unc.
wherewithal.
Listen,
I
Unc.
listen very well. I
Wait,
heard what you said.
you don't even know the systems in your own body. And you got the nerve to talk to me about some other stuff and some other animals. You don't even know your own anatomy and how it works and why it
Do you
does what
know
it
your own
does.
anatomy and how it works, Wuja?
Irrelevant. I'm talking about you though.
No, I'm
You, Uncle
okay.
Kept.
Right. Okay, since I don't know how my anatomy works,
No.
hold
I'm
on,
using your
Uja,
logic. Wait. I'm
Uja,
using wait.
Uja.
No.
No,
I'm
you're
using
not.
your
No, you're
logic.
not,
No.
Uja. So,
No.
okay, so
You
you're trying
said
to play the stop
no.
sign. You playing the
No,
stop sign right now,
no.
Uja.
I'm saying no. I'm using your logic. You said that they have to know X, Y, and Z before they can know A, B, and C. And I'm saying let's apply that to you right now.
Apply to
You,
me. Apply to me.
yes, you
Apply
don't
to me.
know. You don't know a thing about your endocrine system.
Okay, so give me 2 seconds and I'll learn about the endocrine system. How you say endocrine system?
No. You do
Uja,
not
Uja, I
know
have
about
Uja, I
your
don't
endocrine system.
Uja, listen, but I can look it up right now like you did. That's the point. I have access to it, Uja. And I'm saying they
Wait,
have no
wait.
access to it. They can't even
No,
ask the question you just
no.
asked, Uja.
Listen, no.
Uja, they
Listen to
can't
me.
even ask the question, Uja.
No,
I'm trying to say,
Listen.
Uja, Uja,
Listen,
Uja. See the game you playing,
listen.
right?
No,
Listen, Uja.
no. You think everything is a game. No, I'm saying
Everything is getting wasted.
you listen. You
That much.
have to admit that you don't know everything that goes on in your own body, but yet you feel comfortable on an everyday basis to talk about things outside your body. Everybody does that. I'm not isolating you. I'm isolating you in this conversation, but everybody does that. So
Wow.
if you require people to know
Wow.
certain things prior to even probing and conceptualizing things outside of it, that's illogical. That's faulty logic 101. Like they don't have to know about the continent of Africa to conceptualize and ask research questions about the origin of matter and things like that. Like, where does everything come from? They haven't seen everything, but they can ask that question, where does everything come from?
And plus, even us in our modern times right now, we don't know everything, but we can actually, give explanations, our hypotheses about those things, and using what we already know and making deductions. So even for us, we can't just talk about those people, because the same is always applicable to us, at this time,
Yep.
even with the tools that we have that are advanced.
And so the point here is um faulty
That's
logic
all.
versus
That's
sound
not
logic.
faulty logic, Wuja.
No, no,
I'm gonna
it
say this
absolutely
again,
is. It
Wuja.
absolutely is.
I do not. Oh, I'm gonna say this, Wuja. I do not have to read indigenous cultures to know that they could not build a car. So if you're
But
trying
that
to
that
tell me,
wasn't, no, now
if
you
you're
changed
trying,
it. Now you
okay,
changed
did
it.
they
I
did
didn't I
they
didn't
comparable to a car or run in parallel with a car? You're great with mixing stuff up, Wuja.
no,
You
they
know what
no,
I'm
no,
saying?
they did not
You
have,
got it.
listen,
That's not that
listen.
has
We
nothing to do
we
with me
established
understanding the endocrine system.
we established that nobody ancient had a car. So you build off of that. You don't have to reiterate and go back to that. That's a fact that should be pinned into the conversation. It's baked into the conversation. Nobody ancient had a car.
Okay, so
So
what is
so
my
no
point then, Wuja?
no
So they wouldn't have
nobody
known
ancient.
how a car worked. Hold on. So they wouldn't have known how to fix a car and how a car works.
Okay, you're saying the
That's what I'm
same. Wait,
saying.
I know, but you don't have no need because we already
Yes,
said
I
the
do have a
similar. Wait,
need
wait, wait.
because you're
Listen.
actually act no, you run
No,
the stop sign and act like you don't know I already said it. While you continue
no,
to say I need to know the endocrine system in my body since I don't know it,
no. That's
I
not.
ask
No,
every
that's not.
day.
Listen,
That's the
listen. That's
point you're
not
trying
why.
to make,
No,
Ujah.
no,
And you're trying to
no.
frame it
That's
real
not.
slick.
No,
You
that's not
is.
why I said. No, that's not why I said that. I
I don't know
said that
why you
based on.
said that. You said that. You said it was
I
faulty
said
logic. How is that faulty
no.
logic, Ujah?
I didn't say that because of the car thing. I said it because of your statements of what people need to know before this, that, and the third. And I'm saying no, that's inconsistent because you don't know everything about what goes on in your body, but you feel comfortable. Everybody does. I'm not pinpointing you. Everybody feels comfortable talking about things outside of their body. If they would spend more time getting to know their own body, maybe they'd be better off instead of talking about other animals and stuff that they're not even made of or part of and stuff like that.
I know, but how
We
does that weave into the conversation of now? Make it
no
make sense, Mujah.
okay. I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
make it.
How does that fit into the how does it
Okay,
fit into the conversation when we
okay,
talk about the Big Bang Theory
okay.
and
What
we
I'm saying.
understand why they know what they know? And
Okay,
I
I'm
tell you
saying.
that Wuda, they haven't even understood. Watch this. They have no access to. They didn't even understand where they was. They was only talking about
They
the
did
world they was in.
understand. Listen.
They
They
only
they
understood.
listen.
They did not
Listen.
understand where they was, Wuja.
Listen, they understood where they were. They didn't understand. They didn't have a concept of race either. They didn't have a
We're not
concept of
talking
a
about
continent.
race.
No, I
I'm
know, no,
saying they
no,
didn't
no,
know about the
no.
continent and all that. So you're
Okay,
trying to tell
but
me
so
that you
what?
don't even know you standing on the continent. You only gotta go a few
Wait,
hundred
wait,
miles out the
wait.
Mediterranean Sea and make
No,
the left and circumnavigate Africa, bro.
wait. Listen.
And now you're trying to convince me that they was
No,
able to usurp all tools
no. I'm not. See,
to even access the universe. You was accessing the Milky Way, bro.
this is
And
the
they
problem
and
that
they
y'all had
sound
on
they
your
could
show.
see.
No, this the
I
problem.
don't
See,
have
this
that
is
problem,
what you
Buddha. I
do.
know what I'm
No,
saying.
no.
But I know I'm
You
not gonna let you trick and switch and change
no.
what I'm trying to say, Buddha. No, you're
Listen,
trying to pull
man.
it, fake it,
Listen,
trying to act like I don't
listen,
know what I'm saying. I know exactly what I'm
listen.
saying. And then you say ain't no logic in that.
No,
That's bananas,
no,
Buddha.
no. You
It
no.
takes
You
far more skill to make a rocket ship than to do to make a ship and circumnavigate the
listen,
daggone thing, bro. It makes no sense.
listen.
You skipping steps.
I would like to see Unc in 2022 study logical fallacies and study logic at some point
That's
in
not a logical
2022.
fallacy, Wuja.
I don't think you even know what they are, Unc.
I know what it is. I'm not making a fallacy.
Okay,
I'm making a
explain,
point
explain,
blank. You need a
explain.
quick. Listen, I'm saying, man, I'm
Okay,
come on,
explain and
man. God, I'm not explaining nothing. I'm gonna say what I'm
Okay,
saying.
right.
You
All right.
go to pseudo killers. If
Exactly.
anybody want to see,
All right.
CK did a video on all fallacies.
No, that's CK. I'm talking about you. Stop
Okay, and
riding
I'm
other
saying I
people,
watched the
man.
video.
Listen, stop riding on the backs of other people.
I'm
Me
not
and you having
okay.
this conversation. So don't
So
bring up
so
CK.
check
So
this out.
don't bring up
Whoa,
CK.
whoa. Hold on.
Don't
Hey,
bring
bro,
up CK.
check this out. Hey,
Okay?
check this out, Wujah. Check this out, Wujah. I'm gonna look it up for you and read it. Let's do that. Since I ain't
Okay.
committed to it, let me look it up for you. Which
Okay.
fallacy you
And
want to do? Which
okay,
fallacy you want to do?
what you're committing right now
No,
is
I'm saying which.
you're
I'm not, okay. Which fallacy you want to use?
okay, straw man. Explain the straw man fallacy.
All right, let me look it up. I don't wanna mess
Okay,
it up.
I'm saying prior. Okay, are you aware of it prior to you looking it up?
Of course, you use it all the time, Wujah.
Okay,
People
then
try to say it all the time.
okay. Without looking it
So
up,
you saying I can't look it up on a hand? No,
No,
I ain't
you
committed to
can.
memory. I want to look it up.
No,
Wujah. I
no,
don't gotta remember it.
no. You
I don't gotta. I
can.
can look it up. So you
I
saying I
know.
can't look it up, Wujah? Is
I'm
that the
not
game
saying
we're gonna
that.
play? Well, so what
Stop
are you
stall.
saying?
No, stop filibustering. I'm saying that you can look it up, but I'm saying prior to reading the official definition, I want your understanding prior to. But that's probably too late because you probably did some quick
So it's
microwave
the game though. So now it's the
microwave
game
looking
though.
up. No,
So it's the
no,
game though.
no. Because
It's the game.
my original statement, you keep saying
So
it's
it's the
not a
game.
logical
If you don't know
fallacy.
all the fallacies, then you don't know if you commit one or not. Because I simply said that you
No,
couldn't
I didn't
understand the Big
say.
Bang if you didn't
Now
have a
you're
telescope to see it. So that's a fallacy, bro.
no.
Hold on,
Now
I'm asking you right now. Is that a straw man?
no. You are now
No, I'm asking
exaggerating.
you right now. No, I know I'm asking you. Is that a straw man?
That's
That's all
called
I said.
That's called hyperbole. Hyperbole. You are exaggerating. I never said you have to know
No, that's
all
what I
logical
always said
fallacies.
that. No, I didn't say that, Mujah. I said, so I'm committing a
You
fallacy.
just said it.
Oh, Mujah, listen.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
committing a fallacy when I say
Yes.
that you
Yes.
need a telescope, okay, to see, right, the red shift, the Hubble telescope. That's a fallacy because I'm saying you need that tool. It's a
Nope.
fallacy if I say you need a race car to drive 100 miles an hour, yo. Humans can't do it without the race car drive. That's
Where
a fallacy.
where do you okay, what I want you to do though is look up the straw
No,
man
I'm
because
asking you though.
you're doing I know
No, I'm
why. Like I never
asking
said
you
that. Like why are you asking me that?
because that's what I kept saying. You said you committing a fallacy.
No,
You
you
committing a
never brought up
fallacy.
you didn't even say telescope earlier, so stop lying.
No, I said understand the Big Bang, having the instrumentations. Now I'm lying. You the biggest lie on YouTube, Uja.
No,
You make up
listen.
all kind of shit on a regular basis. Now I'm lying.
He said you
Right.
make a all right, prove
Right.
it.
By the way, have you had your vaccine? Did you get your vaccine yet, Uja?
Prove
We ain't
wait,
heard
wait,
that question.
wait,
Since we
wait,
call them
prove
lies. That's a question.
wait. Now
That's a
you're
question.
throwing
I
your
asked a
gun.
question.
Now you're
I'm
throwing
not
your
throwing
gun.
my gun. I'm not throwing the gun. I'm asking a
Now
question.
now you're
I'm
throwing your
not you.
gun.
The liar was a gun,
Now
was the
you're
throwing
throwing
of the gun.
no,
Telling me
now
a
you
liar was the throwing of the gun, John.
no, I'm saying
I just responded. I didn't lie,
you said no,
John.
listen. You said that you mentioned the telescope and stuff, which you didn't.
No, I didn't, Wuja. I simply said the Egyptian. You was trying. I said, Wuja,
Oh my
all night.
gosh,
I've been
man.
asking a
I know it's
question.
late, but come on,
I've been
get it
saying,
together. Get it together. Get it together.
that's the game you gonna play, Wuja.
Now I'm
That's how
saying
you gonna do it.
I just want you to get it together. Get it straight.
Now you play. I'm not your kid, Joe. Did you get the vaccine? I'm gonna
No,
ask that
I'm
question.
saying you throwing
I'm
yes.
asking that, Joe. I
Yes.
can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. I said yes. I
Yeah,
said
thank you. So
yes.
let's move forward. Okay. So now, all night long, I've been saying that the
Wait.
Egyptians knew.
Hold on.
No,
Don't go so fast.
no.
Don't go so fast. Don't go so fast. So hold up. You asked me. See, that's a classic throwing of a gun because you
I
asked
didn't throw
some
the gun. You
way
called
off.
me a liar. You
No,
called me a liar.
you
You
asked
called
some
me a liar.
off the
I
wall.
never called you a liar.
Wait. You
Uja, after all the flammy stuff you said about a lot of stuff, I've never called you a liar. So
no.
that
I
was
said
throwing in the gun by calling me a
okay.
liar.
Okay, listen, Unc. I didn't say you are.
Regardless,
No, I didn't say you are a
you said that's a,
liar.
you said you
Wait, Unc,
said you said that's a
Unc.
lie.
I said you're lying. I mean,
Okay, and
if
I'm
you're that,
saying
are you that sensitive, Unc? That
no. I'm
I
saying you
can't say you're
called me
lying. I
but
can't say you're lying. I mean, just let me know. Just let me know. I can't say you're lying
Uja,
without you getting upset.
I never thought I would get a moment where you would think that calling me lying, liar in any time of the day, made any comfortable sense.
No, I'm
So
saying
I
you
don't say
said
you
no, you
lying.
said no, I know, but you said that
And then
you
you
mentioned the
understand what I'm
telescope and
trying to
stuff
say,
and you did
Wuja.
and you did no, but
Wuja,
you
but you
didn't.
cut me off
You
at that.
didn't.
I know at that moment I didn't say telescope. At that moment, I talked about
But you
their
said you
place on Earth
did.
navigate.
But you said you did.
Did not, yo. You can replay the thing, Wuja. You messing it up by trying to cut in.
All right,
I
I don't want
never
to
said
go.
at that
I don't
moment,
want
Uja. I never
I don't
said
want to
at
go
that moment,
over the place.
Uja,
Okay.
Uja. I never said at that moment that the time before that I used the telescope example. I've been using all types of examples that you're now calling fallacies and straw men.
No,
You're
what I'm
doing it.
saying is
I'm just
no.
hold on. That was my point. I wasn't meaning that at that moment I said the telescope one. I've used all of them, and you categorized all of them as fallacies. And I'm saying, well, wait a
No,
minute, bro.
that's not what I
And then I gave
categorize as a
you
fallacy. See, you're doing it again. I did not
okay, so
categorize that as a fallacy.
what do you categorize as a fallacy, John?
Okay, we
Wait,
done
no, I'm
gone.
gonna do this. I'm gonna do this for you. Hold on. To show you that I know what you're talking about. You're talking about when I say, well, since they can't circumnavigate Africa, then they can't know the Big Bang. That's what you say I committed the fallacy at, John.
No,
And I ain't
I
read
said
shit yet.
no,
That's what you meant, though,
no,
right? I'm just
no,
getting it straight.
nope. That's faulty logic. That's not a fallacy. Fallacy is when you commit a logical fallacy. I'm talking about you have faulty logic when you say stuff like that. That's why I brought up the endocrine system and how you don't. I'm saying you, but we don't know everything that go on in our bodies, but yet we study everything outside of our bodies. So people do that. So we don't have to know like you, because what you're saying in essence is that, and you could pick any group of Africans, that any group of Africans, if they did not know that they're standing on the continent we call Africa today, and they didn't know about, as you said in the video, that they didn't know that North America continent existed, then they can't possibly understand what takes place in the cosmos or any of that kind of stuff. It's impossible. So don't even do it. That's the essence of
So,
what you were saying.
okay, so I'm trying to figure out what game you're trying to play. And I know how you try to use your words, but I'm gonna hit you with this.
Am I right? Do I have that right? Cause I could be wrong.
Yeah, you got that all. You got that all wrong.
Okay,
Meaning the way you're trying to play this game right now is nonsense.
okay,
Because you know that
correct
I
me.
know.
All
Hold
right,
on.
correct
Well,
me.
I'm gonna correct you. So I am telling you, we're talking about frame of reference, right? And we're actually talking about the mode at which humans are thinking. We talked about this earlier. We talked about the fact that first of all, early humans didn't even understand how they was getting a woman pregnant. They didn't even know that was getting a woman pregnant. They had to move to understand it to get that out. You
Wait.
don't just dive
Wait.
in.
Say that.
I'm
I'm sorry.
saying
Say it again. Just say it again.
early humans didn't even know how they was getting women pregnant. They didn't understand that yet. You can read that in Diop's book,
Okay.
Civilization and Barbarism. It's
Okay.
a term he used for that. And I believe it's chapter 5. I'm not sure. Probably
All right.
chapter 5. He talks
So
about how early humans didn't have a conception of that
like
yet.
of how like the how.
The how, or no, or even if sex, if even having sex gave rise to a baby, that took time to get that.
Wait.
There are
Wait.
modes.
Wait. So
Yes,
you're
that.
telling. Wait. So
I'm
you're
telling you
telling.
that. I'm
Okay.
saying that. And
Wait.
it's
So
in
you're.
Diaz's book.
Wait. So you're. Okay. So because
I'm
Diop
telling you
said it,
that
it must be true.
early.
All right.
No,
But
no,
hold
no.
up.
I'm telling you that early humans. Listen.
You're saying. Wait.
That's how
Hold
we're
up.
doing it.
No. That was funny though. Hold up. You caught me
I'm
off guard
saying
with
that
that one.
early humans
You
didn't know
you caught
what it
when
was.
you say early humans, like how early we
They
talking?
did. We talking about early Stone Age humans. They didn't actually understand that. They had to
Like
come into that.
what time frame
But
we
like
talking
they had
about?
to start making Stone Age, bro.
Like you talking
You,
about 200,000 years ago?
I said Stone Age. So what's the Stone Age? You don't know the
Yeah,
period?
what's the
Why don't you
yeah,
go look it up?
give me a date reference for the
Early
Stone Age
humans.
period.
If I say early humans, what I'm talking about?
Um I'm trying to do it by
All
dates like
humans,
200
different species. No, Stone Age
200
go back to 2 million. Come on, bro. You supposed to know the Stone Age. Just like I supposed
No,
to know the fallacy. You supposed to know. Well, I'm asking you. Obviously
no,
you
but
don't.
what wait,
Obviously you
but
don't.
what
Obviously you
confused
don't.
me? No, what
What
confused me
confused you, Mujah? You
is
supposed to know all that. Committed to memory. You supposed to
No,
know what the
Stone.
Stone Age is. Early Stone
No,
Age, late Stone Age. You don't know them dates by heart? You ain't got it committed in memory?
no. I'm saying the Stone Age is millions, and humans ain't millions. That's what threw
Humans
me. I'm like,
are. You
I'm
don't
like,
know what you made that up. Humans are. I said humans, Uja.
no,
I
humans
didn't
are
say
not
Homo
million.
sapiens sapiens.
Okay,
Homos, humans.
okay,
Stop it.
okay,
We have
okay.
several
So
species of humans.
okay, I
Early
got you.
humans.
Okay,
Right.
all
I
right,
said that. I'm
okay,
talking to the great Uja.
okay, I follow you now. So
Okay.
let me catch up. Wait, let me catch up. So you're saying Diop said that early humans, and he's talking about million-year-old humans, did
He's
not
actually talking
understand.
about Homo sapiens sapiens, because he's talking about the clans that they divide themselves into, and he's talking about the what you call it,
Wait a
having
minute, hold
sex
up,
with your own sisters.
you're losing me. Are we talking about Homo sapiens or we not?
Diops was talking about Homo sapiens sapiens. I was
And
talking about
you,
humans, period, across the board.
oh, why you bring up Diop then? If you're talking about something different.
Because Diops talks about that. So I'm moving to that. I just want to extend it. I want to give you the whole range of what I'm talking about. As
Oh,
I said, the
but
Stone Age.
I was trying to
Okay?
figure out why you mentioned Diop though, because that's what I'm saying. Appeal to
Diops.
authority.
No,
Okay,
no,
all right,
no.
go
I
ahead.
didn't
Okay,
feel to it, somebody. We're
okay.
gonna play that one job. Come on,
No,
yo.
I'm just making sure you don't do that. All right, cool. Go ahead.
No, come on, man. Why I don't feel like doing that? You know, the appeal to authority, the bottom. Come on, man. Knock it off.
No, you're not doing it. Okay, I got it. I'm with you.
Like, come
I'm
on,
making sure
man.
that you didn't. All right, go ahead.
Yo,
So
you don't
let's
know exactly what the Stone Age is. You don't know the date of the Stone Age,
so
and you don't know what it is. That's the game you
no
play. Do you like that,
no
though?
no I don't. I don't know the exact. I just know Stone Age is millions. And then
Right. So then why?
when
No,
you
it's
said
not
he,
just no, Stone Age. It's not. You got late Stone Age, early Stone Age. It's not all the parts of Stone Age. It's not millions of years.
no, I
Dang.
know, but the
I
confusing
see you
part was when
going.
you brought up. No, I'm saying you. I was with you until you brought up Diop. That's all.
No, Diop talked about clans, the first clans, right? And he talks about the what you want to call that, yo?
No, get back
Having
to the
sex
pregnancy
with your
thing. I'm trying to figure
needs.
that out.
Right. And I said early humans didn't understand what it was, like they didn't understand the mode of getting
Okay,
a woman
early,
pregnant. That's
but
what I
early
said.
humans. Give me a
Oh,
time frame of that.
let's say Homo sapiens sapiens in the Stone Age. You got
So
Homo sapiens sapiens in the Stone Age, we got
okay, we're talking about 250,000.
300,000.
Okay, I
You go
got you.
back to
All right.
350,000.
Okay, all right. I'm with you now.
Slave
About
Stone Age.
350,000. So those humans didn't quite understand the
Oh, right,
that
right,
having sex was producing babies. Okay,
right.
I
So they
got you.
had
All
to
right.
develop the process of understanding that. And
Like
so we say all that to say that it's stages to get you where we got you now.
that goes for
Right?
everything. That goes for everything, right?
Okay, that's the point I'm making. So I'm saying for you to act like that a woman, a person in the Stone Age, right, knew that a woman had fallopian tubes, I could, without knowing they custom and traditions, could say they didn't know what the fallopian tubes was. I could
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that, John, and I wouldn't be making a fallacy because I understand the growth and development of Homo sapiens sapiens. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's not committing. How's that committing a fallacy when we understand exactly what it takes to get to a certain point? I'm not committing
Okay,
a fallacy if I
okay. I
say, yo,
saw your.
they couldn't
Okay,
fly a jet, bro. Now,
okay. I saw
how's that
your.
a fallacy?
Okay, I'm not. I'm not. See, I'm not calling that example you
If I
gave
say,
a
yo,
foul.
because they can't, if I say because they can't fly,
Let
hold
me
on. I know what you're
address
saying.
it. Let me address it because I saw your presentation on how things follow steps of progression. Like you went from the rocket. I'm going backwards. You went from going backwards now. You went from intercontinental ballistic missiles all the way back to the spear and stone
All back
tips,
tips, stone tips,
stone tips,
progression,
right?
projectile.
So you show progression, just like we can show progression with the pyramid building from mastabas and so on and so forth, right? So there is a progression that's built on one thing is built on top of the other in terms of advancements. So you showed that, and so
And that's
your
saying we
point,
need that. My
and
point is we need that.
that's your point now with early humans and the progression even of an understanding of pregnancy. So
Correct.
I get it.
That's all I'm saying.
So
So
I'm
why
not.
is that a
So
fallacy?
wait. Because so I'm saying all that to say is that I never referred to that, and I wouldn't call that a fallacy. So you keep asking me how is that a fallacy? That's not what I was referring to as a fallacy.
Okay, hold on. Now, when we talk of understanding geography,
Okay.
that's another step in progression.
Okay. So you're saying that they
I'm
that
saying,
in order to understand and pursue questions of the origin of how things come into existence, that they first have to circumnavigate the continent and the globe and stuff. Is that what you're saying?
of course, you don't understand that.
No. Are you
We
saying
talk
that?
about to ask the question for the Big Bang. There's a different type of question that needs to be asked. You need to remove the quote unquote God out of
No,
that.
but they're not trying. There's no way that they can understand the
Right.
Big Bang as we know it
Okay.
because it wasn't even proposed till 1920. So let's
No,
let's
no, no,
let's
no, no.
let's let's
No, no,
get
but
that
it
out.
was there.
Let's
You
get
feel
that
that?
out the
But it
way.
was there. But it was there for 13.5 billion years, though, bro. So it always was there.
No,
Just like
not the
this is
no the big
yes. No, no, no.
the
Listen to what I'm saying, though. Listen to what I'm saying.
wait. Are you talking about how things come
Theory.
into
I'm
existence or
saying
the or the or
I'm
the or the
saying the
or
Big
the
Bang.
the
I'm
understanding
saying
of it?
I'm saying the cosmic background radiation was there when Homo sapiens sapiens first came on the planet, bro.
And women had
Radio
fallopian wait, and women had
radio
fallopian tubes
okay,
ever since
things,
humans were humans
radiation.
been
Listen,
humans.
yes, the different
Right.
wavelengths, all that was there, bro.
Fallopian
So
tubes
it
was always there, bro.
right. So that's the point I'm making. So see what we're talking about. When at what steps do they get to understand these things, John? That's what
Okay,
I'm
and that's
saying.
where and
So,
and we're
right.
saying, hold
So,
up, wait,
so
but
part of
wait.
hold on. So part of navigating the sky, Wuja, part
Oh
of
my
understanding.
goodness.
Listen, part of being able to get out and navigate the open seas, you gotta be able to navigate. You don't just dive out there. You move
No, but
slow. It's a slow process, Wuja. You can't
but
skip steps.
but we're talking. I know, I understand that. I understand that, but I'm saying my question to you was, in order for them to ponder and come up with explanations on the origin of matter, of how things come into existence, you are saying, and I'm asking you, are you saying that they first have to circumnavigate the continent and the globe
No,
to have
no,
that to get that understanding?
no. I'm saying to get a real understanding of how matter is and what it works, you gotta remove the deity out of it. If you don't remove the deity out of it, you're gonna get lost.
But why? But according to who? Like what if their deity was the way that they articulated the explanation?
Yeah, we are. We
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
I ain't gonna argue with you on that. I quit on that one.
See,
No, no, no. Hold on,
Who
one
you at
second, one
though?
second.
Who I
Wait,
doing?
wait.
I'm
No,
not.
no, no.
You
Hold on,
go
hold on, hold
though.
on. Let me hold on. Let me give you one example that I used earlier, and that I
Go
know
ahead.
you are familiar with. Okay, so we know that Nu or Nun is an Egyptian god, right? It's one of the Egyptian gods. We agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm doing it. It's a god, Mujah. I mean, we had the god off. That's another hour.
No, no, no. We don't have to. No, it's like 2 minutes right
It
here.
is Mujah.
So
It's a deity, bro.
okay, now you said
That's how
just a
it
second
is. It's a
ago.
deity.
Wait,
Yeah, fine.
you said a second ago
Right.
that we have to remove the deities and all that, right? So so what I'm saying is that you're wrong, and I'm gonna give you an example of Nu as an Egyptian god and deity. That god or deity, if removed, would remove the entire Egyptian understanding that they had at that time of where matter came from, as they describe it as a metaphoric fluid. And so
Oh,
modern science modern science uses the same exact articulation to explain the same thing.
now you made it up, Mujah. I'm gonna do you like you did me. You're lying.
uh,
Okay.
le-
I hit
Okay.
you with that one. Yeah, so
Okay.
we even. You're lying. There you go.
Okay. All
All
right,
right,
so
so
before you go,
we
I'm gonna
even.
oh
We even with that.
okay,
I'm
so
not talking
before
about no
you
God thing with you, man. I'm not doing that right now. I'm not
Okay, but before you go, you say I'm lying, which is
Said
cool.
you're lying. You made that up. You're
Right.
lying. And go get me
Right.
a source. I don't want to hear nothing you saying. I might even take your book. Will you say it in your book? Because you had the
Okay.
source in your book.
I'm going to provide
Provide
you a
you a
source.
source. Yeah, provide me a
Okay,
source.
so while he's providing that source, I just wanted to say that because what I heard was you asking, so when did they have an understanding? And I think what is kind of being missed out, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the understanding is there. What we need to be talking about is the levels of the understanding, because even from like what you guys talked about, I didn't watch your presentation, but even through your presentation, you must have been showing development of something. So we always understand that something don't just pops out of thin air and comes into existence on its own. It's like there's things develop from build from each other. So in this kind of circumstances, we understand that there's always some kind of it's building upon one thing or the other. So the better discussion is the different levels, and that's what Uja was talking about, even with the language, which is actually the where the misunderstanding is, when you are talking about using the deities and not understanding that is actually language. Is a way of communicating something with the metaphors, and that's where people miss the point. And there's even one video that shows, I mean, we know with the initiations, like he's showing that there's different levels. There's ways you explain something to a 5-year-old. You can explain a particular concept, and then there's a different way you'll explain that particular same concept to somebody, maybe on a high school level, and then you also have explain it to maybe somebody at a college level. But you're explaining the same concept, but you're using different languages to explain that thing. So you can't say that this is because they're using this particular language to explain something that doesn't show that they have an understanding of it, because it's clearly there's an understanding. It's just that the levels and the language being used to explain something, and our job is to figure out what is being explained, and that goes into actually studying those particular cultures that we are trying to figure out what it is that they're trying to explain. But if you don't study those like the different African cosmologies and different African cultures and their language and how they perceive their world and explain their world with that language, then you miss the point. And no matter what you do, you always you end up saying something that is not you saying something for yourself, but you're not speaking of those people and how they see themselves. But the metaphors that are being used is actually to explain that thing, and our point is to pretty much just understand the levels of the advancement of that particular thing, and not when did they first did this concept first appear.
Okay, so before you doze off and everything, I want to provide you with a source, and it's actually the same source that Asar already presented to you, where you have a theoretical physicist talking about quantum fields and quantum mechanics, and he's using the exact same metaphoric articulation that we find in a lot of African cosmologies, specifically Nu or Nun in ancient Egypt. So I'm just gonna play the audio. I'm not gonna show the video because I don't know how this strike thing
Man, you
works
talking about
and
the
all that
white
kind of
boy?
stuff.
Man, I'm not.
Yeah,
Come on, man. What they got to
yeah. Do
do,
you have a
man?
problem
I
with
heard the video
white
already, man.
sources?
Yeah, yeah. I want a black guy saying.
Oh, you have a problem with white
Yeah,
source? Oh,
yeah. I got yeah. I'm like
okay.
y'all. I don't want to be
All right, so
anti-African. Listen
hold
to
up.
the white people explain.
Give me
You know. You know.
no. Give me a moment. It's like 2 minutes of this. Let me just
I
play it
heard
for
the guy say all
everybody.
that.
Okay, let me
What
just
they
play
got
it
to
for
do?
everybody. Let me just play it for everybody real quick. Let me just let it play.
Building
Let it play.
blocks of the universe, but it's simply not true. The best theories that we have of physics do not have underlying them the quark particle and the two quark particle, and the electron particle and the two quark particles. In fact, the very best theories we have of physics don't rely on particles at all. The best theories we have tell us that the fundamental building blocks of nature are not particles.
Wait, he said the fundamental building blocks of nature are not particles. But what are they? Watch.
But something much more nebulous and abstract. The fundamental building blocks of nature are fluid-like substances.
fluid-like substances. These are fluid-like substances. Okay? Let me keep going.
which are spread throughout the entire universe
Spread throughout the entire universe
and ripple in strange and interesting ways.
ripple in strange and interesting ways. All right, so that's enough because I could play more, but I don't want to bore everybody. But so you said you don't believe me when I said modern physics, and then this guy is a theorist. Let me give everybody his name. I just didn't want to put the video on because I don't know how to strike in YouTube channels work.
Oh, you good.
So his name is David Tong.
You got 2 moons. Retract that.
And
I know
wait, you said retract. How am I going to retract? What do you mean retract? I'm trying to understand. Why would you want me to retract this?
How that guy that conclusion you got right there?
Hold on, let me post this into the chat so people could
Hey, how might you think he got there to say that?
How do you think he got there?
Yeah, how do you think?
Oh, hold up. Let me take off this echo because when I played that, it's gonna echo. So give me 1 second, and I'll answer you. I gotta switch up. Yeah, I gotta definitely change this thing in the future. Here we go. Because when you talk, it's an echo. All right, I took it off. So yeah, I don't know if that's gonna take people to the to that link. I try to give the link so people could watch it. Now I was trying to go back to. Let me rewind. Oh, okay. Hold up, I'm trying to fix something real quick.
Which pre-mortal waters?
All right, there we go. So now I can put it. Now I can put it in there. All right, boom. There's
that story happening every day?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Is that story? Is the sun coming out of noon every day? Noon every day?
Is the sun coming out of
the pre-mortal waters every day? It's rising out every day. Is that an everyday event or one event?
No, the sun. No. Not our sun. Not our sun. The sun. No.
Okay. What was it talking about? What was rising out of the pre-mortal waters?
Everything.
What, once or all the time? Constantly occurring. Every day. Correct?
Not the same thing every day, but things. But matter comes out of Nun. Each and every day, all the time. Infinitely and eternally. But not the same thing. Like you didn't come out of Nun when you were born, and then like last night. You didn't come out of Nun last night.
Yeah, I think Anka agrees with that because he said he doesn't believe in creation being like a single event, but a process that occurs. So that's pretty much in line with that.
I'm gonna get you on tape, John. I'm gonna get you on tape here. So
okay, I hope you get that.
Said, hold on, but the white guy said you're matching it up with the Egyptian thing. Just
okay, so
sure. Yeah. Just want to hear you say it.
Okay, so since you want me on tape, what I've consistently said is that the Egyptian concept of Nu or Nun is parallel and similar to the articulation of today when modern scientists, specifically astrophysicists and theoretical physicists and everybody who deals with that, quantum mechanics, when they describe the fundamental building blocks of all matter, it's the same. They articulate it the same way. They articulate it the same way using fluid or water or soup.
So now
take your pick. Take your pick.
So what are they using to get to that point of articulation? What tools are they using? What mathematics are they using to get there? They're not just sitting around thinking that out. Am I correct?
Like when you say they, who you talking about, modern science or Egyptians?
I'm talking about modern science. They're not just popping up with that. They have a mathematical model that helps them see that, and they're explaining it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, they're using deductive reasoning and logic, i.e., math.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
No, I'm talking about they have actual equations. John, am I right?
Oh, they have many equations.
Okay, so can you show me the Egyptian equation that deduces that?
Nope, I cannot.
All right, I'm done. I'm getting on the show. Good night, man. We'll get with this tomorrow,
All right.
man. I
Okay.
appreciate you. Hey, sis, I appreciate you. She was the only fair one on here with y'all.
All right.
She was the only fair one.
Okay. Cool.
And the cat was the only fair one.
All
Only
right.
fair one.
All right. So
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
done, man.
appreciate it, man.
Peace,
All
man.
right.
Appreciate you doing the show, though,
All
man.
right.
We
All
ain't got
right.
it in the bank, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we go.
Okay.
It's gonna be some more because 2022. This is still January. It was January 6th, man. It's early.
yeah,
It's
we
early.
ain't got it in. I'm good to see you back, Woo. Hey, Woo
Yeah.
you got my text message, right?
When? You ain't send me a
Look at
text
the text
message.
message. Yeah, the last one. I ain't gotta keep repeating that. The
Wait, a long
last one.
time ago?
It wasn't that long, but it was long enough. It wasn't too long.
About the channel?
Yeah, you ain't never do
Man,
that.
I emailed you
When you do that?
the credentials. Yeah.
When?
Long when you text me.
Whoa. All right, I'm gonna check it.
Yeah, check your
All right,
email.
appreciate you, man. I'm glad
All right,
everybody came.
well, if you ain't get it, let me know cuz
All right,
that was 2 months ago, man.
all right. Hey, man, shout out to all the brothers in the chat, man. Shout out to Hootie. Who else in there? To Hootie. Who else we got in there? Sean, Chavis, all the bros, man. Shout out to you, man.
All right, have a good one,
Afro
man.
Ninja, guess what? I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that.
Right, nah, don't do it. Don't do it,
I
man.
told you can't
Just
push my button.
just
I
go
told
just go in the chat, man. Just go in the
you.
chat.
All right,
Go in the
man. Let
chat.
me go
All
to the
right.
chat. I
All right, hold
appreciate
up.
you, bro.
All right.
What's up?
Hotep.
What's up, sis?
All right, so as everyone can see, Unc just got beat up. It's like, let me stop. See, that's what Unc and them do. Cause I watched the video. As soon as Asar leave, they up there talking. They up there talking about how Asar got beat up and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna do that to Unc. Cause what Uncle do, Uncle click the link and come back in. He'd be like, nah. But anyway, all right. So real quick recap. Cause man, I don't know. That was a long thing, but let me just do a real quick recap. To repeat my points. I only got like 3 points to make, and I've been staying on the same point. Okay, if there's a question, I'm not even going to put the question in any one person's mouth, but anyone asking the question, if ancient Africans, ancient anybody, understood the modern Big Bang theory that was proposed in after 1920 or so, anybody asking that question, it's a faulty question. It's a question that just should not be asked. It's like one of those duh moments, because no one in ancient times can possibly understand a theory that's proposed in modern times. Just hands down. So if the question is asked, the answer is very simple: no. Did the ancient Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang theory? No. And it's very important to understand how to frame questions, because if the question was, did ancient Africans understand or have any understanding of the origin of things, then that answer changes from no to yes. They had some understanding of the origin of things, and they tried to articulate their understanding for that particular day and time. Does their understanding match our today's understanding? That's the conversation to have. How much of it matches, if any? We don't even know if any. If it does, how much and what exactly? And so the example I stuck with tonight was this concept of this substance that no one can seem to describe, not even modern scientists. But the way that they do articulate and describe it is they use a metaphor, which is water or fluid. Everybody seems to do this in modern times and ancient times, specifically the ancient Egyptians. They referred to this substance that they could not put their fingers on. They could not probe and measure and stuff like that. They could not do these things, but yet they referred to it metaphorically as water. They called it nu. And by the way, nu comes from the word nini, which means something that is totally still, inert. Inert. It has no movement, no matter, no energy, etc., etc. It's undifferentiated. The moment something moves or takes form, it is no longer undifferentiated. It has differentiations, and it becomes a thing. And so they say all things come out of, all things that have form comes out of the formless. So the forms come from the formless, and they call this state of formless metaphorically water. And if I were to play more of David Tong, who was the guy I just played, he articulates the same way, but he doesn't say water, he says fluid. And we all know that water is fluid. The behavior and property of water is fluid. And I told Sosa earlier that people have a long history, humans have a long history of likening this substance where everything comes from as water because of the properties of water. The fact that water takes on the shape and form of anything and everything that contains it, whether it's a cup, a small cup, big cup, large cup, a spoon, teaspoon, or whatever. Water is going to take the shape of whatever is holding it, whatever it's containing. That's how water behaves. And so this substance that everything is made of, this fundamental building block that everything is made of, it behaves the same way, according to the ancient Egyptians and according to modern science. They're both articulated the same way. Now, did the ancient Egyptians have the tools and instrumentation to measure it and to dive deeper and get into the details? No. Do modern scientists have the tools and stuff? Not everything, but they have way more. What we have today provides way more information than in ancient times. They have the Hadron Collider, where they're smashing atoms to explore subatomic particles and their behavior and their decay and so on and so forth. Always looking for the singularity and so on and so forth. So that's the point. So it's a better conversation if people were to, and the next point is, in order to have that conversation, you have to be equipped to talk about both sides of it. That means you have to be familiar with modern science, in particular the Big Bang Theory and stuff, if you're going to talk about it. And you have to be familiar with some African cosmologies to be able to compare and to be able to ride in that conversation. Otherwise, you're not qualified to jump in the conversation. You need to stay out of it. And so we don't want to make that mistake. And I see people do that quite often, is that they'll be so lopsided in their understanding and studies, but yet they'll try to talk about something that that is not their area of study, and have so much to say about it and want to argue. In that situation, you should just learn, take notes, and then research, investigate. And that's just the bottom line. So that's that. And I don't know why am I getting trolls on here? Ronald Barber. Oh, already blanked him out. All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the point. And so the whole conversation about African cosmology, I guess it stemmed from Foucault, and when African scholars make attempt to articulate African understanding by way of their cosmologies, it's misconstrued many times because of the method of articulation. And this is what I was saying tonight, that it's very, very lopsided in scholarship when it comes to comparing ancient philosophies with modern, sciences and things like that. You see a lot more attention paid to the Greeks, and professional scholarship and rigor put in that direction, and conversations moving forward in those directions. But when it comes to African equivalence, it's a problem. And it has a lot to do with how the Greeks articulated their philosophy versus how Africans articulated theirs, different African communities. And it boils down to something I always say: if you don't understand the nature of figurative expressions and how necessary and genius it is, then you're really going to have a hard time understanding how African populations communicated data, be it everyday life, be it science of that day, or whatever. You're just going to miss it. And that's just the bottom line. All right.
Yeah, in these conversations, I think right now when I'm looking at or just listening to it and just collecting I hear an echo. Like the patterns of where the misunderstandings and the misfirings come, appear is when you can clearly see that this whole thing about metaphors and how people use language to communicate concepts and whatnot is really not understood by a lot of people. I don't know if it's because how we use it nowadays is more on the entertainment side, and people forgot about the functionality of it in ancient times and whatnot, or even just how it works. Like really, like I think that's where most of the problem is, because even just trying to say that because a certain language is used to explain some things, that makes it like that it kind of like makes that demeans the level of understanding of a certain people because of the language that they use. That really just shows that people really do not understand that, and even understand how just regular education, our education system works. Because even when we first go to school, like when you have classes, even like your 6-year old, your 7-year old, whatever, even when you were 6 or 7 years old, I mean, you were taught about, there was maths, there was science, there was that, those kind of things were being taught. But the language and the level that was of understanding was different, because you have to understand the what your audience is, and then once you move into other levels of education, then you start to learn more, and then more is expounded. But the fundamentals of those subjects were already established at a younger age. So unless you never went to school, this concept shouldn't be really hard to understand, that concepts can be explained in different formats.
Okay, you said a mouthful, but listen, it is 1:35. I had no intention of being on here this long, but hey, this is the first live stream that I've done in a good minute. But it's definitely not gonna be the last, because we're gonna get it in this year, 2022. No tolerance. The title of this video is "No Tolerance, Voice of Reasoning." That's like the mantra: zero tolerance. Forget the goofy stuff, forget the circular things, stuff, conversations. We gonna try to advance, and everybody can learn from the conversations. Try to keep it like that. But just trying to check the chat, because I haven't been really monitoring the chat. Is anything that I missed? Anybody got anything in the chat they want to address real quick? I refreshed the chat, so I can't scroll back up, because I saw some bots in there I was trying to erase. Block.
We might have to do another show where we talk about things that went on in 2021.
Okay. Okay, but let me ask the chat. Let me ask the chat since I'm paying attention to the chat now. I can see the chat. Um, do you know? I just want to get an idea. I know there's a delay between the response, but I just want to get an idea from the chat because I think there's enough people watching. I think everybody agrees that nobody in ancient times could be claimed to understand the modern Big Bang theory. Just by default alone, the fact that the Big Bang theory is something that was proposed after 1920, and somebody can get the exact date for me, but after 1920 by a Catholic priest, and then it was built upon from that early proposal, that nobody prior to that, nobody in ancient times, be it Babylonia, Sumeria, Egypt, Persia, or whatever these ancient civilizations and things, none of them could be claimed to have an understanding of what is modernly proposed. That's just a matter of chronology. You can't do that. And so any question or discussion based around that is just falls flat on its face. So the more worthwhile question is, what is the comparison between modern day scientists' understanding of the origin of things versus ancient populations' understanding of the origin of things? We could leave out the word creation, we could leave out the word God or whatever case, because that seems to rub people the wrong way. Let's just stick with the origin of everything. Today, we trying to figure that out. That's what physicists are doing. Astrophysicists, quantum physicists, theoretical physicists. They're trying to find the origin of matter. They're looking for the singularity and all the things that fundamental building blocks of everything. And so in ancient times, people pursued the same question. They're like, man, where does everything come from? Now, whatever they came up with in ancient times and their explanations based on whatever they had available to them, it is what it is. Then modern, we have what we have available, and it is what it is. So why not just compare the body of knowledge from the past against the body of knowledge of now, and just find out what's similar and if anything, and what's not. I see
Because it's
Sean back
wrong,
in here.
Ujao. It's wrong. It's wrong. That's what Unc told me. He said it's wrong to do that. He
Yeah,
said it's
he
wrong.
said it. Yeah, he said it tonight that it's not. Well, I asked him. He said it's not worthwhile. Like his personal opinion is that it's not worthwhile to do it. But he knows that other people do it, and it's okay as long as they don't back out of whatever. You can rewind. You'll hear him say that.
No. I heard him because he was trying to insinuate that people bagged out of what was said, but that wasn't the case. But he failed to listen to this part, and this is the reason why I hopped on real quick. So on page 12 of Fukuya's book, he says, after he says what he says about, their present knowledge, he says, to our present knowledge,
Wait, quick question. Do you have a PDF version of that?
Yes, I do. I'll drop it.
Okay, yeah, because I don't have the I got the physical book, and I wish I could have shared the screen better, but I didn't have. But go ahead.
Yeah. But he says, because I done read this mug so much on the Masi. To our present knowledge, our planet, the Earth, is the only planet known that has so far fulfilled this order. When he says that, he was talking about how the Congo explained what a green state is, or what a planet that gives life or sustains life. So he goes and admits it after he gives a definition of what the Congo teachings mean by a green state. And at the end of that, before he goes on to the next color that he uses, which is a gray planet, he says that. But he uses Congo languages in here, and then he gives an English equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the other argument that Asar is trying to get him to was trying to get him to understand is like, hey, there's a language issue here, but people don't want to hear that part of it, and that's why you gave Unc the same example when you got into the language part of it that I gave Unc. I gave him the same thing. I said, Unc, if I said words like boom loom, and I'm trying to explain this what boom loom mean to you, then I have to go and find an English equivalent so that you can understand the importance of what I just said.
Right, and that gets into semantic matching and translation. You got to be able to articulate from one language to another, and you got to do your best because sometimes it's not a one for one match.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they asked me a separate question about the Ankh Foucault statement about the Ankh meaning man or representing a man and stuff, and I had to say that based on what Foucault said, he's right. Based on what he said, because he's talking about the Nganga, which is a man, the cognate for Ankh and so on and so forth, but not that the symbol itself, the grapheme, the actual glyph, is a man. That's not what Foucault was saying.
Which email you want me to use?
Wujawa Gmail.
Yes, you will always know what the author means because the author will always start with a word and then or explain a sentence and then explain and expound further, in that paragraph, in the next paragraph, or in the next chapters. But you always have to let the author explain what they mean, and a good person doesn't even have to agree with what they read, or let's say like Ankh doesn't have to agree with the book itself, but should be the person has to be able to articulate the what is being relayed in the book accurately, regardless of whether you agree with it or not. And that's what really should be the point. It's not to even try to agree, but understand it. That's the first point. But I don't think it's not. I don't think, I know from what I heard that the understanding was not there, regardless of whether they agreed or they did not agree with the author. The understanding was not there, and that's crucial.
Yeah, at the earliest onset, like when you listen to it, the minute that Ankh heard God cook dough, or what they call the Luku Lwamba in Zambi, he was ready to put his wall up right there. He came in with a hell of a bias and never really read. Did you get that email? Let me know if you got it.
Okay, 1 second, I'll check it. But while I do that, you're right, because even tonight he shared a screen of that page, and in the first paragraph it mentions God cooked dough, and that's the problem right there. And I get it, because from an atheist perspective, anytime the word God is mentioned, is gonna agitate the conversation, because an atheist, by the law of being an atheist, they have to be anti that, and so no matter what, it's gonna be a problem. And so I don't expect it to go anywhere. That's why I mentioned to him that I just don't believe that he understood the book. He said he read 120 pages, but I don't believe that he if he did read those pages, I don't believe he understood it. Because
No, he
what I got
he
out of it,
focused on the Ankh.
yeah,
If
yeah,
he
like
read
the
120 pages, he changed it to like he couldn't see the equivalent of that. So even in that same
okay,
show that
yeah,
I did that was on the screen, the show that I did, I went and then I played the videos of what the astrophysicists and astronomers were saying in their explanation of the Big Bang and how things came to be. And I let the experts speak. I let the experts speak on that. That's why I played those videos and stuff like that, so you can
did
see
you
what that says.
did you play
Mhm.
the one I played, David Tong?
Nah, I didn't. I didn't play that one. I played
Oh, okay.
actual that documentary with all those astrophysicists and astronomers in it that was giving their take on it and going through. It's on YouTube. But I had the actual science. I logged into my science channel app and played it from the science channel. My point in doing that is he had a problem with me putting it side by side, like comparing. So let's see what the Congo teachings are, and let's see what science says. And I think that his issue is, right, like if we're being scientific, if we're required to be scientific in everything that we do, and we're trying to use these methods and these tools to solve our natural world problems, then when we go into these teachings, science is going to correct, right? Science gives us the ability to be able to correct the things that we need to correct to advance or build on that body of knowledge. That's the way I perceive it to be. I didn't
Yeah,
perceive it to be, oh, you can't do this. Like there's no rule in that.
yeah. I was just going to say something. I forgot what it was. Oh, let me just address Zane's comment. He said, I just believe they made an observation of the visible cosmos. So here's where that gets a little tricky. The Egyptian concept of Nu is not observational. Like they didn't observe Nu, and they admit that. And the lack of their observation or perception of Nu is explained in another deity that comes forth of Nu, which is Amun or Amen. The very word Amen means imperceivable. And so the aspect of Nu that they're talking about, or this new fluid-like substance, is beyond their perception or beyond their observations and things like that. But yet they spoke about it so much. Nu is spoke about a whole lot in these various different stories, being the father of all of the Netcheru and so on and so forth, from which everything comes out of, and this and the third. So it's not based on observation. And this kind of goes into this question here, ancient history files. He says, so what can you pinpoint that was scientific opposed to ideas formed from their imagination? So here's the thing. People have to, hopefully once and for all, get the understanding of what science is versus what math is. Math and science are two different things that are used together. Science is the domain of evidence, and math is the domain of logic. And so everything that is discussed and so on, with whether it's ancient or modern, is not scientific. It's not evidentiary. A lot of things are done by way of logic or math, logical deduction, deductive reasoning, and so on and so forth, formal and informal logic, systems of logic. And a lot of quantum mechanics and string theory and stuff like that relies heavily, heavily, heavily on math, aka logic, and not so much science in terms of evidence. And if you study string theory and probe into that whole field of study is so absent of like evidentiary, that some people jokingly say that it's pseudo. For lack of a better word, string theorists and stuff like that is pseudo, because they say pseudo scientific because they don't have the evidence, but they have a lot of deducting, reasoning and stuff like that, math equations, formula, and so on and so forth. And so when you ask, what can you pinpoint that's scientific as opposed to ideas from their imagination? Let's not confuse imagination from logical deduction or logical reasoning. All right, so because I don't want to misconstrue imagination as like a child's imagination, a willy-nilly fantasy, spookism. These are calculated deductions, inferences made based on some observations, and then deducing things from those. Like for example, the behavior of water. Water behaves just like the conceptualization of this elusive substance that they call Nu or Nun. That's why it means water in many instances. The word for water is mu, mu, but nu is also represented by water. And people translate it as the watery abyss. You know, and it comes from the verb nini, which means inertness, to be inert, to be completely still, inert, the infinite potential. You know, that becomes all the things in the in and as the universe itself. And that's what it represents. So, nu is a consistent metaphoric way of articulating where everything comes from ancient times all the way up till today. The video clip I played today is confirmation of that. No one can deny that. I just played the video where the guy is saying that the fundamental building blocks of nature are not particles. It's a fluid-like substance. That's it. It's not particles, as we once believed. Just like the Greeks thought that, or people thought that the atom was indivisible, was the smallest building block of nature. Now we know that not to be true. But that's what they conceptualized back then. So there you have it. Anyway. Trying to think, is there anything else? According to Sosa, science was not around back then. They philosophized the medicine. Philosophy is heavily embedded in science. I mean, hands down. Science in the strict sense is dealing with evidence. The word science means, comes from a word that means to know. And epistemology is the study of knowledge itself. Like, how do you know when you know something? But science is the domain of evidence. So you know by having something in some evidence to demonstrate. And it relies a lot on math. That's why a lot of physicists are themselves very good at math, or they team up with mathematicians. Hands down, I mean, everybody would tell you this.
Yeah, I remember how you always explain science. I think you always say like science is actually two things at the same time. It's like the tool that you use, and then it's also like the body of knowledge that is expanded through time, but just the tool, and you need when to use to know when something is known. But I think people kind of assume that science is just pops up at a certain age in time, and that's not it really. So people just have a poor understanding of it.
Yeah, that's what I always try to drive home, that science is two things at once. Science is the tools and methods on how you know when you know something, and then it's the body of knowledge that's accumulated from utilizing those tools and methods. So it's two things at once.
Right. So why would we not use science to go look at that any cosmology on the continent, to hash those things out, and then draw upon a modern cosmology and compare it? That's what we're supposed to do. We're literally supposed to do that. Like I used the example of if we're trying to upgrade Dr. Ben's work or Sheikh Etienne work or John Henry Clark, like if there's issues or problems in that information, we have tools today that they didn't have when they were in their element and they were writing all of this. Because if they had the tools of today, then it would look totally different. But in order for us to advance scholarship, right, which is being scientific in our endeavors, we would have to put them side by side, weigh them, and then hash out the differences, and then come to an honest conclusion. I really, really seriously thought that when we have, let me speak for myself. While being a science enthusiast, that you would be a proponent for proper research methodology and scrutinizing work that the way that scientists actually show us how to do that and use those tools to answer these questions. I got confused. I don't know what happened to my dear brother.
Well, it's not. It's. I'm not surprised by the conversation I saw. Like I said, I only saw one video, and that was with a SAR. I saw a SAR's presentation, then I saw Unk's presentation, and both of them were good. I just think that they didn't address each other, like because Asar went first, so it's really Unk's job to actually address Asar since he came second. Since Unk came second, I don't think Unk addressed the points Asar was making. Although Unk's presentation brought out some basic facts, because like
Right.
you know basically Unk showed progression, like you know you go from spear tips and stone chips to spears, to bow and arrows, to bullets, to intercontinental ballistic missiles. So that's a progression. You go from looking at a bird to trying to fly with a hang glider, then the first plane. Now we got jets, and you know that's like common sense, and that should be just common progression. But that's not the issue. That was never the issue.
Never.
The issue, right? The issue is, are there any similarities between historical or ancient understanding of the origin of things and our modern understanding? That's really how it should be worded. That's it. Period. So, did the ancient Egyptians or anybody in Africa identify the cosmic, the CMB, the cosmic background?
Mm-hmm.
Did they do that? And no. Did they have descriptions of up quarks, down quarks, and gluons and all that kind of stuff? No, they didn't witness that. They didn't even witness the human cell. But they knew enough. Like, for example, I tell this people all the time. They knew enough about what they could observe and made inferences from it. So, for example, the human catching a fever, gaining a temperature of 102, 105, and all that other kind of stuff. The immune system itself, how the immune system reacts to pathogens. The Egyptians never used the word immune. They never used the word system or the word pathogen or anything like that. But they articulated an understanding of the immune system and how it behaved by the story of Sekhmet and the story of the humanity disturbing Ra, and him sending Het Heru turned into Sekhmet and killing everyone, and how she was at rage and the fiery one, and then she had to get drunk to calm back down. That's a story of how the immune system reacts to invasions, to the disturbance of Ra, or this homeostasis state of health. It's right there. And Sekhmet is the patron deity, or the goddess over all physicians, medical doctors in ancient Egypt, that were called Sunu. She is the goddess of all of the Sunu. Why is that? Why is this female deity, lion-headed deity, goddess over all medical doctors? Is that just some spooky coincidence that they just made that up with no rhyme or reason? No, it's their way of understanding and articulating the human immune system and its response. The different cells that they could not examine under a microscope, they knew something was happening. They knew that the human body temperature elevated, and they knew the potential of it being fatal. So they had to drug Sekhmet, just like they had to give people who got a fever and had a immune reaction to sicknesses or infections and things like that. They had to give drugs to them in their environment, things that they made and formulas that they made, that they do have in the medical papyri that they created, as far as treatments and stuff like that, to bring the fevers down, to stop the infection, to get rid of the infection, stop swelling, and all this other kind of thing. They have words for swelling. They have, what is swelling? Swelling is another word for inflammation. Where inflammation comes from? It comes from leukocytes. It comes from neutrophils. We know that now. They didn't have words for those specific cells, but they knew that something caused inflammation. They call it swelling. All of that. So same thing with science. Same thing with the study of origin of all things. So anyway, but we're gonna have more of these though. I'm just trying to plug back in, and like I said, I'm not having any tolerance though. So that's just that. Like I don't care how religious a person could be or how anti-religious you could be. You could be the poster child for atheism or the poster child for God incarnate as Jesus Christ. It doesn't even matter. Both ends of the stick. But hey, listen. I'm gonna be going live, so I want everybody who's here now, if you haven't already done so, click like on the channel, because I found out that people liking the channel, thumbing up the channel, it helps the algorithms or whatever the case is. So please do that. Leave some comments if you got some things or you got suggestions on some topics. Hit me up, because I'm gonna try to have these at least once a week, some kind of conversation at least once a week. I'll probably piggyback off of other people's conversations and give some commentary on it. But yeah, Sean, you got to stop causing trouble, man. This whole conversation is all because of you.
It is, man. It's bad. But he called me and said he was gonna check it out, and then a couple of days later he's live.
Because you said that God word, boy.
Yeah, and they never got past the fact of just really understanding the basis of it. He was so caught up in, are you seriously trying to say that they understood? I said, no, of course they didn't. But he's giving you an equivalent. He's like, this ain't even science. I said, I made no claims. I stuck to the teachings of the Congo. I made no claims outside of, I read Foucault so much that I don't understand how he said that I can make any claims. I'm giving you the source, and I did all of that. And then there was, of course, some smack talking back and forth. But you know how I go. Gotta keep it exciting. But I mean, other than that though, I critiqued his presentation because I knew he changed the whole narrative on the pseudo killers. Like they went like 3 or 4 days on this topic for 8 hours. Like you literally changed the whole discussion, which was unfair because that was not the teachings of the Congo. Ank's presentation should have been about the teachings of the Congo and him trying to dismantle Foucault as the source. That was just my opinion. I think people let him get away with that.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep, Teal.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm sharing the screen that he was sharing, but now it's clear. I can actually blow this up. So yeah, I got the PDF, by the way. So this is what I'm showing. So this is what he was showing tonight, mapping the universe, and it wasn't clear on the screen then, so I'm making it clear now. Hold up, why is it so small? Can I make this bigger? Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's why. So it actually matters. All right. Well, anyway, just trying to make it big so people can read it. There we go. You see it big now. Okay. Cool. So it says for the Bantu people, the Congo in particular, the universe as we see and know it is the result of a primitive event that occurred in and around it, well known as Luku Walamba Nzambi. And then obviously he gives a translation, God cooked dough. That is the magmatic matters, the Big Bang. And it goes on, it is the result of an expanding fire process that leaves behind, through a cooling process, satellites and planets. It is the process of the cosmic expanding fires. So the key word here that was missed, I think, even tonight when Uncle's reading it, they read it as magnetic, but it's magmatic. And once you understand this to be magma or the act of a volcano, it makes sense to talk about a fire process that once it starts to cool, it leaves behind different entity, different substances where life
So
is comes forth. Go ahead.
he said there was no fire process. I said, well, how do you have a cooling process? He was trying to be so arrogant in his argument with me that when he had me on the show, we talked vaccines. Then we didn't want to get in the booster argument. I didn't want to argue with him about the booster whole perspective. And then so we got into that. He said, he want to bring up the Big Bang. He started saying all of that. I mean, I don't know no other way to explain to you what magmatic is. And then I said, so the Earth didn't go through a cooling process? And then he was like, no. And then the next day he talks about it, and I clip him up. I clipped him up and played him where he was saying the Earth goes through all these different things, and then that he didn't want to have the time to explain all of that and this, that, and the third. He tried to shun that off, right? Brush over that. And then he wasn't listening because he was shut off at God cooked dough. And then, he had agitators, so it made it possible for him to just really throw it all away. And that's why I know, like, if you just slow it down and you read what it's saying, that's why I read it so much. The moment that he says magmatic matters or the Big Bang, it's like he's explaining to you that the Earth is going through a transformation process. He even mentions that in the book, that it goes through 4 different phases.
Yeah. Yeah, and it has diagrams and everything. So, but all right, so we're gonna pick up on this, man. I'm this is not gonna be the first time I speak on this, so I'm just gonna put a pin in it now. It's 2:00 in the morning. Got to get up. So hey, I appreciate everybody tune in. I appreciate everybody coming on. The panel and all that good stuff. So need some ideas to for some topics, but it's a lot to talk about because I took a 3-month vacation from social media basically, and coming back to it, trying to catch up, it's just clear to me it's crazier than I thought. It really is. And I'm definitely not trying to add to the confusion and craziness, so I gotta be very careful, and I'm not really tolerating all that stuff. I'm just trying to expand the information. People who want to discuss and learn and like build, like have real builds, then that's cool. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna check out some other videos, some channels, and try to catch up on what people have been talking about. So I'm gonna check out what your presentation. 'Cause I only watched that one video. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, the first fire, that video started this whole thing.
Okay.
And it's only like an hour. It's like an hour and a half, but it started the whole thing. And then behind that comes 6 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, 15.
God dang. All right, I don't know. I'm not gonna do all that, but
I ain't saying that because I wasn't on them shows. But
I'll probably scan them. Like try to see what catch me. But all right, so I'm gonna say Shimon Hotep to everybody. I really appreciate. Oh, you want?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to go without actually summarizing the main points here, Echo. But just so gotta emphasize this, that the question, did Africans or ancient Africans understand the Big Bang theory? If that question was presented, the simple answer is no. But a better question could have been, does ancient African cosmology have any similarities or parallels to the modern proposal of the Big Bang theory? And this is a better structured question because, for you to be able to answer this question, you have to study African cosmology and the Big Bang theory to even pull out the similarities if they exist. Now I'm quoting which I was words that he had from the beginning of the show, which actually just shows how people can actually come in and argue their own points separate from what is being discussed and then just create this misunderstanding that actually takes away from advancing knowledge. So, because everybody pretty much agrees with these 2 points that, the ancient Africans did not have an understanding of the Big Bang Theory, clearly because that didn't come into place until it wasn't proposed until the 1920s or 1931 or whatever particular year it was. So that's basic common sense. So nobody should have been discussing that at all. But better question, and that better question actually can't even be answered on YouTube. It actually is a question that you need to actually take some backseat, go somewhere and study, and then bring forth whatever information that you come out with from your research. And this should be the way we do things going forward. I just wanted to summarize that that's really how simple these things are at the end of the day, and we could do so much better, but we actually worse than the pseudos, if you actually sit and start arguing for that long, something that is just redundant.
Hey, that's a good summary, and that's a perfect summary to end the show. Hotep, Ghana, Bonso, I'm definitely about to end the show, so tune in. We're gonna do this again and again and again. I appreciate you stopping through, but man, I'm overdue for shutting down. So I appreciate everybody tuned in, and I'm definitely gonna hope everybody's having had a good New Year. This is my first time, going live for the New Year and throughout all the holidays, really. So I definitely want to, wish everybody, the Happy New Year and family time that you've had, and stay safe, man. This Omicron variant, although the data is suggesting that it's not as severe in terms of the trajectory of the infection and stuff like that, but it's much more contagious. So people who are still compromised, people who still have underlying conditions, comorbidities and things, you're still at high risk. And I'm gonna say this on that note, obesity is very, very high. I think it's at the top of the list when it comes to comorbidities that getting infected with the coronavirus, you are at more of a risk. Now, obviously, we have other autoimmune conditions and some other things, but statistically, in terms of numbers, there are way more obese people in the United States that could potentially be harmed by being infected. And a lot of people don't even know that they're obese. And so what I suggest is that you check your BMI, check your body mass index, which is an indicator. It's not the end all be all, but it's an indicator on whether you are underweight, you're at an underweight, healthy weight, overweight, or obese. And in general, if your body mass index or BMI is 30 and above, you are obese. Okay, so you got to be careful. And don't think obesity has a certain look, because you can have a certain shape and not look obese, but actually be obese. And so think about that. So I just want everybody to dwell on that a bit and just stay safe out there, man. And if you are a mask wearer, man, please, 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 if you wear masks and you use masks, to protect yourself, to reduce the chances of gaining infection, because obviously a mask is not 100%. Everybody knows that. Nobody ever claimed it was, but it helps to reduce the chance of infection. If you're going to wear a mask, wear it correctly. And I say that because, man, everywhere I go, man, I see people wearing masks, but they wear it incorrectly. They wear it under their nose. They only covering their lips. And it's like, what's the point? Because if you cover your mouth, you're going to breathe through your nose. That means you're sucking in the air even more through your nose, and you're exposing your nose. Like, come on now. Did you like not know that this virus is transmitted through the mucosal areas of the eyes, nose, and mouth? But anyway, so if you wear a mask, make sure you wear it correctly. And if you don't wear a mask, that's your choice. But if you wear a mask incorrectly, you might as well not wear a mask. So anyway, all right, but I'm going to say Shalom Hotep, man. Peace to everybody. And I appreciate the support. Make sure you thumb up the video and subscribe. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell. All right. So with that, I'm gonna say Shem Hotep, and we're going to be out with this little outro. Make sure y'all stay tuned. Just look at the gallery pictures. All right, check it out.